한국의 경제학 올해로 6번째를 맞이했는데 위원장을 맡고 계신 오창원 위원장님,
Economics of Happiness Jeonju is marking its 6th round this year. Mr. Oh, I don't see many people here today. Is it not so popular as it was before? Of course. COVID-19 has brought about a great change, and we need to accept it in this world. After a person is born and until he dies, we talk about happiness. What is the way to become happy is something that local governments need to think about, and that local government is Jeonju. The 6th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju. By avoiding COVID-19 and trying to overcome it, we are continuing with this international conference series, which is being live streamed through YouTube today. And we have put COVID prevention measures around this venue today, and everybody is using hand sanitizers and wearing masks. And I will do my best to make this conference a success myself as well. 2 days ago, I visited Odure, which makes cotton diapers only in Korea. People say the best clothing for kids or babies is a diaper. And these days we cannot avoid being in contact with chemicals during our daily lives. And I was thinking how good a cotton diaper will feel on a baby. Maybe that's one way to happiness, I think. And maybe that is why the theme for this year is localization for the safe society. I guess a guarantee of safety is the first step toward happiness. Here in this venue, we don't have a lot of people, but through YouTube, I hope you could actively participate in this international conference. The Jeonju City Government, Local Futures, and Association of Korean Local Governments for Social Economy and Solidarity is holding this conference together. It will be a one-day conference, very intensive, and we will talk about localization for the safe society. Let me briefly introduce today's conference. Beginning with a keynote speech by Ms. Helena Norberry Hodge, we have 3 sessions that will be joined by localization experts from home and abroad. Soon we'll start with a keynote speech and the first session by 12 p.m. The second and third session will be in the afternoon until 6 p.m. Since this is a live-streamed conference, there could be network issues in between. Like to ask for your generous understanding in advance. Now let me introduce the VIPs and our guests. I would like to ask for your applause when I introduce each and one of them. First, Jeonju Vice Mayor Mr. Choi Myung-gyu. Welcome, Vice Mayor. Chair of Jeonju City Council, Mr. Kang Dong-hwa. Chairman of the Organizing Committee for the 6th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, Mr. Oh Chang-hwan. We also have members of the Jeonju City Council, and many of them are also joining us through YouTube due to COVID-19. Now we will listen to the opening speech from Chairman Oh Chang-hwan. A big round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Chairman Oh Chang-hwan. Let me express my deepest gratitude to all of you from home and abroad for attending the 6th Jeonju International Conference on Economics of Happiness held in Jeonju. This year's conference, taking place under the sub-theme of Localization for Safer Society, will be a good chance for those interested in economics of happiness to discuss how we can deliver a happy economy, not just in Jeonju, but also in other countries. The past 5 conference was held in Jeonju, and in this conference too, many people interested in this theme will participate. And I hope that through this conference, we can further the discussion and development of economics of happiness. The past 5 conferences held in Jeonju served as a chance for many local governments around the world to develop interest in economics of happiness conference. And about the community currency, we discussed about community currency in the last year, and that led to the creation of local currency, Jeonju Sarang Gift Certificate, which will be issued later this year. And I hope that we can come up with even better ideas this year to be disseminated worldwide. Due to COVID-19 incident, it became more urgent to identify alternatives to globalization, and we are realizing that localization can be an alternative. We thought globalization will bring us about economic development, but the virus has caused enormous death toll, and it infected 600,000 people worldwide, and it is now causing major blow to local economy, and many stores in our neighborhood are closing down, and many people are losing their jobs. And globalization based on environmental corruption and competition will lead to a system that is prone to virus spread and environmental degradation, and which will then threaten the fate of the humanity. And the globalization based on division of labor will create crisis in terms of culture, food, and etc., damaging the diversity in the world, and those in their third world country are suffering from the consequences. And there will be international crisis in terms of food and capital, and even those in the advanced countries will suffer from the damages. As such, the global problems are emerging worldwide, and we need to protect our local region and make it safer in this very severe situation. Without international cooperation, no one can thrive. But in terms of securing our security and safety is also very important. And in the past, purchasing from overseas countries meant economic sense because it was cheaper. But it can lead to food supply disruption if there is a problem in international trade, which will then lead to disaster. If we lack food, if we run out of food, it will be a disaster worldwide. There can be an alternative. If we can link the producer and the consumer, maybe we can ensure a safer world in the post-COVID-19 era. And this can be also an alternative to slow the global warming. And it can revitalize economic activities to reduce economic leakage, reduce environmental damage, and enhance happiness in the community. COVID-19 is a severe disaster. However, at the same time, it became a sobering reminder for the world to think about where we are and where we need to go, to give us a chance to move away from our current path. It is a crisis, but it can be a silver lining to prevent further crisis. Let us grab this opportunity and make this as an opportunity to give our descendants a better world to live in. Last but not least, I really hope that I could see you in person. However, I am very grateful that we're holding this conference online instead. I hope that our conference will disseminate the economics of happiness worldwide. Let me thank Ms. Hodge for your generous help and those in the Secretariat of Local Futures, Mayor of Jeonju, and City Council, and National Social Solidarity Economy Local Government Council and its officials. And let me also thank Jeonju City officials for holding 8 meetings before holding this conference. I'm also grateful to many organizations and Jeonju citizens for attending this conference. And I would like to announce the opening of the event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oh, for that great remark.
지금의 현실을 가장 가까이에서 가장 깊이 고민한 흔적을 느낄 수
I could sense that he has put a lot of deliberation on the current reality.
최명규 전주시 부시장께서
Next, we will listen to Vice Mayor Choi Myung-gyu of Jeonju City. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. It's a great pleasure to meet with you. I am Vice Mayor of Jeonju, Choi Myung-gyu. It's a great honor to have all the prominent experts from home and abroad, and I would also like to thank all of you joining on YouTube. Jeonju has been deliberating on the social values under the International Conference on the Economics of Happiness Jeonju. And we've been making efforts to preserve the value of a community and to create a better society. The global pandemic of COVID-19 has opened our eyes wider to the importance of communal alliance and social values. Through this international conference, we will talk about the economic and communal challenges by COVID-19 and also share the insights on overcoming these issues through localization. In 8 months since we saw the first outbreak of the COVID-19, there has been a lot of people infected with this disease, and more than 800,000 people died from this virus. And we have flattened the curve through a lot of measures for prevention and control, and these efforts have been widely recognized from the world. We see a rebound recently, but with the wisdom of the citizens, I'm sure that we can overcome this crisis. The COVID-19 situation has brought about a recession in the local economy, which is a great challenge. In order to respond to this crisis, we have been building owners to reduce the amount of rent to help the SMEs, and for the first time in Korea, we have came up with a system for a basic payment for disaster situations to revitalize the economy and local businesses. At the same time, businesses and labor unions and citizens groups have reached an agreement to create new jobs and also ease the problem of unemployment in the city, making great efforts in various aspects. But once again, we see the acceleration of the spread of the virus, and everyone is concerned when we will be able to overcome the situation. The global pandemic has reaffirmed the closeness of our connection with all those around the world, and it's unfortunate that this is threatening the network and solidarity of the society. We need to overcome this crisis through competition and solidarity, not through competition. We can respond to the post-COVID era very successfully by working together, and I hope this conference will provide a great opportunity in deriving insights for this. Before closing, I'd like to thank Ms. Helena Norberry-Hodge, panels from Home and Abroad, and Chairman Oh Chang-hwan from the organizing committee, and all the organizers for your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your kind remarks, Mr. Che. And it is time for congratulatory remarks by Mr. Kang Dong-hwa, leader of Jeonju City Council. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kang Dong-hwa, leader of Jeonju City Council. I am deeply pleased that the 6th International Conference on Economics of Happiness is taking place here in Jeonju, and let me thank all the distinguished guests for your participation. I would like to thank Mr. Oh for this wonderful organization of this conference. Jeonju, more than any other city in Korea, is focused on the happiness of its citizen. I believe it really suits as the venue of this conference. And let me thank people who have put together so much effort to prepare for this conference. I don't think there is a great correlation between economic growth and the happiness of people. Economics of happiness is focused on people, human life, and their happiness. And that is the gist of economics of happiness. We need to cooperate rather than compete. We need to love each other rather than compete against each other. By doing so, we can be more happy. Let me congratulate you once again for this conference. Thank you very much. It was Mr. Kang Dong-hwa, City Council President.
We also have another congratulatory remark. He could not be here due to COVID-19, but we have a video prepared. Chung Won-oh, Chairman of Association of Korean Local Governments for Social Economy and Solidarity. Let us watch the video together. Hello everyone. I'm Chung Won-oh, Chairman of Association of Korean Local Governments for Social Economy and Solidarity and Executive Officer of Songdong-gu District. I'd like to congratulate you on the opening of the 6th Economics of Happiness Conference in Jeonju on behalf of 47 members of the association. Economics of Happiness Conference in Jeonju brings together people to discuss local future every year, exploring ideas to create a caring society that leaves no one behind. The world is facing an unprecedented crisis brought about by COVID-19. At this difficult time, we are gathered here to hear discussion of policies for sustainable cities from experts of Korea and other countries with the theme of localization for the safer society. I look forward to hearing valuable ideas. Since the foundation, our association has strived to achieve social and economic development through alliance and cooperation between local governments and to bring happiness to many places. We will continue its efforts to come up with social and economic solutions to local issues, build a world that leaves no one behind, and promote cooperation between local governments to conduct a wide range of initiatives. I hope this conference will provide us with an opportunity to develop good alternatives in shifting away from competition and polarization and moving to alliance and cooperation, preparing us for the post-COVID era. We will join these efforts and support to encourage people to act on the economics of happiness. Thank you very much.
네, 전 지방정부협의 회장이신 정원호 서울.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
전주시가 2015년부터 올해까지
From 2015 to this year, Jeonju has been holding this international conference for 6 times. We can see how much effort it has made to create this international conference as a success, and we will watch a video on these endeavors.
네. 짧은 영상이었습니다.
Well, it was a short video that showed our 5 years journey of Jeonju.
자,
I hope you enjoyed it. It's 9:25 KST.
사실 오늘 분명히 모셔야 될
There are many people we hope we
유튜브에서 생중계
were joined by today, but due to COVID-19, we're having this conference online. Mr. Oh, the chairman of the organizing committee, will talk to Ms. Helena Norberry Hodge. They will meet online and have a dialogue.
우리 혜지 선생님을 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
So let us bring Mr. Oh on the stage.
호지 대표님 영상
Ms. Hodge,
접속을 좀
we would like to connect with Ms. Hodge with a video conference.
여러분 리시버를 다 받으셨죠?
Please make sure you have interpretation receivers.
안녕하십니까?
Ms. Hodge, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
전 조직위원장 오창환입니다.
This is Oh Chang-hwan, as you are well aware.
오늘 원래
I'm chairman of the committee.
시장님 이 자리에 모신
Well, the mayor was supposed to be here, but he had emergency meeting, so he couldn't make it today. So I'm here on his behalf. I would appreciate your kind understanding. My mayor says hello and sorry.
I I completely understand. I know how busy he is and completely understand.
뵌지가 2016년.
So, it's been 4 years since we last met,
여러 일 하시느라고 좀
and I believe you had difficulties in terms of health. How are you now? How's your health?
My health is okay. It's fine.
아주
It's fine.
예, 아주
Traveling is not so good, but I'm fine.
예. 요즘 그 이런 코로나 세상에
Well,
중요하시기 때문에
You are very important after COVID-19. I'm so happy that you're happy. Happy that you're healthy.
Thank you.
저희가 전주에서 열리는 홍보의 경제 국제대회
Well, the International Conference on the Economics of Happiness is celebrating its 6th anniversary. So time really flies.
우리가 짧기도 한 것 같기도 하지만
So it has been a quite short time,
전주에 많은 분들이
and through this international conference, we could enhance the awareness of Jeonju City and its attempts worldwide, and many other cities in Korea are developing interest in Jeonju's endeavor. So do you have anything to share about this?
I do. I have a lot to share about it. I am so proud of Jeonju. I'm honored and proud to have been collaborating in this endeavor. And you are the first city in the world that I know to really commit to economics of happiness as the economics of localization. After COVID, there's a huge awakening now that being dependent on the global market is very unwise. And there's a huge increase in interest in localizing. We have still a big task ahead of us to educate more people about what it means. Localizing doesn't mean turning away from the rest of the world. Localizing means being responsible in your use of the water, the soil, the resources, and the people that provide for your needs. And you can best do that if you can see the impact. So we need to have a closer relationship between production and consumption wherever possible, to be more responsible, to be genuine citizens of planet Earth, because we care for all of life and we want people on the other side of the world to have the right to use resources for themselves. So it's really moving away from an exploitative system, a blind system, to one that allows us to be more wise and more humble, because we're more aware of the complexities both of human beings, cultures, and the natural world. So I'm very, very happy to be collaborating, and I hope that we can do much more to spread awareness and to let more people around the world see what you have been doing.
Well, my last question. What is the most memorable thing about Jeonju?
Well, the most memorable thing about Jeonju to me is the wonderful people there and the leadership. I'm a great admirer of your mayor and of you, Mr. Oh. I'm very, very impressed with the people, with your exceptional intelligence and your commitment. That's the most memorable thing.
아이고, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your kind remarks. Well, I heard that you will deliver keynote speech. So could you please start keynote speech later? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
시작하시면 되죠.
네. 일단 뭐 건강한 모습을 볼 수 있어서
It was great to see her
반갑다는 말씀
staying very healthy, and it was great to see her on screen at
그러면
least.
더 좋았겠습니다만
It would have been nicer if she was here with us today, but unfortunately we have COVID-19, so I ask for your understanding. And now we will listen to the keynote speech by Ms. Hodge
함께 만나보시죠.
through a video.
It's such an honor for me to speak to you today and to be collaborating with Jeonju, with Mayor Kim, and with the city government that has been playing a leading role in the world, a leading role in actively trying to promote an economics of happiness, an economics that understands that personal well-being and ecological well-being are one and the same thing. I wish I could be with you in person, but at least I'm glad to be able to join you on the screen like this. I also want to compliment you on having put many of these ideas into practice, into actually testing and trying some of the strategies to really build that localized economic structure that we need for our well-being and also for our survival. Now, after COVID, we have an opportunity like never before. There's been a very, very clear fork in the road emerging. On the one hand, we could be pushed into a path that will take us further away from nature, further away from a sense of interdependence with our local communities, into a path that is intensely competitive, that is speeding life up more and more because it is increasing our dependence on ever more rapid, large-scale technological systems. And these systems require so many minerals, so many resources, so much energy, that this is a competitive path that is taking us on a path to the moon or to Mars to search for minerals, to fight over minerals. On the other side, there is a path that has been emerging for a very long time, ever since our economic system took us away from the land, away from community, through enclosures, through slavery, through force. There has been a resistance to this, because as human beings, we evolved in close connection with others. We evolved with young people knowing their elders, working with their elders on a daily basis, the sense of intergenerational, cooperative, community, human scale, interdependence. We evolved with that. And we evolved knowing and seeing the plants, the animals, the water, the soil that we depended on for our well-being and for our survival. We evolved in that more connected way with more localized knowledge systems, with ways that human beings adapted to their specific bioregion, to their climate, their ecological, biodiverse reality. It's not easy to now imagine a sort of ancient futures life where we all go back to living like Ladakhis or even earlier traditional societies. But what I learned from Ladakh is that there are very clear very concrete steps that we can take to start regaining those fundamental relationships that are structurally vital. And the best word for that really is localizing instead of globalizing. So the fork in the road is systemically about whether we allow global corporations and banks a global interlinked market from, if we allow that global market to pull us into even greater dependence on anonymous, far away structures that don't know our names, that don't speak our language, that really have no knowledge about us. When we allow those forces and that financial casino to shape our lives, to shape the price of everything we buy in the shop, the price of everything we need, or whether we now start taking more active steps towards shortening the distances, towards localizing, towards using the strategies that have existed for millions of people until very recently, the ways of living where people were more interdependent with one another and with their own local resources. And learning from the new strategies that have been developed in the new economy movement, especially in the localization movement. Michael will be talking about finance. He's the expert in the world. And you'll be learning also from Preston, one of the prime examples of what happens when a city government actually starts taking action along the lines of what Jeonju has been doing. So there's so much happening out there that we can learn from. And first of all, I just want to say that the pattern that emerges when you do look more globally, it's a general pattern. So it sounds a bit maybe too general, but it's precisely the general nature of this that gives me so much hope. Because we've been working in more than a dozen countries and in touch with about 50 language groups, we feel so privileged that every day we get as much good news in our inbox as we get news of the disastrous effect of going down the competitive globalizing path. When I look at that general picture and I speak to colleagues and friends in Japan, in the United States, in Brazil, in France, in Germany, in Korea, in South Korea, what I'm seeing is that COVID helped to dramatically strengthen a move towards localizing. The two areas where it's been particularly clear are, number one, the local food movement that has already been growing very rapidly around the world was dramatically strengthened by COVID. All kinds of people in cities, in the countryside, turned towards the local producers. They treasured their farmers' markets. The farmers' markets did well because they relied on local labor. And as one farmer told me recently here in Australia, they didn't have a problem doubling their production because the workers who already knew the farm, had the knowledge, were willing to work twice as hard for the farmer whom they knew well. They were getting well paid and they knew how important the work was that they were doing. In the meanwhile, in the mainstream system, in England, they were having huge problems because they wanted to fly in migrants to pick crops at various times. And this was becoming difficult during COVID. And in many countries, the supermarket shelves were empty from time to time, whereas the local suppliers remained constant and reliable. There were many local restaurants that suddenly turned into food hubs that became centers for helping to deliver and food to the consumer, linking up with producers. There were numerous creative and very, very clear increases in these creative structures. Now, it's important that we realize that this local food movement has been growing for it's been growing for the last 30 years, and it's still not visible enough in the global media. It's not visible in academia because it is a threat to the dominant global players that are continuing to fly food back and forth across the world, leading to countries importing and exporting the same product, leading to crazy things like bottled water. 20 tons of bottled water is flown to the UK, 20 tons of bottled water flown from the UK to Australia, from Australia to UK, from UK to Australia. So these crazy examples of insane trade are also increasing. And this is why we need to be so aware of this fork in the road. We need to be informed. To be informed of both of these paths, we actually have to actively look for the information, because the information about insane trade is not readily available. Unfortunately, not even in the climate movement is there a discussion about the madness of importing and exporting the same food items that can be produced in your home country, consumed in your home country, exported across the world. Nor do you hear about the fact that routinely fish is flown from Norway, from the US, from Australia, and many other countries to China to be processed and flown back again. This is happening on a daily basis. I don't know how much of it stopped during COVID, but I'm afraid that there might have been a lot more of that happening than we realize. In any case, it must be stopped. It is criminally wasteful of energy. It is criminally contributing to CO2 emissions. And it is not only because of the transport, which is bad enough, but it's also because that large-scale system that is flying food back and forth is one that imposes monoculture on the land. And monoculture is deadly. In what I'm calling the 3 F's in farming, fishery, and forestry, we must diversify. The efficiency of scale for the 3 F's is the smaller, the better. The more diversified, the better. Obviously not to a ludicrous extreme, but in contrast to the enormous damage and the path that is still actively promoted by our governments and by big business, we're talking about a path towards monocultures on a larger and larger scale that systematically destroy life. It's been killing the soil. It's been killing what's being called the biome. And the link between that biome in the soil and the biome in our gut for our health is now being recognized as much scientific evidence for the vital importance of maintaining the vitality of the soil. So we have no choice. We've got to move towards localizing, away from monoculture, and we need more people on the land. And we need more people helping to deal with everything in the sea with care, with intelligence. We can't have trawling nets that are so big you could put 13 jumbo jets in them. just taking everything from the sea floor and then throwing half of it back dead. We need smaller fishing boats with more people. We need technologies that don't replace people, but that aid
우리는
people.
바다에서,
whether
육지에서
at
사람을
sea or on
대체하는 기술이
land.
아니라
In forestry, must move away from monocultures, which are now, in the name of carbon, being imposed on a larger and larger scale, and with incredibly destructive impact. It's the diversity that is linked to more human scale and human beings on the land that is the essence of the localizing path that we are promoting in local futures. This is not about everyone leaving the city to suddenly become a farmer or a fisherman, but it is about recognizing that the policies that governments use to create growth are, above all, the taxes, the subsidies, and the regulations. Very importantly, the regulations. These subsidies, taxes, and regulations at the moment favor the global players, favor increased global competition and fewer jobs, more and more technology, AI to replace people. There is a role for AI at this moment in terms of monitoring climate, in terms of climate and other disasters, but we must distinguish between that and using it as an economic tool to extract from nature to create wealth for very, very few people, for a smaller and smaller number of people. So the localizing path that has been going on for more than 30 years has gained a huge momentum. It has been even supported now in some mainstream media, which is the first time I see that happening in the last 30 years. In the mainstream media now, even in the New York Times, there is a discussion about the fact that governments may not want to continue to be so dependent on a global market. It may make more sense to support the local economy. Now, as we move in that direction, we need to be very careful that we don't move in a direction that is a shallow sort of co-optation of local. And that is the path that believes that more dependence on 5G, on robots, on 3D printing, on these mega technological, speedy, global technological systems, that those systems are going to help us to localize. These systems are by their very nature linked to the monoculture on the ground and to the human monoculture that's being imposed on people. So let's be very, very careful to recognize that a central part of the localization movement that could rapidly move us in the right direction is the one that recognizes that we must stop subsidizing and supporting business to use more energy and technology instead of employing people. One of the urgent messages needs to be immediately shift those priorities to look at, in every instance, could people do this task? Could human beings do this task perhaps better than a robot, or than some anonymous person on the other side of the world whom you can talk to when you try to ring your bank or your travel, to get help with travel or to book a hotel. If you can deal with more human scale, human run systems, employing human beings, we'll be moving in the direction we need to go. We need to be looking at, wherever possible, shortening the distances that goods travel. This is not about saying from now on everyone should only eat local. In most parts of the world, you'd be eating cotton or even petroleum or sugar. So we're talking about a world that has been transformed in the direction of large scale and monoculture and trade for the sake of trade. The basic principle of comparative advantage might have made sense for some places at some times, but the principle was, don't produce a range of things for your own needs. No, specialize for export, and then you can import what you need. We need to rethink some basic assumptions, and one of them is to recognize that this principle, this economic system, came in at the same time as the global slave trade. So there could have been some vested interest in developing this thinking. Now this means that it's not really a question today of good guys and bad guys. It's not some bunch of evil people sitting in a dark room trying to push bad ideas. These bad ideas go back for many hundreds of years. And in fact, they precede even the modern economy. But we won't go into that now. But so there's been a historical development taking us into this system of more and more separation from our own community, separation from our own land, our own resources. And now is the time to start turning that ship on a larger level. At a grassroots level, people have been moving in the opposite direction for a long time. They're everywhere you look, where people have been herded into the ever bigger cities, into the high-rise living. They develop a thirst for connection to other people. They develop a thirst for caring for the natural world. They develop in every discipline a more natural and more ecological way of doing things. Whether it's natural medicine, natural farming, eco-theology, eco-psychology, ecological architecture. In every discipline, you will find people saying, wait a minute, this way of doing things, the dominant way, is destroying the very world that we know we depend on, and it's destructive for us. So you see everywhere people turning towards health, towards well-being. How can we make this increase? Now, in Jeonju, I hope that you will benefit from our other speakers and that you will continue with your brave, innovative efforts to implement some of these strategies, to really strengthen the local economy, to learn how you can use the tools of finance, how you can use the funding that local government has. But for me also, very importantly, devote a fair amount of money and effort to educate. We need to rethink basic assumptions, and we need to look at this fork in the road after COVID with great thoroughness and great intelligence, really understanding the patterns that are emerging. So when it comes to understanding that COVID could threaten to take us into a world of internet currencies, a complete dependence on the internet, on these techno systems, if we can do our research and really look at where the minerals come from for these technologies, if we look at what a type of Green New Deal would mean if we plaster every bit of land with solar panels. We try to put solar panels in space. We need to do our maths. We need to do thorough research to look at where that path will take us. At the same time, if we do research, we'll be so heartened by the number of positive things that are happening around the world, by the groups and the local governments that are beginning to support not only local food economies, but the preservation of seeds, the reduction of plastic at every level, trying to support the well-being of people, the well-being of the earth. Now we need to bring these materials together. We need to make them more visible. People are not getting this information either in media or in academia. It's not part of the mainstream narrative. How can we increase our educational capacity to get a more accurate, a more truthful flow of information about the choices we have now after COVID? How can we bring together all that evidence that shows that there are many natural remedies and that natural healthy food is one of the best ways of supporting our immune system? That simple things like more exercise, more peace of mind, more love, more connection are the best ways to stay healthy. How can we get this out more widely so that more people step away from a diet, from a lifestyle, from the fear and competition that keeps them unhealthy and much more vulnerable to COVID? I do want to say that you should be very proud in South Korea about the way that the crisis was handled, and I hope that these deeper lessons about real health are also spread in South Korea, in addition to the more mainstream measures that were taken to isolate and to contain the epidemic. I also hope that we will continue to collaborate for many years to come. Although my greatest hope of all is that these types of educational efforts are not going to be so necessary in the future. Once a certain critical mass of people wake up, then we'll be focusing much more on the action, on the implementation. But for now, I want to say that big picture activism is for me the most important activism. And that's the activism that spells out the difference between being dependent on a global techno-economic system versus being dependent on Gaia, on the living earth, on the soil, on the earthworms, on the viruses and the bacteria in the soil, the healthy viruses. That living, biodiverse, that breathing Mother Nature, that is our real home and that is our real economy. And let's do everything we can to support our mother's health and our own health, and with it, our own happiness. Thank you very much.
네, 헬레나 노르베리 호지 대표님께서
That was a great lecture by Ms. Helena Norberry Hodge. The 3F, farming, fishery, and forestry. Well, there's a saying by the Indians, if there are no trees on the mountain and there's no water in the sea, people will realize that they cannot eat money. If we do not have any plants, including rice, that would be the worst case scenario for us. When we began as human beings, the first thing that we did was to divide us from the animals, and that was the basis for our evolution, and we call that civilization, as they say. We have a long history on the Korean peninsula, and the thing that couldn't change for 5,000 years changed only in 40 years. And maybe this crisis that we experience right now is coming from this change. We see the beauty of emptiness in the past, and maybe it's time for us to rethink the value of leaving some things empty and leaving them untouched. And that is why the International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, could be the opportunity to plant a seed for well-being and happiness in the future. Now, this will be the closing of the opening ceremony, and we will be waiting for another year to have this ceremony once again. Well, let's give Ms. Hodge another big round of applause before we close. And we will take a 10-minute break. And starting from 10 past 10, we will begin with session 1. Thank you very much.
나가시지 마시고요. 잠시 기념 사진 촬영을 하겠습니다.
There is a photo shoot of the VIPs. I would like to invite the Vice Mayor, Chairman, and all the directors and VIPs to be on stage for a group photo.
자, 자리를 정돈해 주시기 바랍니다. 제6회 행보구 경제학 국제회의 전주 제1섹션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하십니까? 저는
Ladies and gentlemen, this is 손현주, moderator of the first session on social finance. Under the theme of social finance, methods to apply community assetization, we will have presentation and discussion for about 2 hours. We have 5 speakers as a whole. From the United States, Mr. Michael Schumann, Mr. Na Sang-yoon from People and Space, Mr. Lee Kyung-ho, a lawyer from law firm Toham, and Ms. Kim Sun-young, Director of Band Foundation Bureau, and Ms. Song Ji-young from Seoul Community Support Center is here with us today. Let us first hear from the first speaker, who is none other than Mr. Michael Schumann on the North American case.
My dear friends in Korea, I'm very happy to be with you today. Thank you so much for including me in your Economics of Happiness conference. And today I'm going to be speaking to you about the importance of local investment. And if you'll give me a minute, I'm going to put on my screen here so I can show you my PowerPoint presentation. And I've called today's talk, Why Local Investment Matters, Lessons from North America. I hope some of you will have an opportunity to read the more in-depth paper that I've prepared on this. But the basic argument of the paper is that if you want localization, as I think all of us gathered at this conference do, it is necessary to localize our finance and our investment. And here's the question, the threshold question I would ask you. How many of you have at least 1% of your savings in locally owned businesses? I would guess that very few of you do. And this is the essential problem. Now, there's good news in Korea on the local investment front. One piece of good news is that you are, in fact, a country of locally owned businesses. According to the most recent statistics that I could find, Korean small and medium enterprises are responsible for 77% of the jobs in Korea and 51% of the value-adding activity, that is, the respect to gross domestic product. Another piece of good news is that thanks to websites like Wadiz here, you have a growing number of options for putting your money into locally owned business. But the bad news is that the Korean investment economy, much like that of the United States and Canada in North America, has been set up by, for, and of global corporations. And how do we fix this? How do we fix the imbalance of capital? Because in a properly functioning marketplace, capital marketplace, if in the Korean economy 51% of all the economic activity is occurring in small and medium businesses, at least 51% of the investment that you put into business should go into local small, medium enterprises. How do we get there? I'm going to go through 4 essential points that I hope are helpful for you to figure out how to solve this problem. One is to emphasize the importance of local business for economic development. The second is to share what's happened in the United States in local investment reform. Third is to share some of the things that have happened in Canada. And I think all of these things provide some really good suggestions for what you should think about next in Korea to go beyond the beginnings of crowdfunding in wadis and create a whole local investment ecosystem. So first, let's talk about the importance of local business. This is a study that was done in 2017 by a company called Civic Economics, and they compare two different stores in Seattle. One is a cooperative grocery store called Central Co-op, and then they compare a similarly sized chain grocery store. And what they show is that for every dollar consumers spend in the cooperative, locally owned grocery store, more than twice as much money stays in the Seattle economy. And that money is what generates, through the multiplier effect, jobs, taxes, economic activity, charitable contributions. There have been about 24 of these studies done over the last 20 years, and they all show that when you compare two similar businesses or two similar industries, one locally owned, one not, the locally owned business or industry generates 2 to 4 times the economic development impact, and there is not a single study that has shown otherwise. But you don't need to take my word for this. This is from the Harvard Business Review in the summer of 2010, and it's a regression analysis looking at communities across the United States, and it found that in those communities with the highest density of locally owned business, there is the highest per capita job growth rate. But not just that, this study from our monetary authority, the Federal Reserve in Atlanta, looked at counties across the United States. And in those counties with the highest density of locally owned business, there is the highest per capita income growth rate. So in other words, if your objective is to promote social equality, reduce poverty, locally owned businesses are the best way of doing this. And of course, locally owned businesses accomplish many other things as well. They are critical for tourism because people want to visit unique businesses that reflect the local culture. Entrepreneurs that start local businesses are the lifeblood of our economy. There is now a growing literature that local food businesses generate healthier food that reduce public health problems of obesity and type 2 diabetes. And there's even a political science literature that shows that in those communities with the highest density of locally owned business, there are highest rates of voting participation and volunteership. Even when we're talking about sustainability, locally owned businesses matter because locally owned businesses are what generate the wealth that are needed for environmental policies. We also know that if you buy things locally, they have to be transported less, so that reduces the carbon footprint. We have studies in the United States comparing smokestack industries that show that locally owned smokestack industries pollute significantly less than outsider-owned industries. And the reason is shame. When you bump into the owner of a polluting plant at the grocery store, at the church or school, you're going to give that person a piece of your mind. Whereas if it's absentee ownership, that dynamic can never take place. But the other thing about the environment is that everything that a community in Korea does to promote sustainability can and should be shared with communities all over the globe, and they will do the same for you. And that sharing of environmental technology, that sharing of policy and business ideas that can increase local self-reliance is the key, I believe, to preventing a climate catastrophe. It's also the key to creating greater resilience. And the one thing that we have learned in this pandemic is that having a diversified local economy is critical to surviving all kinds of global catastrophes. The more that you are dependent on outside goods and services, the more vulnerable you are to a host of surprises. So, as a result of this, I have spent the last 25 years of my life promoting local businesses through what I call the 6 Ps of planning, people, partners, purchasing, and policy making. Planning means identifying leaks in your economy, all the places where people are unnecessarily purchasing outside goods and services. People means supporting entrepreneurs leading these leak-plugging businesses. Partners means creating networks of local businesses that are more effective as a team than they would be on their own. Purse means harnessing savings locally, whether bank savings or funds that you have in your pension accounts. Purchasing is about spearheading buy local or think local first campaigns. And policy means identifying all of the issues, all of the problems that exist in public policy that are tilting public policy against local business. And there's no place where this tilt is more evident than when it comes to purse, when it comes to our capital system. Now, if we were to have a healthy local investment system, it would be easy for you to put your life savings into local businesses that were issuing stock or debt notes. You would have local stock exchanges where people could then buy and sell these particular securities. And then you would have local investment funds where you would have diversified pools of local debt notes or local stock. And then you would be able to put those securities into pension funds. Now, here's the thing. This evolution more or less has to follow in this order. I think it's going to be very difficult for most of our pension funds to go into local business until there are a lot of local investment funds. And there won't be a lot of local investment funds until there are local stock exchanges that can help provide a sense of the value of the securities that are held in the funds. And you won't have local stock exchanges until there's a critical mass of local securities, which means going well beyond crowdfunding. Right now, in the United States, in Canada, and in Korea, we're just at this very, very first stage of making it easier for businesses to issue local stock or debt notes. Now, in the United States, we had a fundamental set of reforms that happened in 2012. This is the first and the only time that I went to a rose garden signing at the White House. And you may remember this guy. This was our former president, Barack Obama, signing what became known as the Jobs Act. And the Jobs Act legalized investment crowdfunding, basically making it easier for grassroots Americans to put their money into locally owned businesses. After a bunch of regulatory hurdles, the Jobs Act was implemented formally in 2016. And in the 4 years that have happened since, we have about 40 licensed online portals where businesses can put various offerings up to $1 million, and where any investor can put in up to $2,000 per year. And the statistics on the 4 years of crowdfunding are quite interesting. About 400,000 Americans have put $340 million into several thousand businesses. The average business in the United States that has used crowdfunding successfully has raised about $270,000. The average investor has put into each of these offerings about $800. And interestingly, the businesses that have done the best in crowdfunding are those run by women or people of color. In other words, those people who were most systematically excluded from venture fund funding, from angel funding, from bank funding, are exactly those people who have benefited from these grassroots crowdfunding reforms. But we see a lot of distance that we can travel. So the fact that 400,000 Americans have participated in crowdfunding still means that it's about 1 in 100 Americans have done this. We need to figure out ways of educating more businesses and more investors how to use crowdfunding. We want to agitate so that we can raise the amount of money that grassroots companies can raise from 1 million to say 5 or 10 million. And we want to make it easier for grassroots investors to put in not just $2,000, but maybe $5,000 or $10,000. We also want to make it easier to communicate among investors and companies. Right now in the United States, and probably still in Korea, there are obsolete securities laws that make it exceedingly difficult for businesses and investors, especially if they are local businesses and grassroots investors, to talk freely with one another about doing an investment deal with one another. We are trying to change those laws in the United States to make it easier. Now, of course, it is not enough just to have the issuance of securities. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, one of the pieces that's essential for a local investment ecosystem is creating a new generation of local investment funds. Not all of us have the time, energy, and frankly, money in order to study lots of grassroots crowdfunding initiatives and to figure out which we want to put our money into. We would really like an investment fund manager who we trust to make those decisions for us and create a more diversified pool so that if one company goes badly, another company would more than balance it. Well, in the United States, and this is a handbook that some colleagues and I produced in January of this year on community investment funds, we are finding a proliferation of these funds. There's now about 24 of these funds, and what's interesting is these funds allow grassroots investors to participate. They focus on investing in local business. They promote local decision-making in where the fund money should go, and they are generating a rate of return that is, I think, over time going to be commensurate with what people receive when they invest in big global companies. Give you a couple of examples of what these funds look like. This is the Boston Impact Fund that was founded in 2017. And it is largely focused on a couple of parts of Boston that are primarily African American and where the rates of poverty are very high. And this is a fund that is aiming to put $10 million into businesses that are largely run by African Americans. And one interesting feature of this fund is that foundations, that is bigger pools of money from richer people, are absorbing the first level of losses. And by promising to absorb those levels of losses, They make it easier and less risky for other people to put money into the fund. A second example is Good Works Evergreen, which is in Montana. It was founded in 2019. Their target is to create a $5 million fund, and they are focused on what are called legacy businesses. In other words, there are millions of businesses in the United States whose owners are about to retire. They're good businesses. Their kids don't want to take over the business. But if those businesses die, small towns may die. So there's an interest in rural America in keeping these legacy businesses alive. So the Good Works Evergreen Fund is all about buying up these businesses, fixing them up, and then resituating the ownership locally. A third example is the East Bay Permanent Real Estate Cooperative. It was founded in 2017 by a group in Oakland, California called the Sustainable Economies Law Center. And it's all about promoting affordable housing in community land trusts. And currently they are raising money from a variety of members, $1,000 per member, to support all kinds of affordable housing projects. A fourth example is from Western Massachusetts called Pioneer Valley Grows. This is a fund that was established in 2015. It has about $2.5 million in it, and it's focused on supporting farms and local food businesses. And currently it has 70 investors, including some low-dollar grassroots investors, and it's supporting 35 businesses. And so far, none of these businesses have defaulted on their loans. One of the problems that we are discovering in the United States, though, is that grassroots investors would love to invest in these funds and would love to invest in more grassroots businesses. But the problem is that all of their savings are locked up in pension accounts that can't be touched. So in the United States, these pension funds are called 401ks if they're associated with their employer, or IRAs, individual retirement accounts, and these anyone can create. And this is a way that people put away money, keep it away from the tax man, and then they can draw on it when they retire many years later. What my newest book, which is called Put Your Money Where Your Life Is, it just came out this June, talks about is how Americans can use some very specific tax tools, specifically self-directed IRAs and solo 401ks, to move their money into accounts that they can then in turn invest that money, again, with taxes being deferred on all the money that's being invested, to invest that money locally. So with a self-directed IRA, any American can spend about $250 per year and hire a custodian who then you instruct to invest the money locally. With a solo 401k, a grassroots American can actually set up his or her own pension fund in her own bank account. And you can do this if you have any self-employment income. So for example, if you are working full-time for a company, but selling on the side a couple of things on eBay, if you report the income from that on your taxes, you are regarded as a partially self-employed person. So the sweet spot is to then set up a solo 401k for $300 and then move all of your other accounts into here so then you can begin local investing. As we think about what to do next in the United States, we have focused increasingly on our friends and neighbors north of us in Canada. And there's a bunch of things that they have done in Canada that are quite interesting. So, for example, this woman here is in the Canadian province of Nova Scotia. And in 1998, Nova Scotia made it easy and cheap for people in their community to create neighborhood pension funds. In fact, they get an extra tax bonus if they put their money into these funds. So this woman runs a fund called FarmWorks that focuses on farms and local food businesses. There are 70 of these funds in all in Nova Scotia. And on a per capita basis, because Nova Scotia is small, if the United States had as many of these funds, we'd have about 21,000 of them. In British Columbia and Alberta, they allow cooperatives to become mini investment funds. So you can use a cooperative structure in order to collect money from investors and then put that money into great businesses that might resuscitate your community. In the Canadian province of New Brunswick, about 3-4 years ago, their premier, a fellow named Brian Gallant, a very telegenic 30-year-old, actually enacted a tax credit. So every time a New Brunswick resident puts $1 of investment into a local business, they get 50 cents off of their provincial taxes. This has been an incredible stimulant to start moving people into local investment. It's so powerful that the state of Michigan in the United States recently introduced this kind of tax credit into their state legislature. So what does this all mean for Korea and for localization in Korea? What I think it means is crowdfunding is not enough. You need to think about ways of expanding crowdfunding, about making it easier and more understandable for the average Korean to think about putting money into Korean businesses. And you need to mobilize hundreds of thousands of local businesses in Korea to start raising capital this way from their customers. But you also need to start thinking about creating local stock markets where people can trade these securities so there is what we call liquidity in the marketplace. You need to think about how to create local investment funds so that people who don't have a lot of time to spend on local investing activity have more options, and they can put money into, say, a fund dealing with food businesses in Seoul, and they will know that a good manager has vetted the businesses in that fund and is going to take care of their investment. You also want to make it easier for people in Korea to take the money in their pension funds, whether it's government-run pension funds, or perhaps you too can have the possibility of running pension funds yourself and then being able to put that money into local business. These are the kind of reforms that are essential to start creating the level of localization that we need in our economies. Here is the bottom line. You cannot have a localized future unless you localize your capital markets. And taking the lessons of North America, the lessons of the United States and Canada, and applying those to Korea, I think would be an essential step for your creating a local future that is not only beautiful, but also a future that is prosperous, a future that is good for your communities, a future that is consistent with climate justice. I want to close with a quote from one of my favorite old wise people, Francis Bacon. And Francis Bacon said, "Things that have never been done never will be done, except by means that have never yet been tried." My friends, thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussion at our conference.
지금까지 경제학자이신 마이클 슈만
So we have listened to the lecture by Mr. Michael Schumann on the importance of local investment with a focus on the North American case. It was a great insight for Korea. Thank you very much for the great presentation.
두 번째 연사를
Now we will listen to the second presentation for session 2. It will be by Na Sang-yoon, Chief Director of People and Space.
시민 자산
He will talk about the case of assetization for the Gangso People Hall construction project. It's a great pleasure to meet with you. I am Na Sang-yoon, the Chief Director for a cooperative named People and Space. I live nearby Gimpo Airport in Gangso District, and we have been trying to build a Gangso People Hall through assetization, and we set up a cooperative for this project, and I'm the chief director of that. We talk about clothing, food, and residence. So residence is closely related to survival and lives of people. Whether it's a home or office, in the society we always need space. But the problem is that land and building are real estate. It's a product which has inflicted a lot of pain. So we were thinking about ways to overcome this pain, not individually, but together as a cooperative. It goes same with individuals, but in any organization, when you engage in social activities, there are difficulties. Like, people are the ones who work, so there should be larger amount of personal expenditures, but more money goes into renting or leasing space. Of course, if you're a public organization or a government agency, the story could be different, but if you're in social activities, I think the story goes the same. So we have to put a lot of consideration in how to pay the cost. There's one problem of how much rent you're going to pay, and there's another problem of the law. You were able to keep the space for 10 years before, but now you can keep it for only 5 years, so there's the issue of relocation. So facing these challenges, we decided to come up with an alternative. So this is the current situation of how we are using this space. The biggest challenge that we faced was the expensive rent, but another was that the space was saturated. We needed more space somewhere else. It was not just about expanding or leasing another floor, but we decided to buy a building. That was the start of our discussion. I believe what the expected benefits of buying a building would be, so let me skip this part. So in the beginning, we were at the Gangso and Yangcheon People House. It was launched in 2015 and has been operated for about 6 years. And in about 2 years, the owner of the building changed and the building was remodeled. And the owner said, we want you out. So we thought about, well, sitting in and protesting, but the owner was reasonable enough, and through a dialogue, we were able to keep the building for another 5 years, fortunately. But that was the trigger that let us think about buying a new building. We thought it's just a matter of time that we get evicted again. So from 2016, we decided to find ways to buy a building. As you know, buildings are very expensive. That building you see is about 6 billion won, but 5 years ago it was only 3 billion won. So it would have been better if we purchased that building at that time. But anyway, a building is very expensive and we thought it's not something we can do ourselves. So we decided to gather more groups or organizations. So inside the People House, there was another organization called the Gangsa I-Coop and the Bread, Rose and Bookstore organization. So we talked with them and decided that we'd buy a building together for a synergy effect. At the time, we were also sharing this lease so we could divide the rent into 3 pieces. And sometimes the office was empty in the daytime. And thanks to Gangsa I-Coop and another organization, even in the daytime, the office was used. So these are other synergy effects. And since we were engaged into various local activities when there were trainings or lectures, it was easy to cooperate with them because we were sharing an office space. So we decided, how about we buy a building together and set up a new organization for this. So that's why we came up with the steering committee. And we benchmarked various cases. For example, there was the Naru in Mapo district, and another shared space called Sharing in Gwangjin district. There was the Gwanak FM and Sihung Build. We found out there were various similar cases. And we thought Gwangjin district's model is the best for us to take, because they also set up an organization consisting of several different organizations buying a building together. So in the process, there were several challenges. And we met an opportunity to solve these challenges. The Seoul Metropolitan Government has a support center for local communities, and they run a project for assetization, and we were selected as the beneficiary twice. The center provided consultation on law, taxation, and funding, which really helped. Let me elaborate on that later on. So this was the process that we went through, and the cooperative was set up on May, and in August, the Ministry of the Interior and Safety issued a permit. When we were setting up this social cooperative, the members were not individuals, but corporate entities to speed up the administrative process. So it was the organization focused on corporate entities, and when everything is done, we decided to open up for membership for individuals as well. So we have the Gangsa I-Coop, Bread and Roses Picture Books Co-op, and the Training Center for Equal Society and Labor also came in to join us. Another organization recently also joined us, so now we have 5 organizations in this cooperative. While carrying out various discussions, we also conducted a SWOT analysis. The strength that we had was that we have a long history in the local community, and we have a broad network with cooperatives, labor unions, and civil groups. And secondly, the 3 initial organizations spent 3 years together, so we had a sense of trust among us. For example, when a man and a woman gets married, they go through a lot of conflict in the beginning. So we went through that trial and error in the beginning, so we were very good partners at this point already. And I also mentioned that we received consultation from the Seoul Metropolitan Government Support Center. Well, we didn't have any experience owning an asset. And secondly, this asset was to be owned by several organizations that led to a lot of legal challenges. We had to think a lot about that. And Daum, a law firm, provided consultation. They told us the optimal form of a corporate entity for us. And they told us a social cooperative is the best way to go. And as we were purchasing real estate, we realized the perspective toward real estate is very important. It's not just about the price or value. So we asked an outside organization for a review, and we focused on one building, but it was sold, so we can't buy that. And there was a lot of tax related. If a company of less than 5 years buys a property inside Seoul, it's double taxed. So we had to pay like 240 million won. But thanks to the Seoul City, there was an ordinance for tax reduction. So the tax was gone down to about 180 million. So if we didn't have this information, it would have been very difficult to choose a building and the form of our company. So we were focusing currently on a 5-story building. It has some basement floor, one basement floor. And because this is a community space, it should be shared by the local residents. And of course, we need cost. So we were thinking about a capital of 2.5 to 2.7 billion, but thanks to the addition of a new organization, we have about 3 billion. So including the tax and expenditure, this is our cost structure. So how are we going to finance this? The 3 organizations decided to pay about 50 million won. But with the new addition of another organization, we now have 250 million won additionally, so we have about 800 million won. And when you get a loan, there's the issue of interest. And monthly, we needed about 10 million won monthly. So how are we going to pay this? We did a simulation. The rent is about 4 million won right now. And when we built the building, we thought maybe we could earn some money from this and we can pay the 10 million won every month. So that's why I decided to go for it. So our goal was to buy a building at the second half of this year, and if we fail, we decided we just dissolve this organization, but due to COVID, the process is being postponed. So regarding financing, of course, money is the most important element, and financing is a great challenge. We thought a lot about lending, but it was not easy to get a loan as a newly incorporated cooperative, and the interest rate is very high. So we had to rely on policy fund. The Seoul Metropolitan Government has a financing project and financial support programs. So if you can utilize these policy funds, you can reduce some of your capital required and reduce the interest rate. But if you are to get a loan from the bank, it will be very challenging. So I hope these support could be expanded in the future. And also the issue of taxation and legal aspects. It's very difficult to approach as an individual organization. So maybe a social financing organization or centers could be actively involved in these processes. From last year, for about 2 years, we have been discussing this very hard, and I've introduced that to you until now. And one more thing, the People's House was built in 2016, and the rent that we paid in 6 years was about 200 million won, a lot. So in a year, it's about 30 million won. So if the interest rate is about 3%, it's tantamount to getting a loan of 1 billion won. So if we had a little more money and bought that building at the time, I believe the property, well, its value had doubled, so we would have made a lot of money. But the real estate problem is very serious for not just individuals, but also social cooperatives. And financing is a great issue where the government could play more role. Thank you very much for listening.
나상윤
Thank you very much, Mr. Na, for sharing your case in Gangseogu province. Thank you for the detailed explanation about your journey and the problems you face. So thank you so much for your frank and wonderful presentation. Next, Mr. Lee Kyung-ho will present from Doham Law Firm lawyer. In order to stop the spread of COVID-19, he's joining us with video conference. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to session 1. This is Lee Kyung-ho, a lawyer in Doham Law Firm. Thank you so much once again for inviting me, and I apologize for not being able to join you in person. As I mentioned, I work in a law firm which supports co-op, social companies, and social ventures. We provide legal assistance and legal consultation to them. So let me talk about the need for organization, for community assetization. When you're actually conducting community assetization, the first question you face is who the main entity of community assetization is. So who would be the owner of the space? Depending on the legal entity, the ownership structure and the scope and amount of asset will be different. So in today's presentation, I would like to talk about the organization for community assetization, characteristics and limitations of each organizational model, and major consideration points to decide the organization type. And based on that, for those of you who are considering community assetization, I hope to give you meaningful information and insight. So, this is a legal understanding of community assetization. It is making spaces necessary for citizens that have value and that will be preserved as a community assets. So people who own the space can make decision. And there are methods for assetization. First is purchase or lease. And second is donation from a donor. And the third method is trust from the government, local government, or private citizens. So in my presentation, I would not dwell on this. I will just talk about the ownership form of the asset. When you're doing assetization, if you look at the asset ownership type, let me focus on buildings here. There are participants in the assetization. There are Party A and Party B. So Party A or B can be individual, groups, or legal entity. So A and B directly owns the asset in terms of equity. It can be joint ownership or total ownership.
자산의 각 부분을 구분해서 소유하는
Sometimes there is partitioned ownership, where party A and party B gets the partitioned part of the asset. This is direct ownership. And let me move on to the another form. So each participant, the participants establish a separate vehicle, and through that vehicle, they own the asset indirectly.
그 자산 소유 형태를
So this is a comparative review of asset ownership type.
먼저 공동 소유의
First is joint ownership.
민법상 조합의 소유 형태인데
It is under the civil law,
법인격이
and this is not a corporate entity. So it can be dissolved by terminating the partnership contract. So it is not that sustainable. And in terms of financing and getting support from the government, it is not so easy. So this is the limitations. And the second is partitioned ownership. Each owner of the partitioned ownership
자기가 소유한
can dispose of their portioned ownership property part. So it may go against the initial purpose.
대부분의 자산화 주체들이
So most entities do not have legal entity status. So in that case, financing in a large scale will be very difficult, and the ownership is not owned to the main entity, so the stability goes down in this case. So they are establishing vehicles, separate vehicles for indirect ownership.
자산화를 위한 별도의 법인을
And when you're establishing a vehicle,
소유하는 별개로 단체 자체의 법인격이 인정이 되기 때문에
it is recognized as legal entity. So it can make legal matters easy and simple. And the organization
해결하거나
can enter contracts or register under their organization name.
상대방의 입장에서도
And for the other party of the contract,
이게 명확해지기 때문에
the rights are clearer when they have a vehicle. So this eases the contract and transaction. To effectively achieve the goal of community assetization, smooth financing and clear relationship of rights are essential. Therefore, rather than owning directly, establishing a vehicle is more recommendable so that the vehicle can directly own the asset.
그렇다면 이 별도 비크를 만든 다음
So, when you establish a vehicle, what kind of legal entity should it be?
다음으로는
So, let me move on to different organizational models of those vehicles to help you understand what type of models are recommendable for you.
조직 모델의
So these are the types of organization models. There are profit-making, non-profit organizations. And there is also a charitable trust, although it is not legal entity. Profit-making corporations are under commercial law, and it encompasses companies, and there is cooperatives. And for non-profit organizations, they're under civil law. There are corporations aggregate and foundations. And one of the example of for-profit companies include incorporated companies. Incorporated company is the most commonly used type of joint enterprise. Incorporated companies can have various types of financing, and the public sector participation is very easy.
다만 이제 한계도 있습니다.
But there are certain limitations.
이게 이게 부여가
There is difficulty in democratic decision making because it awards voting rights depending on capital investment, which is quite different from other type of legal entities. And there is a concern of being recognized as a for-profit organization that cares about profit. And this is cooperative. It is an organization aimed to achieve certain business goal, which is similar to incorporated companies, but it has public purposes. But at the end of the day, it is a business organization that allows dividends for the member. So it is considered as a for-profit organization. It allows democratic decision making because it allows one vote per person, but at the same time, it can reduce the efficiency of decision making. And there is a limitation of investment per person, which is 30%, making financing difficult. So this is a chart comparing cooperative and an incorporated company. And this is non-profit organizations that are for academic, religious, and charitable organizations that pursue public goods. So it can be broadly divided into corporation aggregate and foundation. So corporation aggregation is a group of people who are united for a certain purpose, while foundation
사단법인 같은 경우에
has different purpose, and there are limitations of each type. For foundations and corporation aggregate, they need to get approval by the government authority, so achieving autonomy is difficult. And for corporation aggregate, it is one vote per one person, which means reduced efficiency in decision making. And for foundation, it is based on assets, and because they do not have the employees, and it depends on the investor's will to configure board of directors, so citizens cannot directly take part in decision making. And this is social co-ops, and they are non-profit entity, and members are the part of the cooperative, which is similar to corporation aggregate. However, for social cooperative, it is an organization for business, which is a little different. This is a charitable trust, which is the last type in terms of organizational form. It is aimed at public services. There are trust and trustee. The contract can be made between the trust and trustee, and there is no need to use organization. So procedures are very simple and convenient. But because there are no employees and the trust is operated by the trust judgment, citizens, just like corporation aggregate, cannot participate in decision making. And it is very difficult in ensuring autonomy because they need relevant authorities' supervision and control. So far, I have talked about the characteristics and limitations for each organizational model. And let me talk about major consideration when deciding an organization type. There are 5 considerations: goal of the corporation, decision-making structure, financing, establishment procedure, and tax burden. So let me take a deep dive into each items. First, the goal of the corporation. You can choose between profit-making and non-profit-making corporation. in community assetization is to secure the space for the citizens so that citizens can take the ownership and manage and maintain the property. So it distributes profits generated from business earning is not the main purpose. If you look at the direction and goal, non-profit co-op or corporation aggregate could be recommended, but it's not always that you should choose non-profit making corporation in terms of community assetization. You need to consider more various things or issues related to each type of organization. This is decision-making structure. General Assembly composed of members in the top decision-making organization, and there is General Stockholders Meeting, General Employees Meeting, and General Cooperative Members Meeting. And in the General Assembly, basic matters including the existence of corporation and management and appointment and dismissal of executives are handled. And General Assembly's decision can have great impact on corporations' operation. And the basis of decision-making lies in the method of awarding of voting rights. So this is decision-making structure for incorporated company. The right of voting is per stock, which means efficient management is possible through quick decision-making. And corporation aggregate and corporate cooperative provides the right of one vote per person. So democratic decision-making is possible, but promptness and efficiency may be compromised. So in the idea that citizens participate, it could be more democratic. But in terms of achieving the business goal, activity goal, sometimes they could pose challenges. So if people who do not adequately understand the business goal or shareholders who are just interested in assets, this would lead to unsuitable decisions for business goal. So you need to figure out those things before you introduce certain decision-making structure. In terms of financing, when you require a lot of fund, you need to focus on financing. In terms of incorporated company, you can think about various forms of stocks to attract investors, such as preferred share and redeemable share. It is a very well-known and widely used type. And compared to other organizations, fund borrowing from financial institutions are smoother in incorporated companies. And in the case of cooperative, they have democratic decision-making procedure, which is very good in terms of the characteristics of co-ops or citizens' participation. Borrowing from external source is not easy, however, but a variety of funds and loan products have recently been made possible. But still, it is a non-profit corporation, so it can get support from the state and local governments. So in the case of social cooperations, they can receive support from the central or local government. If you look at the bottom part, corporate aggregate,
유사하다.
they're quite similar with cooperative in some sense. And let me move on to financing through crowdfunding. Equity type crowdfunding for real estate business is prohibited. However, those real estate business where there is a need for smooth financing, it could be an exception and get allowed.
그래서 이 시민자사를 할 때 자금의 규모나
So you need to consider the amount of financing and the burden of repayment and stability of your financial structure to decide the financing structure. In terms of the ease of financing, incorporated companies have the advantage, but other organizations can also access certain support by the government, or you can use your buildings as collateral when you're getting loans. And this is the establishment procedure, which can be different in every case. You need to have a bidding, establishment report should be filed. If you don't have enough time, you need to consider certain type of organization. If you look at the time required for establishment procedure, for incorporated company, it is only 1 week on average. But for corporation aggregate and cooperative, you need to report to the government, which takes about 2 months. In the case of cooperative, it takes even longer, about 3 months. And you need to also consider tax burden. I won't elaborate on tax burden. So each type of a legal entity and region would have different tax policy or standards. So please refer to these when you're considering the type of organization. As we have seen so far, the goal of community assetization is to establish a shared space to ensure local values, and you need to select the right organizational type form that is suitable for that purpose and direction. I have explained about 5 considerations before you decide the type of your organization, such as the goal of your business and decision-making process, financing methods, and the right establishment period, and tax burden to ensure stability even after you acquire the property. So these kind of consideration must be taken. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
이경호 법무법인 변호사께서
Thank you, Mr. Kyung-ho Lee, for your presentation on the business model for community assetization. He talked about the characteristic and limits of different models and the guideline, 5 of them, in choosing these models.
방법들을 잘 제시를 해주셨습니다. 좋은 강연 감사합니다.
Thank you very much once again.
김선영
Next, we will listen to the presentation from Director Kim Son-young of Band Foundation Bureau. She's going to talk about the utilization of policy funds as a strategy for assetization.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good morning. My name is Kim Son-young from the Band Foundation Bureau.
저는 이제 제목을 저렇게 쓰기는 했는데요.
Well, you can see my title here, but previously, while listening to Mr. Na, I thought my presentation is more focused on capitalization rather than assetization. Because as he mentioned, for about 6 years, he paid a lot of sum for rent, which is used as expenditure. The expenses that should be rather accumulated as capital for social activities for the sustainability of our activities. So we need to think about how to sustain our activities in the long term, and one of the methods is holding an asset, a real estate property. I'm not an expert on this real estate aspect, and I'm not really experienced in the financial market as well. But I myself work as a social enterprise, as an activist. And from the beginning, I've been thinking a lot about the sustainability of our activities. While these social enterprises work, I thought it's very difficult to maintain these enterprises for a long time period while I get married and have children under the existing structure. And in 5 years' time, as an activist, I felt a lot of fatigue and exhaustion due to this structure, and came to this point where I work as an activist in social financing. Well, we operate a project called the Mutual Aid Fund starting from 2014. At that time, there was no term such as social financing in Korea, and the term social enterprise was not widely known at that time. It was very difficult to get a loan from banks as a social enterprises and an NGO. So we thought about another way to get funding. But it wasn't very easy to create that new channel. So we decided, let's do it ourselves. And that's why social economic enterprises decided to come up with a mutual aid fund where they could pay premiums and get a loan when needed. So this idea, of course, started out from 10 to 15 years ago by our seniors. In small or big ways, they have actually acted on this idea. So our case is not the first case. And in 2007, we saw the enactment of the Social Enterprise Support Act. And we started to see the social enterprises mushrooming around the nation. And there were a lot of companies experiencing difficulty in getting a loan over these years. So we started out as a company providing solution to these organizations. As of yesterday, we have about 270 enterprises participating in this fund, and the structure is simple. From a minimum of 100,000 won to 1 million won, enterprises pay a premium monthly. It's very difficult to be consistent, but depending on the size, they can choose the size of the premium as well. And when needed, they could get a loan from this fund. In the beginning, in 2014, we started with 150 million won, and in about 2020 July, the size grew to about 14 billion won. In the beginning, we could not provide a loan because we did not have any funds. We were just starting out. In 2015, we started lending, and in July this year, we lent a total of 16.6 billion and cumulative terms 19 billion won as of yesterday.
140억 정도 되지만 실제로 아까 사회적 기업들이 만든 돈, 납부한 돈은 한 40억.
The premium paid by social enterprises amount to 4.2 billion won, and most of the other amount comes from policy fund from the government.
기업들이 납부한 금액만으로는 한 42억 정도 됩니다. 그래서 그 대출의 규모가 아까 되게 심플하다고 그랬잖아요.
I mentioned the simple structure of our fund. So,
활용할 수 있는
depending on the premium that you have paid, you can get a loan.
외 상품은 뭐 개인 소액 대출 상품이 조금 있어요.
And there are other micro lending products
외 상품은 없이
as well.
운영해 왔습니다. 그랬던 것은 사실 저희가 그때 조성한 기금의 사이즈가 크지 않아서
I've mentioned that in the beginning the fund size was small, so
커다란 부동산의 자산화에 뭐
it was not enough to lend enough money for assetization or real estate purchase. Our lending was just mainly focused on emergency funds for business operation.
그리고 이제 다음 장을 보시면 네, 작년에서야 처음으로 조금 큰 규모의
And last year, for the first time, we came up with a larger sized lending product
프로젝트라고
that could last for about 5 years.
정도 조직들이 한 개 기업의 자기 운영 자금이 아니라 뭔가 지역
There are social enterprises that do not only
라고 했을 때에
run on their own capital and contribute greatly for a social good. Then they would have a lot of different organizations as members and could work in partnership with the local government. So in these cases, they need a lot of capital, at maximum 1 billion. So that's why we came up with this new product. It was not available from the beginning. It became available only after when we received a lot of policy fund from the government. In the initial stage, this product was only available in the Seoul area because the policy fund was to be used only within the Seoul area. But later on, we started to get funding from other agencies. While the balance is 14 billion won, but we're not a bank. So with only a few products of these large-sized loans, our funds would be run out very easily. So there are only few cases for this bigger loan product.
그래서 지금 이제 자산화를 고민하실 때 여기 나온 내용들은 어떻게 보면 굉장히
So when you think about buying a building or an asset, well, this is not that in-depth, but there would be a lot of considerations on what to start with. And I believe Ms. Song, who is the next speaker, well, there are a lot of social enterprises swaying in when they're trying to make a decision. So Ms. Song has been providing a lot of counseling for these enterprises, so her presentation could be more detailed.
때문에 실현이 안 되는데 이제 우리가 가늠할 수 있는 자산화의 규모라든지 이런 것들을 좀 생각해 봤을 때
So when you think about how much is the budget
중소기업이나
for a purchase suitable for your enterprise,
사무실이나 공장
well, there are SMEs that are trying to buy an office space or a factory. And it is suitable to start with a own fund of 20%, and the rest could be loaned from the bank or from a program run by the government. There are not many enterprises that own the capital that they require to buy an asset. They usually start with 20% of their own fund.
어떻게 고민을 해야 될 거냐면 그러니까 이게 이제 우리가 단체가 몇 개가 같이 모여서 혹은 한 개
Now let's say there are several organizations getting together to purchase an asset.
도 빼고
There are many ways to finance.
도 만들고
Maybe you could mortgage your asset or run a project, and let's say the organization is able to come up with 300 million won.
20%가 되는 총 예산은
So that would account for 20% of the total budget. Then the total budget, including bank loans or other support, could be 1.5 billion. But
나머지 부분들을 채워줄 수 있는
with only
대책자금과 그리고 우호적 사회적 금융들이 좀
15%
조금 양보해서
as your own capital,
15%가 되는
you could use about 85% of loans. In that case, you could
그런데
start with a budget of around 2 billion.
부채잖아요.
So the 85% is debt, and of course you will have to pay interest.
부채가 많은 만큼 이자도 점점 늘어나는 구조를
So as you reduce the portion of your own funds, the interest will grow.
가지고 시작한다면
So when you start with 10% of the total budget, it means 90% is borrowed.
월 300만 원, 450만 원, 675만 원.
So as you see at the bottom, the amount of interest will continue to grow from 3 million to 4.5 million to 6.7 million.
포털 사이트에 부동산 정보에 가서
So I went on a portal website and looked for a property. For an example, let's say you have a budget of 2 billion. Do you need to buy a building of 2 billion? No, because there are other expenses. So the building price should be about 70 to 75% of your total budget.
알아보셔야 될 겁니다. 그래서 20억이 아니라
So rather than 2 billion, you should look for a building priced at 1.5 billion. And you also need to consider various expenses.
그런 이유로 16억, 15억 정도
So here it says the building price is 1.6 billion, which is suitable for a budget of 2 billion. And by adding all these expenses, you get 2 billion. There's the acquisition tax and remodeling cost as well.
이제 일단은 저 앞에 20억은 매입을 할 때 필요한 비용이고 이것도
So the 2 billion is just for purchasing, and you need money for maintenance.
이제 저희는 임대를 주려고 하는 목적이 아니라 우리가
Generally, these enterprises buy the asset for their own use rather than renting the spaces out.
혹은 더 낸다라는 생각을 가지고 계셔야 될 거예요.
But you should know that you will be continuously paying the amount tantamount to your current rent because of these maintenance expenses, or it could be more.
그냥 최소한으로 고려해봐야 되는 비용의 구조들이 있을 겁니다.
So there is the cost structure that you need to consider.
아, 내가 한 달에 내야 되는
It's about calculation of the expenses and the profit that you could gain from the building.
깊이는 아니더라도
It doesn't have to be very in-depth, but you need a rough calculation of the expense and profit.
뭐 회계를 좀 공부해 보신 분이 있다라고
So if there's someone around you that has studied accounting or finance, maybe you could come up with an estimated balance sheet.
제가 그 건물을 가지고 한 건데요. 그 건물 자체는
Or link-
20억이라는 사업비를 들여서 1년에 수익
Profit loss
정도밖에 안 나오고
sheet. So the rate of return is only 2.4% for the case that I mentioned before. So of course you shouldn't buy a building like this. So always you need to keep in mind the sustainability of finance when you buy an asset. So the best way is to raise your income and lower the expenses. One good way to lower the expense is to get a loan with a lower interest.
것들은 최근에는 우호적으로
And recently,
우호적으로 이제 정책 자금들이
And recently, there are favorable policy funds provided to social enterprises, and the interest rate overall is very low these days.
30년에 추정된 거지.
This is the 30-year estimated balance sheet
가정들을 넣어서
and profit and loss statement.
가정에서
So this is just an example, but
만 해도
you could do a calculation by running simulations of different interest rates because the result could greatly differ. While the numbers itself may not mean much, but you need to just have a sense of what you're going to pay and earn. So this would really help.
시간이 좀 부족해서
I'm running out of time, so let me be quick.
소개드릴 만한 이제 정책 자금들이
So these are some policy funds that I would like to introduce to you. As Mr. Lee has mentioned previously, depending on the model of your organization or the area, there are different policy funds. And
이 자금들의 적절한 조합 이런 것들을 잘 해야 되거든요.
it's hard to combine different policy funds, and you also need to come up with the most optimal business model to get these funds. You could maybe need the inclusion of a different form of organization to get certain policy funds. So I know it's very difficult to make these decisions by yourselves and search information, but our enterprise could be of help in these areas. This is a list of organizations providing policy funds and their track record. So, in conclusion, the organizations involved in purchasing an asset must do a lot of research. If you say that you actually succeed in buying a building in 3 years from start of discussion, that's a great success. And if you believe that you're going to work with these organizations as partners for a long time, don't rush things. You need to just set a timeline and take things slowly and stably. And talking about money could be uncomfortable, but you need to be very frank and open about money. And if the members of this organization has lower income, of course you would want to borrow more, but that means higher interest. And if you're actively making income, it would be wise to use loans appropriately. And if you have a lot of cooks, there's a lot of conflict in the kitchen. So you need to come up with a strict rule or contract regarding the capital to avoid disputes and be wise in using policy funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim. Thank you so much for your presentation on how to utilize policy funds. Well, social economic funding is available in many types, and she talked about details on how to utilize them. Thank you so much once again. Let me move on to the next speaker, who is from Seoul Community Support Center. Let us welcome Ms. Sung Ji-young, who will talk about Seoul Community's assetization support cases and process. Ms. Sung is joining us through video conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sung Ji-young from Seoul Community Support Center. I'll talk about Seoul Community's assetization support cases and process. Let me thank you for inviting me in today's conference, and I send my apology for not being there in person. Let me begin my presentation. So we are providing support in terms of assetization, and let me talk about what kind of concerns people in the front line have, and let me also share about the process, including searching or exploration. So there are a lot of thinking and concerns related to assetization. What is assetization? It is about purchasing certain property or building. And what does it exactly mean? What do we need to do in order to assetize? And Actually, there is no one-size-fits-all model, so people wanted information or reference. They wanted to know about support policies in terms of assetization, what kind of support we have, Seoul Village Center, and what kind of organization offers what type of support to assetization. So why are we talking about assetization? So let me talk about the Seoul Community Spatial Support Policy. So step 1, we started with grassroots activity. We provided support for 3 resident activities in order to ensure sustainability and self-drivenness of the activities. We thought we need some space as a venue for certain activities. So in the beginning, we provided remodeling support for privately owned buildings, or in publicly owned building, we provided the venue to the people or commissioned or consigned a right to use the public space. And now we have moved on to strategy for residents-led sustainable space operation support. Because the importance of venue or place is increasing. Based on publicly owned places, citizens can use this area, use this place. In that case, because that property is owned by the government, so it is under Public Property Act. So there are certain limitations which makes resident-led initiative difficult to be achieved. Of course, the public sector or government is providing certain support that makes the operation more sustainable. And at the same time, when citizens lease certain place, in that case, they can sometimes are forced to be relocated because of lack of sustainability. So what are we attempting to achieve? Our goal is assetizing in order to make sure a village community organization owns or manages the spaces for community regeneration. And there are 2 types, ownership type and management type. In terms of management type, if sustainability can be ensured, that can lead to achievement of purpose. And in terms of ownership type, the assetization is done where resident organization owns the space. So there are many cases where resident organization own certain space to carry out their activity. So in our center from last year, we have been providing support in terms of assetization. There were many types, including consultation and explanation session, discussion, and etc. to provide revitalization and support for community assetization. And these are the pictures of community support center projects. So we are now evolving and developing our plans, enhancing our execution. As you have already heard from the previous speaker, I will skip this slide. And the next one is Have It Together Co-op in Mapogu. And there were certain legal lawsuits about the place they used, but so they wanted to own a place of their own. So we provided them support. We established funding planning and operation planning. And the assetization model of Have It Together is to engage more citizens through more fun marketing and promotion activities. And they were selected by the government, Seoul City government's support competition. So their plans in the last year will materialize in this year or the next year. And this is this year's project, which is the Commons 0099 Cooperative and Village Caring, to provide residential service to the people. So this is the assetization in the community. So through the process, we came across these questions about assetization process in the community space. So there are 4 processes in assetization. First is exploration or seeking. In this case, we're talking about ownership type assetization. So in order to solve a problem for a certain organization, they need to consider assetization. So they need to diagnose their situation and explore. And second process is execution. They need to come up with assetization plan based on professional consulting. And the third is execution. Based on the plans you have established in the previous stage, you need to execute, and you need to purchase property and compose a space. And even after you acquire the building or property, there could be some challenges that you face, and you need to ensure economic stability while maintaining the activity. So there are consideration points for assetization. First, organization. Second, resource. And the third is space. Organizations are the main entities to execute assetization, who also manages and operates the property. So they have to be in charge of managing resource, choosing properties. So there are 4 processes. So each process has 3 considerations. So these are, you can consider it as a set of questions in each stage. We do not have a detailed or standardized procedure for that, and this is not that linear yet. So in the plan making, if you have problems, you can go beyond. You can go to the procedure that is before that. So it is not so linear. So in the interest of time, I will just focus on exploration. As you can see in this chart, each organization would have different forms and sizes. You can be non-profit organization, non-profit corporation, or some individuals. When you consider assetization, you would think about a lot of factors like real estate prices. If you go back time, you think about the the amount of money you paid as a rent, and you think that, oh, I could have bought the building with the money I paid as rent and deposit. So that's where you consider assetization. So you need to consider three things: organization, resource, and space. So space is the first thing you need to consider. Well, you need to know exactly what it means to purchase a space. You need to think about the image, your own image with this space. Well, when I meet people seeking to assetize, they didn't really know what their direction and other organizations' directions were. So they need to think about their current problem, such as instability of the venue. They need to think about the cost. You might end up paying more money in terms of interest rather than the current rent price. So you need to be very accurate about calculation. So there are many types of ownership. You can maybe have a business model that utilizes empty houses. So you need to consider different types of assetization based on your current status. So you need to discuss internally about that. And you need to think about the conditions of the space to be assetized. There are certain local scope of areas that are the foundation of your activity. If you're focused on the parents of school children, your area of interest will be quite confined. And you need to also think about your location, the accessibility to public transportation, and etc. You need to think about those details when you're considering the building or property to be assetized. So you need to first address that before moving on. And the next one is resource. When you go to the field, we ask a lot of questions. How much is your profit and expenditure? But at the same time, how much resource, what kind of resource do you have? Well, they say we have this long history, we have this experience, and etc. But that asset are intangible assets. What we're interested is a tangible asset, which is a place, a venue. So rather than talking just about income or expenditure, we need to broaden our perspective to think about various resources that we can utilize. And the next one is organization. In the previous two steps, you can decide whether you assetize the property alone or in cooperation with other organizations. I believe Lawyer Lee already explained about it in detail. And depending on the legal structure of your organization, you may have different relationship of rights, and the amount or scope of funding could be different. And the next one is plan establishment step. So how can we put together and divide the joint capability and responsibilities? Sometimes we end up talking about the same thing every meeting. So we wanted to create an organization, not just the top people. we engage the working level people to talk about the details. We need to have a decision-making or deliberation structure to accelerate the decision-making. And we need to consider whether we need a separate vehicle. And space-wise, let's say you are multiple organizations, and you need to consider the inside of the building very carefully, and you need to choose candidate properties and compare them in terms of value and etc. And about resource, you need borrowed capital. You need to choose between private and public capital. And you need to also think about expenses like fees, taxes, or others. So you need to think about those in advance so that you can come up with the right amount of loan. And as I have mentioned before, you need to decide on the organizational type. So when you decide it, you need to execute. You need to decide whether to purchase certain properties and etc. So please refer to the slide for your information. So this is execution of assetization strategy. So what kind of costs or expenditures are required? How much fund do we need? And how do we finance them? So these are the details that you need to think about. And we're applying for a loan, you need to be able to explain that to the lender. And this is the success status. And actually, success is not a final destination. It is rather a continued journey. And before you actually move in, there are remodeling. And even though after you move into the building, you need to stably operate the building. And you need to ensure democratic governance of the property. So this is a long-term consideration. So far, I talked about our support projects. Well, there were some fruits, but there are still challenges. We are providing consultation to satisfy on-site demand. And I also share best case examples, best practices. But at the same time, we do it based on respect for local community entities. We try to identify consideration points in assetization and development process. We provide peer consulting, and we also establish expert tool and advisory group. But in order to provide the right help, we need to customize our support, and we need to provide more comprehensive policy fund. And we also need to disclose plans and information to the public. And accessibility is also important. In the mid and long-term perspective, all types of ownership can lead to revitalizing the community. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Song, for that great presentation. He talked about the assetization of a village in Seoul. And she also explained strategies that we should take in assetization very well. Now we have listened to the total of 5 presentations and move on to the discussion.
그 1세션 사회적 공동 지역 자산화의
Social finance methods to apply to community assetization was the theme for session 1, and we have listened to all 5 presentations.
토론은 이제 두 분이 현장에서
We had
해주셨고요.
2 speakers that spoke here offline, and the rest of them, the 3 people, will join us through this for the discussion online. So, do we have Ms. Song and Mr. Lee via Zoom? And
발표를 맡으신
also,
슈만
we will invite Mr. Schumann, our first presenter, joining us for the discussion online.
안녕하세요.
Good morning.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good morning.
지금 다섯 분의 토론이 있었는데 그동안 발제가 있었는데 그 내용을
So,
먼저
based on the presentations,
이 자리에 참석하신 고은아 전주 지역 자활센터장께서
Ms. Gona will talk about her impression on listening to the presentation. It's a pleasure to meet with you. My name is Una Ko, one of the panelists for today's discussion. Thank you for the presentations. Let me briefly talk about my impression from these presentations. So when we talk about assetization in Korea, it's about the citizens in the local community buying land or a building for local ownership, make it an asset to contribute as a form of a community space to enable sustainable local development or to create a local community. So, assetization currently is focused on the ownership of real estate. And when we talk about real estate, in the background is the heritage or culture, residential area for the local people, and gentrification that we should all consider. There are more social enterprises going out to buy assets, but I think this consideration is not enough.
그래서 우리 지금 현재 그 부동산의 문제를 지역사회에 있는 사회적 부동산의 문제로만 보고 있지 않나 하는 아쉬움이 좀 있어서
So,
이런 부분에 대한
due to this lack of consideration,
어떻게 접근해야 되는지에 대한 근본적인
I was wondering about how we are going to facilitate a review on these aspects. May I ask questions?
그러면 질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
I also have some questions.
전주에서 살고 있잖아요.
I live in Jeonju,
그러다 보니까 지금 현재 우리 시민 자산화 정책이 중앙정부 중심으로 가고 있지
and the assetization policy is led by the central government, it seems. So,
한다고 한다면
let's say we need local policies for assetization.
고민해야 될 방법은
Then what are the aspects that we need to consider primarily in this aspect?
마이클 슈만 경장께서 좀 한 말씀
May I ask Mr. Schumann to answer this question, and
Sure.
it could be followed by other presenters as well.
Yes. Well, I can talk a little bit about the ways in which American cities are thinking about strengthening the local economy by facilitating more local investment. And there's a couple of things that cities are doing. The first is cities are thinking about how to move their banking to locally owned banks or credit unions, which enables those banks and credit unions to then lend more money to local businesses. That's being done by the cities of Tucson and Phoenix. Another example is that cities are putting information on their official websites about what are companies that are available for local investment, what are the tools that are available for local investment, and how can we facilitate more discussions between local investors and grassroots companies. Another thing that cities are thinking of doing in the United States is setting up their own investment funds. I'm on a committee advising the county where I live, Montgomery County, Maryland, and today we were talking about possibly creating a countywide fund that would support small businesses during the COVID period, but then inviting grassroots investors to add money into the fund. So the fund would be started by the county rather, partially funded by the county, but then you would bring in lots of private money to help finance businesses through this pandemic. So those are some of the examples.
Thank you very much for your good opinion. Actually, we don't have much time, so let us welcome Mr. Lee Kyung-ho and Sung Ji-young for their comments about that and continue our discussion.
네, 말씀해 주신 것처럼
Well, as was mentioned in Korea, a lot of things are driven by the central government.
말씀하신 것처럼 지역에서
So,
고민을 해야 될 부분 각각의
something
지역의
should be decided by the local community based on their culture and diversity in terms of community assetization.
발제해드렸던 것에서도
So in my presentation, I explained about assetization, what type of assetization is required. Major considerations included 5 things: the purpose of the legal entity, and the decision-making procedure and method, how to finance, and when you are establishing the organization, you need to think about the tax and tax for operation. You need to consider that in assetization. And as I mentioned, community assetization is to establish a place for regeneration of the community by ownership of the building or property. So you need to choose the right type of organization to do that. Thank you very much, Ms. Sung. Yes. We need more comprehensive policy and support. I'm sorry for my voice. Well, we need to consider the identity of the local community at the same time. When we think about the concept and basis of the assetization, we are focused too much on the market. We cannot differentiate ourselves with the speculators sometimes. So if you look at the success cases of assetization, it is important to create success stories, but more important is to create a resilient ecosystem to really come up with real regeneration. We need comprehensive assetization. We need legal structure, changes. And in terms of financing, even though it is public fund, there are lendings involved and even in private sector finance industry, they do not have great awareness on those kind of assetization. So financing channels are very limited for community assetization. So we need to consider that comprehensively to address the issue. But locality itself is very important. So it is not black and white. It needs to be done simultaneously. Everything should be considered simultaneously. And sometimes, if a certain value is leaked from the community in terms of gentrification, so in that case, the government needs to provide support in that case.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
현장에 계시는 나상 이상자님의
Now let me ask Mr. Na, who is here with me. Well, we don't have much time,
슈만 선생님이 발제하신 내용을 들으면서
but while listening to the presentation by Mr. Schumann, I felt a lot of difference between Korea and the US. Because we don't have a lot of funds in Korea, and we're not very used to crowdfunding, so using that as a method for financing is not really something that we're familiar with here.
말씀하셨는데 사실은 서울 같은 경우에도
And
지역으로 지정될 경우
in fact, if Seoul is designated as an urban regeneration area, there's a lot of support, but that is a paradox. As soon as it is designated, the property price skyrockets, and there's another case of gentrification there. And there was a mentioning about assetization being too much focused on buying a real estate, but here we have various organizations involved that involve a lot of people as well. So I think we will need about 2 to 3 years discussion to expand the scope of assetization and also contribute to expanding community. So I think assetization is meaningful in this way. And lastly,
사실은 저희가 이제 이런 시도를
these new attempts that we are making,
하는 시도 중에 한 부분이거든요.
we are at the very front
보니까 이렇게 굉장히 정보
of these new attempts. So access to information or support is very difficult. So if we succeed, I think I will come up with a material for reference so that the latecomers could read them and gain some tips. So I think information sharing is essential.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
그러면은 우리 김선영 사무국장
So, Ms. Kim Sun-young,
그 지금 중앙에서 어떻게 보면 약간 전체적으로 정책을 끌고 가는
So the central government is actually the driver for all these policies. That is true.
모델이라는 것들이 좀 나오려면
And for appropriate or suitable models to come up, we need more stakeholders, the local governments and the private sector and the conventional financial institutions getting together and coming up with new models that could spread nationwide. But until now, the concept assetization is quite new and the model is also in its initial stage.
고요. 이제 저희가 뭐 제가 잘 아는 부분이 결국에는 자조기금 공제기금이라서 그럴 수는 있는데 지역에서 결국에
I focused on mutual aid funds, but
않으면 남의 돈만 가지고는 하기
if the local area does not come up with their own capital or fundraising methods, there could be a lot of limits. So in that sense, we need to start creating mutual aid funds in the local area so you could raise some capital.
설득하기도 좋고
And that could be used as the foundation to persuade the local government to provide support and the financial institutions. So mutual aid funds could be a very good start.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
thank you very much for your input.
고은아 센터장님께서도
Ms. Ko,
질문이 있다고 하시죠.
she says she has a question, so let us hear her question and try to answer the question. Well, this is one more question.
지금 전주시에서
In Jeonju City, we have a social value fund that is being established aimed at 2 billion, raising 2 billion Korean won. When we're using it, what consideration do we need to have in using the fund? What do we need to consider in using the fund? Could you name the speaker you want to answer from? Well, Ms. Kim, because she's operating such fund.
지자체 기금은 아직 활용해보지 못했고
I'm not used to the funds for other local governments. I've been involved in the fund for Seoul area. Well, if you have a local fund,
지금 정책 자금의 금리도 좀 많이 낮아진 편이고
well, the interest rate for policy funds has decreased a lot, and starting from 2008, for social economic enterprises, a lot of funds have been flowing in from various government agencies as a special policy fund. So, putting priority on these funds
그 기금들은 우선 일반적인 운영 자금에 사용하실 수 있을 것 같고요.
could be
지자체 기금은 이렇게
a way for running your operation.
4년 전과 다른 상황에서는 조금 더 자기 영역을
And since we have more funds, I think local government should have their specialty in coming up with these funds. For example, there is the issue of suitable or appropriate way of matching these funds to enterprises. We see that in Gyeonggi Province and Hwasong City. The matching ratio is about 1:1 or 1:2. So the local fund and local intermediary need growth that should require more support from the local government. And there will be issues, different issues in different local areas. For example, you have the problem of the elderly or the underprivileged. So if the local government has a pending issue, rather than offering subsidies like in the past, they should think about coming up with a social fund, a policy fund, to be used as a basis for getting more loans from the private sector, and bank funds and funds created by non-government actors could also be used in combination. That could greatly help the growth of social enterprises.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
발제자분들께서 또
Well,
의견이나
presenters can also freely state their opinion or ask question
원활하게 진행됩니다.
to enrich the conversation.
그러면은 일단 그 유튜브 채팅 내용을 제가
So let us look at the chats in the YouTube. Mr. Park Chang-ho mentioned
굉장히
he liked the presentation by Michael Schumann.
경제를 살리는
He said social finance funding is very important. He said he wants that to be revitalized. Well, Mr. Schumann, you heard from Korean presenters about social finance and assetization and etc. What's your opinion on that? And
다섯 가지 제안을
you suggested 5 things in your presentation. Any words for Jeonju City?
Well, I think the social finance approach is quite interesting. But here is one point I would like everyone to consider, which is that every locally owned business is a social enterprise. We often call businesses that focus, very specifically on the poor or the homeless, those are social enterprises. But in fact, all locally owned businesses contribute to society in very important ways. And that's why I think it's very important to think broadly about how to create community finance mechanisms. And one of the questions that I have for Mr. Gung-ho Lee, the attorney, is he laid out several different types of companies, a private enterprise, a cooperative enterprise, a social cooperative enterprise, a nonprofit. In the United States, we make it easy for nonprofits to create investment funds, but we don't allow the other kinds of companies easily to create investment funds. In Canada, they allow co-ops to be investment funds, which is very helpful, and it's easier for private companies to become investment funds. So what does he see as the prospect for liberalizing the ability of all of these types of companies to become investment funds?
네, 질문 잘 들었고요.
Thank you very much for your question. As you mentioned, in the United States, non-profit organizations can become investment fund.
활성화되어 있다고 알고 있습니다.
That is my understanding. In the case of Korea,
회사들에 대한 투자도 용이하고
investment for incorporated company is easy, and investment fund establishment is not difficult for for-profit companies. But in our law, investment for non-profit organization is limited. For instance, investing in corporation aggregated, and it is also very difficult for them to establish or own for-profit organization because traditionally Korea had a problem of 재벌, conglomerates. The government wanted to regulate them so that the government, the conglomerates do not enter the area. So there needs to be some changes in regulation in Korea. Thank you very much. Mr. Schumann, do you want to, did he answer your question?
Yes, he did. Thank you.
그러면은 오늘 그 1섹션 사회적 금융 시민 자산의 중심 방안에
Then,
지지한 발제와 토론을
until now we had a presentation session and discussion for session 1. So,
오늘 받았던 소감 그리고
before we wrap up, I would like to ask for any advice for Jeonju or your impression about this session. And lastly, I would like to ask the closing remark by Mr. Schumann. So first, I would like to ask Mr. Na for your comments. It was a very impressive discussion in this difficult time, so it's a lot of fun. So Jeonju, as I heard of, is trying to create a new fund. From the perspective of assetization, Jeonju has lower real estate prices compared to the capital area. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you have more leeway in utilizing this fund because of the lower property price. And in terms of strengthening local government's authority, a fund could be helpful, but the government would have land that they own. Maybe you could lease them for a long time period to social enterprises. So I hope we could see more efforts in that area going forward.
Thank you. Ms. Song Ji-young, do you have a final comment?
저도 이어서 말씀 받아서
Well,
말씀드리면
let me add on his comment.
들어온다고 했습니다.
Well, when we have a policy fund, the size of the fund is important, but the sequence of the fund is also very important. So not just in Jeonju, when we're establishing projects, we need to consider the demands in the field. We need communication to find the demands of the field more accurately. So this was a very unique chance to communicate today. Well, I was very happy to meet all of you. We in our center are operating a forum of communication every year, so let's communicate continuously. Thank you.
자, 전주 지역 자원센터장님
Next, Ms. Go.
네, 오늘 시민 자산화 토론을 통해서
Through this discussion on assetization,
먼저 자조 기금을 만들 수 있는 방법.
I hope we could derive new ways to create a self-help fund for the citizens of Jeonju. It was a great inspiration. It was a great honor to be a part of this. Thank you.
고맙습니다. 자, 마지막으로
Lastly, Mr. Kyung-ho Lee.
네, 이런 의미 있는
Well,
어제와 토론회 현장에
thank you so much for inviting me.
아쉬움이 있고요.
I am very sorry I couldn't attend in person.
기존의 지역의
Well, it is about community. We need to think about the existing asset, existing properties, how better to utilize those assets. We need additional consideration for that. And we need citizens council or co-ops. That kind of organizations need to play more role in assetization in the future. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank
지금
you.
아마 마이클 슈만은
And Mr. Schumann, I think it would be about 11 p.m. there?
11:30. Yes. So thank you very much for including me. I learned a lot. And what I would like to just end with is an observation about how much of the assetization conversation here is focused on real estate. And really 3 points I'd like to make. One is that in the United States, in the 4 years of crowdfunding, it has shifted from crowdfunding of business to crowdfunding of real estate. Because with business, you can lose everything. With real estate, you more or less can retain the value. I heard someone say earlier that crowdfunding in Korea does not allow crowdfunding for real estate. And that seems like an obvious thing that can be fixed to facilitate assetization. Second point that I would make is that there's another form of ownership that we really didn't talk about that we use a little bit in the United States and Europe, and that's called land trusts, community land trusts, where a nonprofit owns the land, but then houses on the land are owned by individuals. And by owning the land permanently in the community, you keep the housing permanently affordable. It's a model that I think is worth looking at. Third is we really didn't talk about how Koreans can think about investing their pension funds in all of these good assetization activities. And my challenge to you is to think about what are the changes in law that you need to convert all of that money that's held for your retirement into all of these good projects you're doing in your community. Thank you.
네, 그 마이클 슈만 경제학
Well,
마지막으로
Mr. Schumann talked about crowdfunding, how to expand it, and community land trust as a form of community ownership. So thank you so much for your valid opinion. Thank you so much for your attention for a long time. And we had a fruitful discussion on assetization. Let us thank the 4 speakers and 1 discussant. Thank you very much. This concludes session 1 of the International Conference of Economics of Happiness, and we will resume in 1 hour and a half. And let us meet at session 2 on local food at 2 p.m. KST. Thank you very much for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat.
그러면 제2 섹션을 시작하도록
We will
하겠습니다.
start session 2 of International Conference on Economics of Happiness. Did you enjoy lunch?
저는 이제 제2 섹션
Well, this is Han Dong-sung, moderator of session 2. I'm a professor of Jeonju University.
이제 저희 세션도 마찬가지로 1세션도 마찬가지로
In session 2, we will have 2 hours for presentation and discussion. In our session, we have 3 speakers. From Australia, Mr. David Holmgren is here with us today, and Mr. Lee Eun-soo is also here, and Mr. Hong Myung-hee, Catholic Farmers Association Jeonju Parish Secretary General, is here with us today. While preparing for this session, we thought how we can circulate local food here in Jeonju, a city of culinary culture. So we thought about how to make food more local and healthy. In preparing for the session, I would appreciate your participation, and please feel free if you have any questions. So let us welcome David Holmgren for his presentation. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
It's a pleasure to be recording a presentation for the Economics of Happiness conference in Jeonju. I understand Jeonju is a place where local food traditions have contributed to awareness of the potential for food as a foundation for relocalized economies. I am speaking to you from Hepburn in the heart of the Mineral Springs district of central Victoria, 120 kilometres from Melbourne, Australia. Our community is a place where we've made small beginnings in this same direction, driven by passion about farming and food culture. This presentation draws strongly on my focus in this bioregion to show how permaculture design thinking can further contribute in weaving together the threads necessary for a relocalised food system. Hopefully you will be able to translate from the Australian context to very different landscapes and cultures where you live and work. My writing, designing and teaching about permaculture over more than 4 decades has strong parallels and crossovers with many of the themes in this conference. So what is permaculture and how can it help us design relocalised food systems? It's about people and food. It's about working with nature. It's about energy and materials. And it's about community. But in its essence, it's a design system for sustainable living and land use. It's based on universal ethics and design principles. It's also a grassroots and international movement of practitioners, designers, and organisations. And for many people, it's an empowering response to environmental and social crisis. The core and foundation of permaculture are the ethics, care of earth, care of people, and fair share. In different ways, these were common to all traditional cultures of place, but are largely absent in economies dominated by globalised capitalism. The 12 design principles are thinking tools to allow us to adapt and hybridise the best of multiple traditions and modernity while we discard the dangerous and dysfunctional aspects of globalised industrial culture that are progressively destroying well-being and nature. I believe these design principles will be most powerful in futures of less energy and resources, whether that comes about by design or necessity. Permaculture and derivative concepts such as transition towns and retro-suburbia differ from more mainstream sustainability concepts in many ways. The view of the future is one of energy descent, whether by planned degrowth or breakdown, where a combination of resource depletion, climate change, and other impacts of globalised industrial systems lead to a future of less resources and energy, while mainstream sustainability assumes a techno-stability, if not a techno-explosive future of continuous growth. The primary goal of permaculture is to build resilience to that assumed future, and while ameliorating the impact of past damage. Whereas mainstream sustainability is focused on ameliorating the impact of a future of growth. The primary strategy in permaculture is to rebuild localised parallel systems from the bottom up, more than to reform existing globalised systems from the top down. The processes used are primarily self-organising, practical, cultural and spiritual, more than policies, planning and economics. And there is a stronger focus on biological and behavioural systems more than the built environment and technology. Of course, there are crossovers and complementarities in these different approaches, but these differences are important to keep in mind when considering any vision for and activism to rebuild localised food systems. The most universal application of permaculture has been the redesign, retrofitting and revaluing of garden farming, where householders provide a substantial proportion of their perishable food as part of the household and community non-monetary economy. Although garden farming is only one part of the permaculture vision, I believe its reinvigoration is fundamental to rebuilding diverse, resilient and relocalised food systems. Gardening, to provide our food and other needs, is a politically powerful act in affluent societies where most people are totally dependent on earth-destroying ways of providing their daily needs. As well as food security in increasingly uncertain times, permaculture-designed gardens using organic methods contribute to maintaining our health and that of the earth by conserving precious water, energy and other resources. Most important, permaculture-designed gardens restore and nurture the life in the soil, which is the fundamental expression of our love of the earth and the foundation for future health and abundance. In the Australian context, where most people live in low-density settlements, garden farming has the potential to supply a very significant proportion of our diet. While monetary transactions dominated by corporations and governments prevail in the globalised monetary economy, the crisis-driven transformations currently underway are likely to radically shrink the size of the monetary economy, while growing the non-monetary and informal economies at the household and community level. While these transformations will involve pain and suffering, they also offer unprecedented opportunities to build localised degrowth economies from this non-monetary base, at least as effectively as can be achieved by reform of the monetary economies. I believe governments will continue to support and further subsidise large-scale globalised food systems dominated by corporations as the energy descent crisis intensifies. This is one of the defining characteristics of my brown tech future scenario. However, this difficult context will still provide opportunities to rapidly grow alternative systems in the shadows of the old that complement ongoing efforts to reform globalised systems. My Retro Suburbia book and strategy uses this context to help energise the household and community non-monetary economies in Australia and similar countries with low-density residential living patterns. Published and printed in Australia in 2018, this 600-page book has sold over 10,000 copies at $85. Since the pandemic, the online edition has been released on a pay-what-you-feel basis, and this has been accessed by thousands more. And the Retro Suburbia Facebook community, which was growing slowly to 5,000 over the last 2 years, doubled in 1 month to over 10,000. Retro Suburbia is just one indicator of the resurgence of household and community non-monetary economies that happen in times of crisis and contraction of monetary economies. So why suburbia? Suburbia is where the majority of Australians live and the place where many have some knowledge and experience of gardening. It's where a critical mass of people needed for community networks and economic exchange occur more than in rural areas. There is enough available space, soil and sunlight to grow food, raise small livestock and engage in other activities to sustain and maintain household and community economies. There is the ability to achieve scale of impacts by replication of successful systems across neighbourhoods. Permaculture design can be used to identify food production zones across settlements and their associated bioregional hinterlands. In countries with higher density settlements, such as South Korea, the distinction between the food-producing hinterlands and the food-consuming city is stronger. But in countries where low-density suburban settlement patterns predominate, the opportunities to re-ruralise settlements with food production are the strongest. Around any urban or industrial centre, there is generally a lower density suburban area where various forms of garden and urban agriculture can make use of private and public space. Beyond the urban fringe of most settlements, agriculture is the dominant land use, occupying more gently sloping and flat arable land. Further out, managed rangelands and forests occupy steeper and less fertile land, while reserves are predominantly on the steepest and most remote land. Rural zones are much larger but have lower yields per hectare and mostly managed by machines and animals. Urban zones are smaller and have the highest yields, mostly managed by people. So garden farming in the household, along with commercial and community urban farming in the suburbs, has comparative advantage in perishable, high input, high value, intensive production. In Australia, these suburban systems could produce most of the horticultural and small livestock products. The rural hinterland has comparative advantage in non-perishable, low input, low yield, extensive production. Broadacre farming can produce most of the staples, larger livestock products, and some tree crops for commercial sale through local and central markets. The flow of produce to settlements from farmland needs to be balanced by a return flow of surplus nutrients from towns to farms. So if we look at these zones starting from the outer zones, in Australia, the lowest fertility, steeper and semi-arid hinterlands that are not viable for farming and more intensive grazing will be important to any viable bioregional economy in energy descent futures, especially those involving more severe climate change. Climate change will limit the scope of viable agriculture, while rangeland grazing, beekeeping, wild harvesting, hunting and forestry for fuel and timber, eucalyptus oil, etc. from marginal lands are likely to be more resilient than agriculture. Water, soil and biodiversity conservation are critical ecosystem service functions performed by these Zone 4 landscapes. Healthy hydrologies that sustain irrigated agriculture and human settlements may be the most important value from these watershed landscapes. In relocalised economies, the majority of the managed wildlands could be some sort of expanded commons managed by decentralised communities of interest that could include urban and suburban consumers. Within these natural but managed landscapes, there should always be the ecological reference areas, special reserves and sacred sites where observation and inspiration take place without imposing management objectives, what in permaculture language is called the Zone 5. Zone 3 is mostly flat or gently sloping land with stone-free and moisture-holding soils suitable for cultivation without significant risk of erosion and degradation. It can produce the majority of dryland staple grains, legumes and oilseeds. The limited areas of prime arable land and the unstable climates of Australia suggest little, if any, of this limited land should be allocated to growing non-food crops, such as fibre and fuel. Soils with moderate to good rooting volume and fertility on moderate slopes that are less suited to annual field crops could be mostly growing broadacre tree crops, especially olives, carobs, nuts and fruit for drying and or processing. The majority of farmland in southern Australia is non-arable and only suitable for unirrigated pastures and animal fodder tree crops. These same areas easily produce wool and other animal byproducts and are suitable for timber plantations. Most of this production is likely to be commercial to support the needs of town residents. Commercial urban agriculture is likely to be concentrated in the lower density, newer outer suburbs built since the 1990s, where there is much less growing space in private gardens, but ample public and private land, much of it in mown grass. As well as intensive production of perishable vegetables and fruit, urban agriculture on larger areas could produce staple crops, especially starch roots, pumpkins and corn, as well as tree crops, and involves small-scale dairy. Another key opportunity from these outer suburbs is the large roof areas of warehouses, light industrial areas and shopping centres that could be used to supply irrigation water. The Zone 1 is really the low-density older suburbs with more modest houses that are featured in retrosuburbia and are likely to be capable of producing much of the vegetables, fruit and plant nursery products, as well as small livestock products consumed by the residents. Unfortunately, two factors currently reduce the productive potential of garden farming in these leafy suburbs. large evergreen trees and ongoing infill development of larger houses and apartments covering and shading garden space. The deflation of the Australian property bubble is likely to see an end to the counterproductive infill development. In these older suburbs, attached solar greenhouses in the cooler climates of southern Australia have the potential to produce seedlings and early produce while heating adjacent housing in winter. The Plummery in Northcote, Melbourne is a case study from the Retro Suburbia book, and it has demonstrated the productivity of small-scale permaculture designed garden farming. This table, published in the Retro Suburbia book, shows increasing yields and in recent years the goal of 0.5 tonne of food from just over 100 square metres has been achieved 2 years running. The work to do this has been 1 day a week from the residents. Zone 0 is the higher density urban core of our cities and towns, and including fully industrialised areas. It has surplus water and nutrients, but space and sunlight are scarce. Aquaponics and mycology make best use of the built infrastructure and resources to produce high-value perishable vegetables, fish, mushrooms and ferments. While some of this is likely to be done in the household economy, technical complexity and capital investment required suggest most production is likely to be commercial. Urban core areas will still generate surplus water for export to suburban agriculture, while surplus nutrients might be transported back to arable hinterlands. A substantial proportion of food currently consumed in urban cores is by non-resident commuters, mostly as lunches. In energy descent futures, a majority of commuters and shoppers bringing their own lunches with them will represent a substantial net input of food via the non-monetary economy, mostly from surrounding garden and urban agriculture. In Mediterranean climates of southern Australia, large evergreen trees, especially eucalypts, provide shade, wildlife habitat and shelter, but also compete with food gardens for light, water and nutrients, increase risk in bushfires and impede solar gain to buildings in winter and photovoltaic panels all year round. Creative reuse of many of these trees and replacement with more limited height and predominantly deciduous food-producing trees will be required if suburban and urban areas are to achieve their food-producing potential. Replanting of appropriate urban forests along highways with lower vehicle speeds and contaminated industrial areas can maintain urban forests for their benefits without the downsides of poor siting and design. So to summarise, in urban and suburban landscapes occupying less than 12% of a bioregion, it should be possible to produce 50% of the value of food in the total bioregional diet. Rural farming on 30% of land might produce 30% of food value, with the remaining 20% coming from forestry and grazing land, including migratory beekeeping. It may appear that garden farming and urban agriculture could simply be doubled in scale to produce a complete diet, allowing the majority of the land to be returned to wilderness. But this is not likely to be the case, at least in Australian landscapes and climates. Farm, range and forest provide food and other space-demanding resources with much less human effort and less fossil fuel subsidy. These complementary foods are harder to produce at a small scale, while non-food products such as timber, fuel and fibres can be sustainably harvested without damaging the essential ecological services that these regions need to provide. In designing a sustainable bioregional food system for energy descent futures, there are big implications for diet. Conversely, the complex questions of what is a healthy and nutritious diet, let alone cultural habits and preferences, have huge implications for future well-being and land use sustainability. Using the average modern Australian diet as a base for comparison with what people eat who have been strongly informed by permaculture within our region, and allowing for the impacts of energy descent futures, I have speculated on how that might change for those sustained by the bioregional food system I have outlined. The main messages are that there will be a major reduction in dairy consumption, with most of the remaining dairy products being from goats, which are better suited to southern Australian climates than cows. A doubling of vegetable consumption and an increase in grain consumption instead of feeding so much of it to livestock. A large drop in sugar and a minor increase in honey consumption. A decrease in beef and pig meats, a major increase in legumes, and increases in nuts, kangaroo, rabbit, other wild meats, and seaweed. This retro-suburban diet is not a prescription, but an average of diverse personal habits. These pie charts show that the diet might be divided between 4 different sources. Rural agriculture, which will be mostly commercial production. Harvesting from the rural wild landscapes that will be mixed of commercial and household harvesting. Garden agriculture, of course, household non-monetary production, mostly in suburban areas. Urban agriculture would be a mix of commercial and community-based production, mostly in suburban areas. And of course, a small amount of urban wild harvesting by householders. In the southern Australian context, urban and suburban food production could potentially produce half the diet for those sustained by a bioregional food system in an energy descent future of resource depletion, climate chaos, and multiple stresses on globalised industrial food systems. My expectation is that a bioregional food system feeding perhaps 1 million people, 20% of the population of Melbourne and the Victorian bioregion, is an achievable vision that could develop in parallel with an increasingly armoured industrial food system continuing to feed the majority over the next few decades. When the inevitable realities of energy descent futures eventually lead to the collapse or fundamental reform of the globalised food system, we could have an alternative to take its place without too much pain and suffering for those who remain dependent on those centralised systems. While the elements of this vision remain embryonic in our bioregion and Australia more generally, I believe painting this picture is an essential contribution to its emergence. My essay, Feeding Retro-Suburbia from the Backyard to the Bioregion, provides a more detailed exploration for a local audience of this vision. I look forward to hearing about the other presentations at this conference and gleaning and translating what we can learn in our bioregion from the work that's being done in your region.
박수로 환영해 주십시오.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause.
사실 이제 뭐 퍼머컬처에 대한 얘기들은 이제 많이 듣지
Well,
않았습니다.
I believe you already heard a lot about permaculture, but not so much in detail with examples that are actionable, designs that can be put into practice, which is the first time for me too. So, I believe that was a vivid explanation of permaculture. It's not just production and consumption of food. We are embedding it in our culture and try to tackle climate change with our movement by circulation of food in our society. Well, of course, this is happening in Australia, and Korea is a little bit different. And we need to Koreanize and localize Australian practice into Korea. And the next speaker is from Seoul, a very condensed and populated city in Korea. We would like to invite Eunsu Lee. Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me here. I really appreciate the opportunity. I would like to talk about how to build a happy city with urban agriculture, how to make city more healthy. So urban agriculture started in 2011 policy-wise. If you take a closer look, rather than focusing on agriculture or food, we were more focused on creating ecologically friendly city and mutual development of city and the rural areas. So there is a word, co-development, mutual prosperity of cities and rural community. And this is now advancing into sustainable movement. Cities are confined in terms of space, area, so we need to be creative and innovative. So in urban agriculture, we need to think about biodiversity and environment. So you need to think about that. So urban agriculture has many different values. And we call urban people who farm in the urban area urban farmers. So they have vegetable garden and they farm for leisure rather than making profit. But what's important is they are not just consumers, they are producers. If they plant lettuce, even in small amount, they are producing food. So this is a change of role. Well, in the past, they used to find goods at lower price, but now because they are producers, they want high quality products or local foods. And when you become a producer, you have leftovers. Let's say you have a lot of lettuce, you share it with your neighbors. So this is commensurate with the vision of sharing, which is a core value of community. And when you're growing vegetables, you need to think about greener ways to grow them. So you become environmentalists in everyday life. So as time goes by, you become an environmental activist. And when you are nurturing plants, you try to avoid pesticides and agricultural chemicals, so you get focused on soil health. When people gather together to discuss about it, they form communities. So they have similar interests in horticulture, beekeeping, care of insects. So as a whole, they are called urban farmers. So this is the details of urban agriculture. We're talking about Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs, which is about allowing the next generation to enjoy as high a quality of life as the current generation. So we need to produce and develop in the confines of natural resource. And we need to make sure that humans and nature can coexist in harmony. So, given that, how do we materialize the multiple values of urban farming? First of all, we can produce food, and second of all, through production, we can enjoy that, which it can lead to leisure, and that leads to also education or training value, and that can lead to senior life quality enhancement, job creation, and urban regeneration can be also improved. The cities have a lot of slums, so maybe through urban farming, agriculture, we can address that problem. And the next one is environmental degradation. When you become a farmer, you become an environmental activist. So, urban agriculture is conducive to green growth, and it encompasses education, job creation, economic growth, urban regeneration, and etc. And environment is one of the most important goals or values. We are suffering from water scarcity, energy scarcity, and climate change. And just by doing agriculture in the city, we can have multiple beneficial impact on the society. When carrying out urban agriculture, we established a declaration by urban farmers. There were a lot of debates on how to write this declaration. We first thought about let's not use chemical pesticides or agricultural chemical and etc. But we try to move away from that. And there are many different situations. Sometimes we're using rooftop garden. And in that case, we need to use pesticides. We are forced to use them. And in that case too, we should use fertilizers. So there were a lot of discussion, debates, fights. So after a few years of discussion, we came up with this final draft of declaration. So urban farmers create a green space based on abandoned space. They use organic resources. They create an green ecosystem, and it becomes a bridge connecting the cities and urban communities. So this is the virtue that we pursue as urban farmer. And today's theme is an urban agriculture that saves the city. And this is an urban farmer's action to save the earth. One of the important themes is to curb utilization of plastic and excessive use of water by utilizing rainwater and the utilization of manures. So far, I talked about the concept of urban agriculture. Then what does it mean in reality? Let me talk about it. Well, I am in charge of activities to curb global warming through urban agriculture. Prime example is green curtain. When you install or establish green curtain, you don't have to turn on the air conditioner as much. So by doing so, we can reduce energy consumption of the building. And by also, we can create a city, a more green city. In urban areas, we don't have enough space for greening or planting. So that's why we have vertical gardens and other creative areas, creative ideas to absorb carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases. For your information, the picture you're seeing in the right-hand side is a school. It is a 18-meter high building with the width of 14 meter. So if you multiply 18 meter by 14 meter, it's about 252 square meters in area. So by placing this vertical garden, we can absorb CO2 in the atmosphere. And there's another idea called pipe farm. In the rooftop or other areas in the building, you can just simply use this pipe and use it to hang the flower pots. Because we don't have enough space, we can also use walls, or you can use rooftops. And this is also conducive to engaging residents in the community. And residents are now planting chrysanthemum in the the urban garden. And by doing so, you can enhance the aesthetics of the building at the same time. And nowadays, we are suffering from climate change due to increased level of CO2. But there is another aspect. Because of several disconnected water circulation, the temperature in the urban area is increasing. That is a very promising hypothesis. This is a comparison between 1960s and nowadays. When we have the same amount of rainfall, only 10.6% went to the rivers in the past, and the rest went to the forest or the farms. And 43% evaporated. So the land and forest held a lot of water. But nowadays, the floor is covered with asphalt or concrete. And if we have 100-liter rainfall, more than half is going to the river, and only 25% is evaporated. So the cities are very dry because the land doesn't contain a lot of water. Even though we have the same amount of rainfall, there is more water that flow into the river. And because the cities are more dry, with the same amount of sunlight, we get hotter and hotter. And nowadays, we are seeing the consequences of that. And that's where rainwater harvesting comes in. Well, when I first talked about it, people were nodding, but they didn't feel the need to engage in. And we changed the name of it. We are calling rainwater the water from the sky. And that is now very impactful among the public. When we have torrential rain and heavy rain, and that cannot be managed by the citizens, it is managed by the government. That's why we use the concept management. So what is the water from the sky? When we harvest the water, we need to make it more cultural. So we need to make this into a cultural movement. And this is the picture of last year. So this was taken in the National Assembly. Do you know who this person is? He used to be a public servant of Jeonju City, and he retired, and now he is very active in disseminating water culture in Jeonju. So I have been working with him a lot. So by changing the name of rainwater, we are changing people's awareness, and food is the best medium when you want to raise awareness. So we raised hops to make beer, and people really loved it. If you look at the design, and sometimes people say it looks like a North Korean beer. I sometimes agree, but I still believe it looks good. So in the past, when Korean people heard of the word rain, they thought of acid rain, but people are thinking differently due to campaigns. And currently, G7 countries are having meeting, and we are having Rain 7 meeting. We have regular meetings. And we have Flower Jeonju Republic. It's an organization name. So people really like the idea. So we receive rainwater. In Seoul or other areas, you don't know how much of the water they have used. But in Jeonju, we can count or calculate how much amount of rainwater was used in Jeonju. I think that it is quite wonderful. So, in the rainwater harvesting, we don't collect the water in remote area. So, we are utilizing rainwater in the vicinities. So, we collect the rainwater here and use it right away. It can be applied to rooftop. So if you receive rainwater, we can put it into water tank to reduce heat islands and maybe use it for agricultural purpose. So this is now becoming a civil movement. And the second is organic food, which is food waste, which is composted. In the past, we had to put in manual labor to do that. So if you put in food waste, it is fermented. So if you put in 100 kilos, 10 kilos of compost comes out. So through such things, we can utilize these composts in the vegetable garden in the city. And next, we can utilize rainwater, and we can also recycle many of the resources that we have. So manure becomes food ultimately. So even though it requires a lot of effort, maybe we can create a circulation, virtuous cycles, so that food waste does not go to waste. It can be recycled as precious resource. This is an example of Korea, of Bandong. So they created a rice paddy in the apartment complex. Although the yield was very low, but it created a very good opportunity for community gathering. And this is a goal. I want to change the city with urban agriculture. And there is aquaponics in rain-fed vegetable garden pond. Through urban agriculture, we can create a lot of contents made by citizens. So citizens can nurture those plants, and we can develop this into tourism attraction too. So in the past, urban agriculture used to be a leisure or pastime, but now it can create jobs and create bigger value by becoming a cultural asset or tourism asset. So this is a bigger vision. Thank you very much for your attention.
서울이라는 그런 어떤 복잡하고 빌딩밖에 없는 이런 공간.
In a complex area with tall buildings, Seoul, he has been engaging in various activities. It's something that Jeonju can also do.
기술자이기도 하면서 실제로
And Mr. Lee is a technician developing many different technologies, and he's also an activist. So he's working with a lot of people as a leader of an organization and also expanding his network. He's very passionate, as I know of. Thank you very much for joining us and your presentation. Next, we will have the next presenter. We need to think about how to connect consumption and production. So Ms. Hong Myung-hee will give a presentation on this theme.
Good afternoon.
I'm Hong Myung-hee, Jeonju Parish Secretary General of Catholic Farmers Association. It's an honor to be here, and I would like to thank you for inviting me. What I'm going to talk about is not something new or surprising. I think you can't feel happiness when you're alone. You need to share your feelings and emotions, live together, and find values together to be happy. In my association, we have been carrying out activities for food with a collaboration of urban and rural communities. So I would like to introduce what we do. In the current society, there are many different features. Transportation is accelerating, and we see the globalization of capital and concentration into the city. And the distribution of crops and inflow of raw materials are very fast. There are a lot of advantages, but on the other hand, it leads to the collapse of local farming and unsafe food. COVID-19 and torrential rain and rising temperature are the signals that the planet is sending us in the form of natural disaster leading to great damages. Mass-produced and consumed goods are also becoming our culture. So are we happy? Are we satisfied? We are insatiable, continuously looking for new things. It may look good outside, but we may feel empty inside, especially with COVID-19 and the ecological crisis. We cannot see the end of the tunnel and feel uncertain all the time. But it is time, especially now, to make farming, agriculture, the fundamental aspect of our economy, because land and air is something that we are always close to. The local communities that produce farms are in a desperate situation in reality. Farmers are aging and the crop prices are decreasing continuously, and the young people don't want to farm. So they feel very lonely, and urban consumers on the other hand are exposed to unsafe food. So there's a disconnection between the two. So we thought we should work together as a community to overcome this situation and also engage in agricultural activities together. This life community movement that we are carrying out is participated by people from both urban and rural communities, and it's focused on overcoming the ecological crisis and restoring the value of life. We focus on the value of life and protecting the value of life. That is the gist of our movement. And if say that there's a wheel of a cart, there would be one cart that would be the farmers and the other wheel which would be the urban dwellers. So we make efforts so that this cart could run well without any wheel being collapsing. We need to make the land healthy, engage in sustainable farming, and also focus on the value of life. So these are the goals of our activity, and we help small farmers get together and so they could work as a community. And urban dwellers will also recognize the value and join in this activity.
저희가 도시 도농 생명 공동체 운동에 큰 아까 축들을 그렇게 여러 가지로 분류해서 정리를 해뒀는데요. 아까처럼 생태 가치관, 생명 가치관이 중시되는.
And these are some of the philosophies that we are focused on in carrying out the activity. The farmers support and engage in life community movement, and we can restore the land and life and also support the farmers to create a better rural environment. And in the city, we also engage the people through the churches. And you can see some of the pictures showing the activities that we carry out. Especially the produce should be delivered well to the urban dwellers, so we also hold direct trading markets like the farmers market. Especially we also sell the produce of small farmers. So we put priority on life. And to implement this, we carry out the pleasant inconvenience movement, which means that although it may feel uncomfortable right now, if you can restore life and the environment, you can withstand it and join this movement. So that's why we call this pleasant as well. We organize groups in the city and collect unused banners to make them as bags for grocery shopping. And we also farm together to make kimchi. And we also engage in water saving activities and recycling. To encourage more participation, we came up with an environment award to incentivize people's participation. So we are studying ways to encourage more people to join our activities. As we are part of Catholic, and in Catholic, we have designated July 3rd as the day for farmers to understand the difficulty faced by farmers and think about ways we could support them. We hold various events on that day, inviting urban dwellers and rural communities. And moving away from a one-off event, we have come up with a regular farmers market event for the church. We have set a separate place for the farmers market, so it's held regularly. To protect family farmers and small farmers, we have created a fund in the city to provide support. For example, the city's dwellers could pay for rice in advance early in the year to support the farmers, and they could consume the rice from this. And we also have the Family Farmers Fund. In the beginning of the year, we collect around 5 million won of funds and select some of the farmers that will receive the support. And we will be paid back with produce and sell this to raise funds once again. And also we have the Youth Farmer Support Program. There are small farms and family farms facing difficulty, but only with these people, we believe rural communities can sustain. So to support them, we have come up with these programs. The Catholic Farmers Association has 9 subgroups. Allowing farmers to cooperate with one another when farming. They all together support the Life Community movement, and we continuously help them realize the support they are getting. We hold monthly meetings, come up with pending issues that should be solved, and also hold the blessing ceremony for the farmlands. So, for example, in Sunchang we have some subgroups. And at the end of last year, we got together and thought about the good things that we have done this year and our new goals for the next year. And the subgroups said that they have cooked food and shared with the local community. There are 13 farms in Sunchang, and they're all elderly. So when they all get together, it's about 30 people, and they can have something like a festival or a party. They take turns to hold this party to share food together, and that was what they did well that year. And in the subgroup, they could come up with a common product. For example, the produce they grow from the garden. It's a small amount, but when they collect it together, it becomes a large amount. So they designate some produce as common product to sell it in a larger portion. That was the example of Sunchang, and they were also protecting seedlings. So we could see subgroups cooperating to promote farming in the area and also sustain the community. And there were some subgroups in the cities as well. The number has been increasing, and you can see that for each subgroup, there is a small space for sharing where activists get together to hold events and also join the Life Community movement and distribute produce from the rural community participants in the movement. We also provide training activities and visit the farms to experience farming and listen to the farmers' agonies, to feel gratitude to what they do. And because we are a bridge in between the urban areas and the rural communities, we have some groups inside the church to carry this role out. And when you go to the Catholic Center, which is a building right next to this building, there is a support center on the first floor for the farmers. We share produce and necessities there. It's an opportunity for the family farmers to sell their produce and for the city dwellers to enjoy safe food. These are some of my suggestions. Mr. Lee mentioned several examples in the city. We could focus on densely populated urban areas to promote cooperation with rural communities going forward. We could also hold farmers market for them and also help them engage in various activities for the environment and train leaders. And as mentioned, the pleasant inconvenience movement is something that we do in our association. Like this, we need to think about the small ways we could contribute to economic protection. Our way was to come up with the award and various incentive programs, so this could be a way. In my association, we have been conducting this movement for about 25 years. There are a lot of challenges in expanding this movement, but if we could cooperate with the government agency, we believe that we could support more farmers of more diverse forms. And I've mentioned the funds that we provide support with. One way could be expanding this fund for the farmers, and in return, the city dwellers could receive produce. So this could be also applied to your area. In the rural community, farmers are toiling lonely, and the city dwellers are anxious of unsafe food. If we work together, we can solve these two issues in a collaborated way. Through this, we can secure safe food. Thank you.
Well, the theme that we just addressed is not about division of labor. It's about joining hands together between urban areas and rural areas to come up with real cultural change. So Mr. Holmgren and other speakers are talking about how we're united together and how we can address problems through various ways through cooperation. So this shows that we have a vision, which is now invigorating all of us. Let us join our panel discussants to continue with discussion. So why don't we invite the panelists on stage? So I got a note from the staff member. Many YouTube viewers are watching our conference. Many people mentioned great things to cheer us up. They are thanking us about the diversity of presentation, and they're saying they're very helpful and interesting. So as such, if you leave your remarks or questions, we will try to answer your questions. So if you're interested, to learn about more or have questions, please don't hesitate and write the question in the YouTube. So for Mr. Holmgren, he will join us through a video conference. So I'll also relocate myself for the discussion. Well, it feels much better to sit down. So let me introduce the panelists. And this person is Dr. Hwang Young-mo from Jeonbuk Institute. And Ms. So Hee-ju from Jeonju Korean Food Corporation. And the next person is from Four Legs Very Cafe, CEO Park Hyun-jung. And Professor Kim Jun-gi from Jeonbuk National University. And Chairman Kim Ha-young from Consumers Garden. So we have about 15 minutes for the discussion. So I can allocate 7 minutes per panelist on the presentation, or you can also introduce about your organization, what you do, and maybe we can entertain some questions that you have. First, beginning with Mr. Hwang. Well, thank you so much for inviting me to this meaningful conference. Above all, I am very happy to meet 3 speakers who are actively participating in sustainable growth. Now I will talk about what should be done in Jeonju in order to secure a system transformation. So why is system transformation is required? As you are well aware, we're suffering from climate crisis. We thought infinite growth will be possible, and we legitimized the people's domination on the nature, and that was wrong. Against this backdrop, food and energy should be more sustainable. Food and energy will be an important factor in ensuring sustainability. But if we just focus on profit maximization with division of labor, that would not be possible. So that is the current challenge that we have. On the one hand, we are trying to fight against COVID-19 with vaccines or social distancing, and beyond that, we are transitioning to ecological vaccine, which entails cultural changes. So maybe we need to focus on that, which is about ecological vaccine. Of course, that would not be easy to come by because it requires deeper transformation than we think. So, Mr. David Holmgren, in his presentation, gave great inspiration to us all. And second of all, how to do the system transformation. The gist of transformation is food and energy. And food is very, very important. Food that is produced in industrial scale for commercial purpose has a lot of problem. And that is leading to barren field of food. And Jeonju was no exception. Jeonju established Jeonju food system and with our policy. That is because we were thinking very deeply how to produce what and who to feed in the city government, how to balance consumption and production. That's why we are having this policy for Jeonju food. In order to further advance Jeonju food system, as Mr. Holmgren mentioned, we need to focus on sustainable, not just sustainable development, but we need to transition to permaculture. In that light, permaculture should be an important reference for Jeonju in its way forward, how to achieve self-reliance in our community, and etc. So that was very meaningful. And one suggestion or recommendation. In the city of Jeonju, to achieve sustainability, what can be done and how? With the medium of food. What's very important is to make sure we provide secure and stable food for the residents of Jeonju, through which the city and the rural area can prosper together. That vision should remain the same. And on top of that, we need to apply permaculture, which entails change of system, transformation of system to enhance the value of Jeonju food. Well, so far, Jeonju food policy had a lot of fruits and achievements. However, despite such achievement, we have a lot of things to achieve in the future. First of all, we need to make sure that we nurture people with understanding of food, importance of food and energy. So food literacy should be enhanced among people. And second of all, as Ms. Hong Myung-hee mentioned in her discussion, we need to organically link Jeonju's resources with win-win strategy between urban and rural regions. In order to do that, we need to have action plans to be implemented in Jeonju in collaboration with residents. And lastly, food and energy requires change of mindset, and it requires social changes and structural changes. And in order to do that, we need to create a venue of communication, and it can be called like town hall meeting, where food and energy can be discussed among people, community people, to further the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, Jeonju has been engaging various endeavors, and one of them, well, some of them succeeded, but he mentioned 3 rooms for improvement. We don't need to just focus on delicious food, but think about food and energy. He said food literacy, that's a good term, and ways forward for coexistence, and the organization of a town hall meeting. Now we will have the next discussant to share her experience in Jeonju. Please share your story so Jeonju could get some inspiration, please.
Hello, this is So Hee-ju from Jeonju Food Cooperative. So we celebrate 8 years this year. We were established in 2011 with female farmers who produced grain powders, so who wanted to have a farmer's market. So one thing led to another, and male farmers joined. later. So many organizations, workers' unions, and etc., they have joined our organization. So we became a co-op to encompass consumers and producers. So we're called Jeonju Vegetable Garden Co-op. So we have been advancing in terms of our activity. So far, we have 220 producers and 2,100 consumer members. So as a whole, we have more than 2,300 members in our cooperative. And we have 2 directly owned and run outlets. So we attempted a lot of things and activities. Without enough administrative support, we did everything that we could do if we thought we could make money. So in that process, we accumulated some know-hows. So as my previous speakers mentioned, innovative ideas can be experimented. We teamed up with urban farmers. We trained them, provided information and knowledge. And we also gave opportunity for people to grow their own plants. And we also refrained from using plastics and agricultural chemicals. So we operated vegetable gardens and provided activities for the people. And most recently, we did an experiment, which is package-free movement. When we're conducting local food activities, one of the important directions is to curb energy utilization, energy use, to protect the earth environment as much as possible. So as a producer, that's very important. But there are too much of plastic that is being used. Because it is local food, more farmers are preferred smaller packages. Farmers actually prefer the smaller packages. They package it and price it and then sell it. So farmers were very keen on decorating their produce to make it more appealing to the eyes of the consumers. And so was I. I was eager to sell my products so much, so I was very much focused on making my products more decorative, pretty. So I thought we need to stop that. So for the first time this year, we started to do something very new. At first, I was very scared, afraid that our products won't sell. Well, we did a lot of meeting in the last 8 years. We came up with decisions and etc. And one of the biggest items that were opposed very harshly is about package-free produces. So they asked, is local food viable when we have no packaging? Because there are so many producers. We have competition from other organizations. How do they differentiate the product? How do they know that it is our product? That was their opposition. And what if our produce go bad or aesthetically unappealing? So that was the major opposition from the members. I was really concerned and torn whether I should eliminate the packaging or not, but we did it anyway. So we created a pool of consumers and producers. So we asked the consumers to purchase vegetables even though they do not look very aesthetically appealing. So that's the concept that we use. for starters. But as time went by, we became more ambitious. We completely eliminated the packaging. So almost all our products are not packaged. So even though you want to purchase packaged product, there are no packaged product available. So they are forced to purchase unpackaged products. Of course, some consumers stopped coming to our outlets and they're going to chain supermarkets instead. And some elderly people, they are complaining about it. They're complaining that it is too inconvenient. But most customers are saying, oh, this is even better. I'm enjoying shopping. I enjoy shopping myself in our outlets. And about grains, people bring their grain container from their home and fill the grain in the container. And sometimes we give reusable bags or containers and then they return it. And that's what we do. In terms of vegetables, we do not give discounts even though consumers purchase unpackaged products. If they buy tangerine, they purchase 10 tangerine at 3,000 won, but some consumers want to purchase less. So we thought if we sell in small amount, maybe that will lead to reduced revenue, but that didn't happen. So consumer behavior is also changing, and I am a consumer and a producer. I actually changed my lifestyle as a consumer. I prefer unpackaged products. So other consumers are also saying that their life has changed with this movement. So with this experiment, my life has changed, and we did a survey on our consumers, how their shopping experience was and how they used the produce. So about the CSA cases, we have done a lot of activities with our resource. We planned to provide value to the customers. But now, experiments like unpackaged products do not require a lot of budget. It's about experiment, trials and errors, accumulation of knowledge and experience. So I believe that is a very good example of CSA. Thank you very much.
I believe that you will feel the same too. Looking at so much plastic bags in your trash can, it makes you feel uncomfortable. It's just a simple act of shopping, but in the end, you end up with a pile of plastic bags. So this relationship between the consumer and producer could help improve the situation. And when your potato is covered in dirt, it's not clean, but it looks fresh. So I think we need to expand this culture. I believe that was very challenging for you. I think this is a good change, and I hope this could be spread nationwide. Well, we have Mr. Hongren here. Can you hear us well?
Yes, I can hear you, and it's been very good to hear the presentations and the panel speakers.
Yes. In between the discussions, if we have questions, we will collect them and have a separate time to answer them. Well, next we will listen to Professor Kim Jung-gi from Jeonbuk National University. A big round of applause, please. It's a great pleasure to meet with you and honored to be a part of this panel. I am the senior advisor to the agricultural policy of Jeonju City. And we put a lot of consideration how to build a localized food system for the city of Jeonju.
저는 이제 주로 정책적인 측면에서 우리가 약한 부분이라고 생각할 수 있는
I mainly focus on the policies that could provide support to Jeonju in setting up a food system and achieve further development.
그런 차원에서 이제
And from this sense,
미래지향적 가치를 전주시가 신자라고 하는 테마로
we have working on creating a future vision for the urban farming in Jeonju. Let me share that with you. In this situation of Jeonju, what Mr. Hongren introduced to us, permaculture, and the practice of restoration like retro suburbia provides a means to solve food and environmental crisis in a systematic way. It was very inspiring. But in Korea, as with Jeonju City, the process of urbanization was different from Australia, and the urban lifestyle is also quite different. So it may be difficult for us to apply what Mr. Hongren has introduced right now immediately. There would be limitations. But as we are nurturing urban farmers in this city, it would be helpful in raising their awareness and finding ways to engage in urban farming. So from a policy perspective, it had a lot of implications. And after that, we listened to Mr. Jeonju about urban farming. In creating a new landscape in Jeonju, his presentation was very helpful.
전주의 어떤 그 상황 속에서 우리 그 도시농업의 뭐랄까요 한계라고 할까요 이런 것들을 좀
There are several limitations to urban farming in Jeonju, and let me talk about that. Until recently, what should I say? People had prejudice that only farms should be farming. But we see a lot of urban dwellers engaging in farming. And the number of urban farms are expanding. And if we provide policy support, I believe this trend will accelerate. Starting in the 90s, there was a support system for the weekend farms, and that gave birth to a lot of urban farms. But from a policy perspective, especially in the case of Jeonju, urban farming is just concentrated to weekend farms only. It doesn't go much beyond that. Compared to the demand for urban farming, the space, especially in Jeonju, is very limited. That's why encouraging urban farming faces a constraint. So administration should intervene to resolve these situations. That's our current situation. And another thing is that there is a limitation in growing the crops and managing the land. Usually people buy a lot of land, and because these urban dwellers lack the agricultural technique, it's difficult for them to farm. For a sustainable food system, we need to think about how to combine these demand for urban farming with the food system. I also want to emphasize that Jeonju is a suitable place for urban farming. We have the old town and the new town, which is very densely populated, facing environmental issues and various other urbanization-related issues. But at the periphery, outskirts of Jeonju, we see areas adjacent to farms. We have a wide area of these adjacent areas. And you can see the boundaries of fields being very irregular at that place. So when we consider the situation of Jeonju being a city and being very close to the farm, we can see the advantage of it for urban farming. It's a suitable place. And there's one key point to this. It's not something I came up with, but Dr. Hwang Young-mo has written about this before. The urban dwellers enjoy farming as a lifestyle, and the farmers farm as a livelihood. So we need to think about ways to combine this and make this harmonized. Let me call this lifestyle farming and livelihood farming. It's a point where we should think about how to blend this two. So we could utilize the advantage of Jeonju to solve the urban and rural issues, and also create a system to digest all the demand from both sides. And there should be an intermediary in between, of course, but in this sense, Jeonju's resources, for example, the Catholic Farmers Association or the Food Education Network, could be leveraged. How we are going to leverage these would be something to think about, but through these efforts we could come up with a cluster of urban farms. So there was a lot of wonderful presentations today, and I will make efforts to reflect these insights to our policy forward. Thank you.
Well, he just talked about the limitations of Jeonju in 3 areas, which will be discussed again by the speaker, how it was addressed in Jeonju. Let me move on to the next panelist.
Ms. Park Hyun-jung, CEO of a coffee shop in Busan. Good afternoon. Well, I'm the only one taking off the mask. Is it okay? Well, I live in the countryside nearby the stream, and coming to this big city is quite difficult for me. But I see the Catholic Farmers Association. I'm very close with them, so it made me feel comfortable. And I would also like to taste the beer that you mentioned. And it's my first time to have this video conference, so I would like to thank you for creating that wide system that we could apply to our case. When I was asked to talk on this event, I thought about what should I talk about, and I like to talk about myself a bit. I was born in Jeonju, and 2 years ago, as I sent my children to a school in the countryside, I moved to Jeonju because I loved my life in the rural community. And with the advent of COVID-19, I felt so desperate, feeling should I plant an apple tree? But I think we need to take one step forward at a time to overcome the situation. I wanted to raise my children in nature, but in the countryside there was not much infrastructure. I saw the number of people, dwellers, increasing, but there was not much place. So that's why I came up with this coffee shop as a place for people to get together. So in my area, we had to go to the city for about 30 minutes to drink a cup of coffee. So I decided to start a coffee shop to be utilized as a community space. And one thing led to another. So because I have written this down in the booklet, it will be easier to understand for you. Well, I wanted to use this place as a meeting for space. And in the countryside, there is no place that keeps your delivery parcels. And because people are not home during the daytime because they work, they need this kind of storage space. From 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., in the coffee shop, there's someone working all the time. So we were able to keep the deliveries, parcels. And most of the parcels were not parcels, but the things that people wanted to share were produce, but they should not perish. I live in the countryside, and these produce are produced by the farmers. There are some leftovers that don't look that good or have less product value, were shared among the villagers. They could sell it and exchange it for another good. For example, if I give you rice, you give me kimchi. Let's say this year my pumpkin farming turned out really well. I could exchange pumpkins for something else. And in the case of cabbage, everyone grew cabbage, and there was so much cabbage. So people just gave them out for free. So the coffee shop was like a storage space. But then as people continuously visited this coffee shop, they wanted to use this place to share news through like a bulletin board. They created leaflets and brochures about what's going on in the village and put it up in the coffee shop. And then it evolved into an event space. This coffee shop is mainly made with wood, and the village lacked a cultural space. No theaters or no concert halls. So at the corner of the coffee shop, I set up a stage like 10 centimeters high, so you could stage events, and also people could use the wall as an exhibition space. If you're painting, you can display your work there. And recently, there are some young people moving from the city. So with them, we held dance parties all night long, like a nightclub, which was very fun. So we had to come up with these uses naturally because there was so much insufficiency in this community. And in my coffee shop, there are about 7 people. The most an employee makes is around $900, and the smallest earner earns about $100, who's a high school student. And these employees didn't want to change or move to another job, and they wanted to do something else besides this job. So some of them would bake bread or make accessories and create a small shop inside the coffee shop to sell them. They made an experiment with this and saw whether they could succeed when they start up a business. And there are also kids who are coming into the coffee shop for a sip of water while they play, or they could borrow bus money from me. And also guests from the city, they come and they pay for water. So I saw a difference in culture in this. And also, if there's a person who studies very hard but doesn't have the money to pay tuition, we also do some fundraising events to help this student. And when there was the Sewol Fair incident or the candlelight protest, we participated in the protest for about 5 years, and my coffee shop was the base. So we engaged in various roles like a real estate agent or scouting agency. Of course, there was a limitation. There are not many houses in this area. What I felt here, listening to your stories, there are so many boundaries: farmers, non-farmer, urban, rural. Mr. Hongren in Australia mentioned that we need to have a holistic or integrated view, which was very impressive. But Jeonju and Korea is different. If you're an urban dweller, you're just an urban dweller. So many boundaries set between different entities. So that's why I wanted to mention my coffee shop. My coffee shop does not play only one role. It plays different roles, so you can do everything here. The package-free movement in Jeonju, we could start that in our coffee shop. So everything in the community can start out from my coffee shop. So I think you could do this in Jeonju as well. Because you cannot create farms by tearing down all the empty buildings in Jeonju, what you could do is maybe have a sister agreement between the students in the city and students in the rural areas, and have them participate in farming after school. If you do that for about 10 years, they will feel much more accessibility to the farms and familiarity with the farms, because it's very difficult for urban dwellers to suddenly start farming. I've been farming for 30 years. I make my own rice, but alone you cannot do it. You need like 10 people. Everyone has a separate job, but they get together for about 3 to 4 times a year. You work very hard for 8 hours. It's possible to grow rice and harvest rice. So I had my 10 years experience, but the urban dwellers, the children there, would not be able to understand how it all goes on. So if you cannot create something artificially, we could lean on the method of exchange. Thank you.
So a lot of experiences, so many things to talk about. Well, in terms of community, anything can become possible. So we need the venue or place to make that achievable. They're giving me a sign that we only have 10 minutes left. That's making me sad. So the last discussant, Kim Ayong, please make it brief. Please give her a round of applause. I thought so. That's why I volunteered to become the last panelist, so that I don't have to speak at all. So I'll just speak only 1 minute. Well, I sometimes participated as a panelist and member of organizing committee for the international conference. And many people didn't foresee this kind of situation. Dr. Holmgren didn't expect it, actually. Well, Mr. Holmgren would be unfamiliar with everyone wearing masks in the podium. But this unprecedented, unexpected situation could be an opportunity for us, actually. According to National Statistical Office of Korea, if you look at the household spending, the spending on food and non-alcoholic beverage increased by 20% because many people are spending more time at home and they're drinking a lot of non-alcoholic beverage, which means the reduction of alcoholic beverage. So COVID-19 is changing our life. So COVID-19 is changing everything, and government policy is also changing. The gist of food plan is not just solely depending on the market in terms of food, what we eat. And food, we should establish not only the connection between the consumption and production. We need a lifestyle change, cultural change. And Jeonju City established 2025 food plan, and we also established ordinances in terms of local food to ensure not only food safety, but also the right to eat, to give people the right, to ensure people the right to eat. So the change of government policy is leading to changes in people's daily life. And a lot of experiences and information is exchanged. Thank you very much. I will conclude my discussion here. Well, I'm sorry that I didn't give you enough time to discuss. So we heard from 3 presenters, and we discussed how to apply the knowledge and experience in Jeonju in a very unique area with its unique cultural background and everything. So that's the key challenge here. So why don't we ask question to David?
Jeonju is a city of 600,000 people. So I think it's quite different from where you are. So is there any city like the size of Jeonju in Australia that's trying to do permaculture? If that's the case, what kind of activity should they start with? Any advice? Any requirements or activities to start with? Do you need to think about it?
Yes, I can say that the influence of permaculture in Australia has been in the large cities and in the countryside, but more of as an agent of indirect influence through movements like the City Farms and Community Gardens movement, which is now 40 years old in Australia and has some very important flagship centres like the Ceres City Farm in Brunswick, which I was involved in the 1980s. So these places teach permaculture, they show school groups, they've been places where many people involved in the beginnings of urban farming in Australia have begun. And there are, in some ways, more similarities than you would think between Australia and Korea. Australians are also very urbanized, not in the sense of high density, but most people don't have the skills of food growing and are many generations removed from their farming ancestors. So we also have the what we call many decades now of back to the land movement, of people moving to the country and moving to small villages like where I live. But in some of the middle-sized cities like Geelong, which is 200,000 people or so, there are policies to encourage both urban farming and connection to regional and local food production.
Thank you very much. Well, like in Australia, in terms of awareness on agriculture needs to be improved through education and training. That's, I believe, the gist of his answer. Let us turn to Mr. Lee In-soo. Well, Professor Kim Jung-gi talked about the limitations of urban agriculture in Jeonju. So things would be worse in Seoul because it is more populated. So what can be done? Well, to revitalize urban agriculture, maybe we need to parcel out the vegetable garden. But vegetable gardens are privately owned. They're not shared. That can sometimes lead to dispute. So we need a space for urban agriculture, and community is important. So community vegetable garden concept is more appropriate. So we need to parcel out community vegetable garden, and we need the mediums such as civic organizations who can become a bridge. So they can pave the foundation and maybe do the coordination jobs. So citizens can also participate in the process. So the procedure itself is very important, and community spirit and sustainable lifestyle change is the key to consider. And that doesn't require a lot of money. If we just join hands together, that can be possible. Well, Jeonju, in the case of Old City Center, there are many idling properties or idling lands. So maybe we can create some pocket gardens, pocket vegetable gardens that can be jointly cultivated, and maybe we can have a party with the produce that they make in the vegetable garden to create this sense of community spirit. So we need to create a medium for that. As Professor Kim mentioned, we not only need policy, but also need to nurture people who can become the medium of change. So you talked about educational things and community gardens that can nurture community spirit. Thank you for your answer. Well, production and consumption is separated for us, so we need to weave them together. And now you're in a religious organization, so what do we need to do in order to expand that? What kind of support is required? Because we have a lot of audience from Jeonju, so what's your recommendation?
저희도 이렇게 해보면서 특히 이제 올 상반기 같은 때 이렇게 천주교에서 사실 미사가 안 이루어지는 건 역사상 처음 있는 일일 것 같아요. 그런데 우리가 이제 이 도농 생명 공동체 운동, 그래서 우리 농촌 살리기 운동이라고 하는 본부를 통해서
Maybe it was the first time in history in this first half of this year that we couldn't hold a sermon due to COVID-19. and every Sunday when there was a service, the farmers could come to the church and distribute their produce, but this is not possible this year, which is critical to the farmers. These farmers are very small, family-oriented, so this is fatal, shattering their livelihoods.
제가 이제 그런 그 호러미들이라든지 이런 것들을 아주 이렇게 매일 일같이 생산하는 계란, 또
Like something like eggs or milk,
급식으로 나가야 되는
yogurt, bean sprouts. These were sold in small parcels.
해보려도 굉장히 좀 한계가 있더라고요.
And even in the past, there was a lot of limitation because the system would not run very well. So we asked for help from the church so that this distribution could work efficiently. Every week we are sending out these primary produce so these farmers could keep their farms. Our association does not receive administrative support from outside, so this kind of event is quite unfamiliar and our suggestion could be not so sophisticated. But our focus is on the collaboration between cities and rural community, away from separation. So as a community, I think we should come up with a framework to enable this cooperation. And this could really help the small and family farmers in the rural communities so that they could go on with farming as their livelihood. Thank you.
Well, it cannot be done with a narrow approach. We need to be more broad. We need to have a broader approach. So we just received a question through YouTube. So let me read it out. So the government is keen on Green New Deal policy. And what about minimal income of farming household? There is no support in place to secure minimum income for a farming household. Mr. Huang, what is your thought on that? So, agricultural society showed regrets about Green New Deal policy, and some are just calling it greenwashing, which is regrettable. Cortez would have had a different idea when he first suggested Green New Deal. So some important parts are missing in government policy. So the Special Committee on Rural Community is coming up with follow-up measures to address the problem, to include measures to provide the livelihood of the farming household. Well, the key in Green New Deal is food, along with energy. So many things can be addressed through Green New Deal. So if they do not encompass it, they cannot be called Green New Deal. Well, we're 2 minutes behind our schedule. So let us conclude session 2 with this. Why don't we give Mr. Holmgren 1 minute to finalize this session?
Thank you. It's been very interesting to hear many different examples of both activity within urban areas and behaviour change from consumers, and the connection to adjacent rural communities and how to maintain small family farms. Many of these issues we see reflected in different ways in our own communities. So many of these aspects, from the policy level through to the community initiatives and practical activities that we've seen presented here, will be useful for inspiration in adding to those things that are happening in our areas. And we trust that the very large vision that I proposed that is quite speculative, I hope it can be appreciated in the sense of trying to go beyond the things that already exists in our mutually modern, urbanized industrial societies facing the huge challenges and structural changes that are unfolding. So thank you for the ability to present it in this forum.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holmgren. This concludes session 2. I hope that we can develop Jeonju's food system reflecting the ideas of permaculture and to create a new culture in Jeonju. Thank you very much for your participation.
So we are ahead of schedule, but it's an all-day conference. So it's not surprising. It's very surprising that we are ahead by only 5 minutes. Good afternoon. My name is Jeong Hwa, a professor in Hanshin University. Thank you. The 6th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, is being held today, and I was a little late in the morning, and I read a book by Michael Schumann, but unfortunately I could not be in session 1. But starting from session 2, I really enjoy the presentations and discussions, as well as the examples that were very rich and inspiring. Now, this is the 3rd session. Maybe it could be thought of as a summarizing or wrapping up session. So we're here to begin with session 3. And I thought, I'm a professor of economics, and the title of session 3 is Happiness Policy for Sustainable Cities. And in the process of discussing to prepare for this session, we said we should address the issue of economics of happiness as well in session 3. Economics of happiness is related to permaculture covered in session 2, which is not just about farming techniques or technology. It's about a system, as we heard from Mr. Holmgren. Economics of happiness is about changing the current form of economics. I believe it's an economic system of transition. And in a space called the city, what kind of policy do we need to implement to achieve this transition would be a key point for session 3. And that is why I believe we should call the subtitle of this session as Economics of Happiness. An economy is a system, and its key feature is that it circulates. It does not operate only one time. It continues to be operated, growing and developing and being maintained. So when we talk about sustainability, well, the economy is very important for sustainability. We can only secure sustainability when it is linked with the economy. It's not about benefits or welfare. So that is where we see the power of economics. But the economy is also a culprit of a crisis. So what kind of economy do we need going forward should be discussed as well. So we are going to listen to examples of sustainability, starting with the urban example in UK. And we're also going to listen to a presentation about urban regeneration and Green New Deal in Korea. So it would be 2 hours. We have 3 speakers. First of all, Chairman of the City Council of Preston, the UK, Mr. Matthew Brown. Next, we have Mr. Jung Sun-chul, Professor of Samyuk University, and Ms. Jung Soo-kyung, the President of Urban Base Camp. They will be followed by 3 different panelists. Now, let me invite Mr. Matthew Brown to listen to his presentation.
So what is the Preston model? In a nutshell, it's a set of policies and priorities designed to keep and build wealth within a designated area by emphasizing local investment and procurement. Anchor institutions such as universities, housing associations, and hospitals commit to purchase goods and services locally, including from worker-owned co-ops, to spread wealth and provide more, better employment. And local government supports those efforts by investing its budget and public pension funds in local financial institutions and credit unions. Additional revenue to pay for public services and housing and more investment comes through public ownership of productive utilities like communications or green energy.
Preston is it's a very old authority in terms of the local government in the UK. Preston was originally a cotton town. Then into the 20th century, heavy engineering started to take over. We built trains, we built trucks and buses and things like that in this area. And then by the late 60s, the economy was starting to modernise again. The council was really active, intervening in the economy, bringing modernity really to the city. If you fast forward to 2012, we were 4 years into the worldwide financial crash. The whole of the Western world was trying to figure out how does it recover from, and of course the council was doing the same. But certainly the ideas about community wealth building and Ted Howard coming over from America started to formulate these ideas of what the politicians wanted to do.
Since the 1950s and 60s, Cleveland had been sort of systematically deindustrialized over those decades as manufacturing left the city. So the idea was, let us create new capital in the form of community-based, broadly owned businesses rooted in place that could provide decent work and full employment opportunities for local residents. In order for people to really advance, there need to be additional ways to build assets, or we would say build wealth. And by allowing people and encouraging them to have an ownership stake in their business, as the companies succeed, they share in the profits. The thing that intrigues me so much is how far beyond anything in the United States, including Cleveland, the people of Preston have gone, both in terms of the concept, the broad vision of it, but also in terms of the actual structure that's being put in place. And it's both a testament to the sophistication of their vision and really their economic analysis of what's needed, but also to just the commitment and almost bravery of individuals who go forward and will not be turned back.
So yeah, so these are going to be some more new businesses here.
Matthew Brown's been working on the City Council since 2002 and became its leader in 2018. His public profile's on the rise, having become synonymous with the so-called Preston model.
I mean, what drives your passion to be a public servant?
Well, we've still got huge inequality, and when you go up to the north of England, that is amplified, you know. We're heading towards an American situation in which you've got a small few hundred of people who tend to have about 30 or 40% of the wealth of the economy. And I don't believe you can have a democratic society if there's that wealth inequalities, because you tend to have a lot of influence over politics. After the Preston model, what's happened, there's been a real push and a real culture change to actually buy from local suppliers, you know, support local businesses especially, get a real living wage, get apprentices, get environmental benefits. And there's this kind of like collaboration across the majority of the local public sector, which is really fascinating. It's bringing about results.
So what does the Preston model look like in action? We headed over to the Gateway Housing Association, one of the committed anchor institutions here in Preston, to talk to Community Empowerment Manager Paul Kelly and Kay Johnson of Sustainable Food Lancashire.
So, Community Gateway Association, the model is about, rather than the organisation just being set up as a business, it's about creating a governance structure that enables the tenants of our properties to have ownership of the company and to be able to choose a sense of direction of the company, approve all the policies and procedures that the company develops, and have a stake in the organisation. So it's not just run by a faceless board, it's run by themselves with professional support. We have 6,200 tenants, properties in Preston. We have 5 of those tenants are on our board, one of whom is the chair. And I think that keeps it very rooted in this place, in the importance of this place as Preston. We're not an organisation that wants to have properties in Liverpool or Manchester. This is about Preston and the greater Preston area. And I think the model that was established here reflects the Preston model in terms of the people here saying we want to do it this way because we want to have ownership of it.
I can talk a little bit about what's happening from a food perspective. We've got food grown nearby, about 10 miles from here. The soil is so fertile that it is like some of the best growing land in the country. The produce there goes all over the country and probably further afield. And what we are trying to do is work with the farmers so it can be sold directly, first of all to people in the communities who often don't get access to fresh local produce, but also we're looking to scale that up so that we can supply to some of the anchor institutions here. Paul and I have just been talking about a fantastic idea where we're going to be providing catering qualifications to some of his tenants so that they can get work, they can maybe work and set up a cafe here. It's a bit like a jigsaw that all the pieces are there and we're just finally able to put it all together.
Neil McEnroy is Chief Executive of the UK Centre for Local Economic Strategies. He worked with Brown to survey Preston's assets and find out where their money was going.
I think what's important about Preston is, the reason why we were keen on working there, is that it had 130,000 people, it was self-contained, it had a university, it had a local authority, it had a housing association. Looking at economic system change, it had all the components there, but not too complex. It wasn't like a big city or a very disparate rural area. So it had all the components right for a medium-sized city to advance local wealth building. And so we looked across the range of anchors in Preston and measured what they spend their money on, how much money is local, how much money is not local. For instance, only 5% of all of the £750 million of the 6 anchors was spent in Preston. So a 20th. After 5 years, we've seen the change from 5% spend in Preston to 18%, which is equivalent of £70 million.
Many of these ideas and principles draw from other forms of collective action. Historically, trade unions have fought austerity and the concentration of wealth and power. We talked to Jonathan Grisdale of Unite the Union about what's exciting him about what's happening in his hometown.
We represent workers right across the industrial spectrum. Initially, the unions didn't see community wealth building as their issue, but we're all about people earning the right wage. We're all about them having a good quality of life, supporting people to have ownership within their own community. When my union found out about it, we invited some people along to a recent conference in Preston, and they went, wow. They couldn't wait to get on board, so we've had meeting after meeting. As Labour's picked up this policy and made it part of the Labour Party policy, there is a community wealth building unit within Labour. Very much the union is tied to that policy. The biggest challenge in this country at the moment is social care. Social care is some of the most lowly paid workers, hardest working people. They're absolutely key to society. We can't move people out of hospitals into the community unless there's somebody to keep them well within the community. The care model at the moment is so tightly funded that it doesn't take a genius to predict the whole of social care could collapse on having to pay those workers what they owe them. We don't need bosses with shiny cars. We don't need people in suits. We just need people who give care. If we can support those people to give that care, if we can put an architecture in place that allows them to deliver that care without being exploited by an employer, that's union bread and butter. That's 101, isn't it?
The Preston models generated a lot of excitement. What would this look like in other parts of the country? We put that question to Ornette Clennon, a researcher in Manchester.
From our perspective in Manchester, one of the big things that we are learning is that the people that you're working with come with cultures and cultural expectations and various historical narratives, and all of that impacts on the participatory process itself. The question is, how do we embed culture and participation across the board?
Tell me a little bit more about the Marley project.
So Project Marley came out of a report in 2015 which was looking at why African and African Caribbean assets are being decimated in number. What we're finding is that certain communities, and in our community, we have a certain model of enterprise or entrepreneurial process which doesn't always align to the sort of Eurocentric or mainstream model. So in really basic terms, a lot of enterprises within the African and African Caribbean community are micro enterprises and small enterprises. In terms of Preston, I'd be really interested in learning about the participation of their ethnic minorities. When we really get into the nitty-gritty and speak to the people who are supposed to be benefiting from this, you will find that many people are still going to be left behind, and they're going to be left behind because the whole sort of cultural narrative of who they are and where they are within their communities and the relationships they have with the anchor institutions, they haven't been dealt with. How I see this from a research point of view, forming a cooperative is great. On a practical level, that's really, really good, but you're still responsibilizing the people who are suffering from the deprivation. So there's this whole thing about resilience, because resilience basically says that you need to have these structures in place to be able to navigate the system, because it is what it is, so you need to make the best of it. And this whole responsibilization of the individual, rather than looking at the structures that govern the circumstances that the individual finds themselves in, I think is really pernicious. The model in Preston potentially is a sort of sticking plaster. So in the short term, it is really good and it is really positive. But at the same time, not instead of, but at the same time, there needs to be a concerted effort to look at government practice and look at funding allocations to local authorities.
Last year, the Preston model arguably got its biggest boost when the National Labour Party embraced it. Since then, Matthew and many of the people we've been talking to meet monthly at these community wealth-building unit gatherings with officials from the Labour Party. Kaylee Walsh is a worker-owner at London's tech co-op Outlandish.
So we usually attract quite a similar kind of person to come and work with Outlandish. It's actually works really well because we find that the ethos is very important. So at least an appreciation of the cooperative values. You don't have to know exactly what they are, but be open to them. And people who just want to use technology to make the world a better place. Worker co-ops are there. The model is to prevent exploitation and to facilitate self-autonomy. And if you're delivering skills on a daily basis to an organisation, I think it's a right that you own part of the business, that you put your commitment and you spend, a third of your time or more. Also, organisations would see more productivity if they allowed their employees to become owners of their business. There's a lot of work around awareness of worker co-ops in the UK. Not a lot of people know what they are. I think I meet a lot of people who are well within the co-op movement and can tell you everything, whereas my friends or kind of people on the fringes think it's a great idea but don't know what it is. All of that knowledge is not shared enough, and I understand why. Thatcher brought worker co-ops to their knees. She didn't want any worker co-ops in the UK. It's quite interesting because Jeremy Corbyn is our local MP. We supported the leadership campaign and we still take care of his website now. I think it's extremely important what the Labour Party are doing, but I think that the challenges will be the general public accepting it. And the main reason for me saying that is because anything that the Labour Party do is portrayed by the mainstream media as negative. But having said that, they're also very good at dealing with that. This has been going on for a good couple of years now. They carry on, which is the most important thing.
To hear from Labour directly, we headed to the State of the Economy conference to speak with John McDonnell, head of economic policy for the Labour Party, and Jeremy Corbyn, the party leader, who'd become Prime Minister if Labour won the next election.
So you've got a big job on a national level. Why are you paying so much attention to a place like Preston?
The issue for us at the moment is we're in opposition, so we're not in government, but we are in control in certain local councils. So we can use those local councils to affect change at the local community level. And if we can affect the change at the local community level sufficiently, that will enable us to build up to a change at the national level as well. So Preston is an example of what you can do at the local level that we can translate into a national policy.
And how does it translate into national policy?
Well, what we can do is use the model in Preston to translate that into other areas and build that up. And that's what's happening. Labour councillors, Labour Party councillors who've been elected this time round are looking at the Preston model saying, I'll do it in our town as well. We can roll it out in that way. But can we share experiences, what works, what doesn't work? When we go into government nationally, we can encourage and give resources to local councils to do that. So we'll spread it at the local level. But also we'll learn some of the lessons that they're learning at the moment about how you bring procurement together in particular. So government expenditure, how do you use that effectively to ensure change?
At the local level, we're talking about local investment, community wealth building. If you take that national, does it not become protectionism?
Yeah, can do. At times it can do. And sometimes you might have to protect a particular sector. We've just had an experience in the UK where we were developing a thriving alternative energy sector. The government decided not to protect it from external competition, undercutting, etc. So that industry has virtually been wiped out. So there are times when, yes, you do have to protect them, and there's a time for the state to get involved, maybe not so much in protection, but for investment to make sure you have the skills and the infrastructure to compete in the market.
Too many areas of our country are being held back by low investment, low quality jobs, low wages, and slow growth. Inequalities of class, race, and gender are very stark all across Britain. We promised to put economic power into the hands of the many, to transform the economy from top to bottom, doubling the size of our cooperative sector, putting key sectors, water, energy, rail, and Royal Mail into new and democratic forms of public ownership.
So if you have such a huge national, personal, and political problem, why are you looking so closely at what's happening at the local level?
Because it is about a feeling of community, and it is about a feeling of how people relate to each other. So you have to have a democracy in process at a local level as well as a national level, and within your party and within your movement, that holds people to account. And so the localism is the Preston model that we're using, but we got that model, or I didn't, but others got that model from Cleveland, another place in the USA, where you've got post-industrial places that are basically regenerating themselves through local endeavour with national help. John McDonnell and I often say, it's not when I win an election, it's when we win an election. It's empowering of people.
You even have a place for co-ops in your manifesto.
Absolutely. Co-ops are something that's intrinsic to the British Labour movement. And across the world, they're massive. There's 1 billion people. 1 in 6 of the world's populations are either users or members of a co-op of some form. So what we're proposing is national investment, proper taxation for the very richest, and empowerment of communities through local spending, local investment, and empowering people to determine their own lives. Social justice, socialism.
And when people ask you about the economic argument for all of this, what's the evidence that you present in terms of statistics and data that it's working?
In 2016-17, within Preston, there was £75 million we've redirected to Preston-based suppliers. Across Lancashire, there was 200 million. But there's also the cumulative effect, which we haven't really measured. So we've been at this since 2012-13. So obviously we didn't get to that amount straight away. We had to go bit by bit. So you're probably talking about 150 million in Preston that's been redirected. But also job density. As I said, the amount of jobs available per working age person, that is one of the best in Lancashire as well, in the northwest. All these things put together is putting Preston on the map.
예, 약 18분 정도 되는.
Yes, it was an 18-minute video that you have just watched. It was a brief introduction. Let me briefly introduce the Preston model and then invite Mr. Matthew Brown, who is online with us on Zoom, and we will listen to him for about 5 to 10 minutes. So using the Cleveland model, they have come up with the Preston model, which is achieving great deals going beyond the Cleveland model. In the US, industrial cities the Rust Belt area faced a recession, and to revitalize their area, engaged in activities through the labor union and social enterprises. And these two organizations had a partnership to work together to rejuvenate the local economy. So that's the Cleveland model. In the case of Preston, it's the same with Cleveland, that it has faced a recession as an industrial city, but their approach was wider. The approach that we are familiar with is assetization in Korea, but we need to focus on the keyword community wealth. We have been thinking about this concept, creating a town or village. We talk about creating local assets. So we have Mr. Matthew Brown here. We will invite him to elaborate on the Preston model and the focal points of the Preston model and the success factors. That would be the first question. And secondly, in the Preston model, I'm curious about the community wealth. And you have the intangible asset of participation and trust in the community, which is also an asset. So in Preston, how have you derived intangible assets like trust and participation and cooperation? So these are my two questions.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone from Preston. I'll give you a bit of background towards what we do as a city. We're traditionally a very deprived area within the northwest of England. We have a population of about 141,000 within our city. So that's the background to Preston. It's quite a very friendly place within the United Kingdom. So if ever you're in the UK, please come and visit us. Traditionally, we built lots of very advanced manufacturing sectors traditionally within Preston, and then we had 40 years of deindustrialisation and deregulation of our economy, which really hit our communities, and poverty really increased within the city. So obviously that's where a backdrop of where these policies came from. And it's a response as well to the 2008 economic crash, because this is a systemic problem we have, both in this country and in America and across the world, because that led to a concept known as austerity in the UK, which really hit Preston. So we had a situation where big business didn't want to invest in Preston about 10 years ago, but also government's cutting back on the amount that the local authority and its institutions can spend within Preston. So the Preston model was really trying to create that resilience and create a new architecture. And there's been questions around trust and success from the host. It's beginning to build a kind of like consciousness that's really permeated across the whole community, where we're trying to really regenerate our community economically. So we're trying to lift people up through a various number of strategies and policies. So I think it's good just to explain them and how it's working on the ground a little further. Firstly, we support higher wage levels. So we encourage our institutions and ourselves as a local council, city government of Preston, to pay about 20% higher than the national minimum wage within the UK. So we got 60 employers now which pay the real living wage, including our colleges, our police, our large social housing providers and others, as well as businesses. And again, when they're buying in goods and services from the local economy, people are receiving the real living wage there. Specifically as well, a lot of it's been about public sector procurement. So it's not just the council, it's working with institutions that aren't going to get up and leave like conventional big businesses. So hospitals, universities, colleges, housing associations, prisons, the police force. What happened is we managed to go through the books of those organisations and make sure that a lot more was spent with businesses that were based within the local economy. So practically that was doing things like breaking contracts down into pieces, simplifying the documentation so it was easier for small companies to bid, having meet the buyer days, and it was done through a competitive process, but we managed to bring back £75 million to our local economy, mainly to small and medium-sized enterprises at the expense of large corporations that extract wealth out of our community. And one example was a £2 million contract to feed our local school children, and that was broken down into 10 contracts for meat, yogurts, cheese and the rest of it, and it was all run by companies, small companies linked to local farmers. So that's something we've achieved as well. We've been working with our public pension fund, and that's within Lancashire, that's worth £9 billion. And that has invested a little less in global equities and a little more within the Preston economy. So it's built some student accommodation, and it's refurbishing an old hotel that came into disuse in the community some years back. And again, we're using local suppliers and local labour as part of that. But we're very keen on looking at trying to democratise our economy. So inspired by regions like Mondragon in the Basque Country of Spain, where they've got a network of 120 worker-owned businesses. So in Preston, we're establishing 10 new worker-owned businesses. And these are businesses that will actually be owned by the people who work within them. So we're looking at sectors like social care, taxis, construction, to really build that democracy and that resilience in the local economy. We're keen as well on making sure we have an alternative banking system, because the reality in our community is that the large banks extract wealth away from our communities. It does this in all parts of the UK. It tends to head down to the square mile in London and then end up in a tax haven somewhere. And the large banks which dominate the economy are also closing branches in the community. So establishing a regional cooperative bank with partners that will actually look to reopen some of those branches and lend to local businesses and individuals who often can't get loans from the large banks. And then we're looking at other ideas around trying to develop key developments, such as a cinema, having it in the ownership of the city, so it's in municipal ownership. We're looking at supporting a community land trust. That's a development that's owned by the people who live within it. And we're looking at district energy and other policies. And even simple things like encouraging our big institutions, our universities and hospitals to recruit from areas with the highest levels of deprivation, and also try to recruit more people from the BME community as well within our city. So put together, the success has been that we were voted the most improved city in the United Kingdom out of 42 cities for inclusive growth by PricewaterhouseCoopers Demos in 2019. We have the highest levels of employment and lowest levels of economic inactivity for over 15 years, just before the coronavirus pandemic begun within Preston. But crucially, this movement towards trying to democratise economies and build community wealth, it's happening in dozens of places in the UK, including Wales, with the Welsh Government, with Newham, Islington, the north of Tyne, North Ayrshire, Greater Merseyside, to name but a few. And crucially as well, there's actually an international movement now. So as was mentioned by the host, Cleveland, Ohio are looking at these ideas. There's also Richmond, Virginia, but also New York City. They just last month they launched a document called Municipal Policies for Community Wealth Building. So they realised to tackle inequality and racial injustice and secure environmental justice, we've got to look at changing the ownership of the economy, really. So there's more control and ownership and participation as well by people who live within that community as well as ours. So it's a very exciting time, really, and we're seeing these responses everywhere. And it's a response not just to the economic crash of 2008, but it's a systemic response to the fact that capitalism in its current form is not actually producing outcomes that benefit the vast majority of people. So we actually need to create an alternative to capitalism in that respect. locally and regionally by putting in these new institutions and structures. So that brings me to Jeonju, actually, which I've had a read about, and it seems there's some really creative things happening in the sense that there's lots of investment in culture. I know they're trialling a universal basic income for those hit by the pandemic and supporting small businesses. But traditionally, it appears you've been like Preston in the sense you've been left behind for some years, in the sense you've not benefited in the growth that accumulates in other parts of your country. And, I really hope that as we try to move to looking at a new economic model, a new way of thinking after the coronavirus pandemic, you can consider some community wealth building strategies yourself, because it's very much an international movement we're talking about. This is only going to work if we cooperate with other countries and build that cooperation at all levels. And we've really got to do it in the sense that I know there's a significant inequality in South Korea, but life expectancy in our country, in the poorest areas of the UK, it's around 70, and the richest is 90. So just think about that for a second. Just based on where you live, where you're born, you can expect to die 20 years sooner than someone who's born in more favourable circumstances. And it's quite a big human rights abuse, in the sense it's similar to being put in prison, isn't it? It's that's something we've got to tackle. We've got to look at, how does our economy work? Is it making people happy as well as providing for them resiliently? There's lots of stress and mental illness that comes with high levels of inequality. The spirit level by Professor Richard Wilkinson, highlighted that very well, that the more equal the community is, the happier they are, and not just physically, but obviously mentally as well. So thank you very much for inviting me. Really delighted to be here. It's quite early here up in the Northwest, but it's a pleasure to be at this conference, and I look forward to participating in the rest of the session. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we're not very familiar with the Preston model, but it uses a holistic approach to create wealth and tangible and intangible assets in the local area as an alternative economic model, which is different from the economic model led by the central government, and this could be spread nationwide for the public economy. Jeonju has more than 650,000 people, and it's a little different from Preston in terms of size, history, and the local governance system and resource distribution system. But we are continuously studying the model to see whether these achievements could be applied to the Jeonju example. I believe the Preston model could be an alternative for the economics of happiness. Economics happiness focuses on the local area in terms of self-sufficiency and resilience. As we understand, and local resources and wealth circulation is emphasized in the Preston model. Not only wealth, income, and jobs, but also when we think about the Green New Deal in Korea, we need to think about the circular economy encompassing other resources such as food. So in this sense, I believe that the Preston model is one successful example of economics of happiness, if you allow me to say, and the unique local characteristic could be supported by the economic model. So I think this is a great inspiration for Jeonju, which has been studying the economics of happiness for 6 years through this conference. So there will be many ways to reinforce this in Jeonju. The community assetization that we talk about in Korea, and the Green New Deal, the government announced that it will create a fund. How the Green New Deal can be linked with the local economy, what preconditions we need, what we need to focus on would be the issues that we should address, and this would be related to the second presentation for this session. And in our society, we see the decline and aging of cities and concentration to the capital area. So how local regeneration could be used to strengthen these assetization could be addressed in the next presentation. And in the third presentation, it's going to be focused on participation. What is the framework for cooperation? That would be the theme for the third presentation, which will be talking about the platform for cooperation and the local government public role to encourage this cooperation. So we listened to the example from the UK in the first presentation. We are now going to turn our eyes to Korea to listen to stories about the Green New Deal and the cooperative network between the producers and the role of the public in all of this. And then this will be followed by a discussion. Now we will move on to the next presentation by Professor of Samyuk University, Mr. Seung-cheol Chung. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this important event. I am from Samyuk University. My name is Seung-cheol Chung. Today I'm going to talk about two issues. The first would be... Can you go to the next slide, please? My apologies. Excuse me. I'm going to talk about two things. Sustainable City and Green New Deal, and then how we are going to pursue these two aspects. Currently, the livelihood crisis of our citizens has been exacerbated. I believe that the foundation for everything is life. We need to live to enjoy a lifestyle, love, enjoy welfare, and feel happy. Then what is life? For example, here I stand not dead, and there are 5 reasons for this. First, I drink water. Secondly, I ate something, I ate food. And third, we have energy, including light. And fourth, we have resources, including this wood. And fifth, we have air and temperature, the natural services. So for a person to live and to maintain a city like Jeonju, a society, water, food, resource, energy, and natural services, the 5 factors are essential. This was argued by Professor Sasaki Ichiro in Japan as the term lifeline. And the lifeline has 2 different characteristics. First of all, if there's no energy, food production and water consumption will be difficult. So we need to secure the 5 elements comprehensively. Even if we lose one element, everything will collapse in like a chain reaction. And who produces the lifeline? It's not Samsung Electronics or Apple. It's produced by the nature. The planet Earth has a history of 4.6 billion years. So the nature is the primary producer, and we process this to use it. So in order to secure a lifeline, we need to keep the environment healthy, and the basis for this is sustainable development. This would be the basic relationship among people, society, and nature. And this lifeline is facing a crisis right now. 300 years ago, due to the Industrial Revolution, we saw the growth of economy, and thanks to that, we saw population and urban growth, and life expectancy grew. We enjoyed material growth as well. These are achievements, but there is a different side to this story. As we heard from the previous presentation, there is an issue of income polarization, poverty. And the more fundamental issue is the environmental degradation. Now we have 7.7 billion people on Earth that we need to feed. Because of this, we are damaging the environment in an irreversible manner. So we are seeing a backlash from the environment. And I believe COVID-19 is one example of that backlash. We have destroyed the nature, and COVID-19, flood, typhoons, various natural disasters leading to economic recession is inflicting pain on us. But people say this is only the beginning. If we don't make amends, worse things could happen, which would be the climate crisis, they say. People have been warring and fighting, but if you survive, you can start anew. When you look at dinosaurs, however, if the backlash of nature comes, and if you go over the tipping point, the nature could unleash its plan B. So we are looking at the backlash in full swing. Then how can we respond? The most important thing is moving away from an unsustainable economic model toward a sustainable one. That would be the fundamental change. In the past, safety was secured through armed power. But right now, due to COVID-19, all the regions that were warring have stopped fighting with each other. So when we think about the security, of course the government must work centrally, but we also need the role of the local government. In the Green New Deal, we don't see the element of agriculture. And it doesn't have anything about the fishing towns or farming towns or forestry areas. Local resources differ by each region. And at the same time, due to COVID, there's the term local tact, where the focus is shifting to a town unit. So this response should be focused on the local. And in this local area, the most important element would be city. Cities are the main culprit of greenhouse gas emissions. And when we look at COVID-19, cities are one of the main culprits due to its density, and it would be the same with the food crisis. Why do cities exist? There would be many different reasons, but when we go back to the beginning, the raison d'etre of a city or a local government is to guarantee the safety for survival and lives of all citizens in the city. We call this urban security. So urban security is the main reason a city or a local government exists. We need to have people to have culture, education, and welfare. To this end, as you see here, we need to spread Green New Deal globally, and the central and local governments are trying to engage in Green New Deal. So what is Green New Deal? How different is it from the conventional environmental campaigns? We have been trying to protect the environment for about a century. The Green New Deal is a new promise that's different in two ways. First of all, a New Deal is an emergency plan. We have lost so much time. If we are trying to curb the temperature rise by 2050, we need an emergency plan. And secondly, protecting the environment is not something that's just ethical. It's related to job creation. And it will change the lifestyles of all the population in the world. And the Green New Deal could be an opportunity to make a transition of the ecological civilization. The Green New Deal in Korea is a little bit distorted from the overseas case. So I evaluated the Green New Deal of Korea at its current status. I agree to the basic direction, protecting the environment and digitization, utilizing new technology and fourth industrial revolution. And thirdly, it has the element of tackling injustice. But will we be able to realize this? We have something called the policy evaluation to see whether it has set a right goal, if it has a protocol or process. But this Green New Deal of Korea does not have a clear goal to begin with, doesn't have any zeitgeist reflected in it. No goal, and it could be belated, and everything is separated from each other. And secondly, if the government is trying to push this policy for 30 years in the future, it would require massive amount of money, facilities, and people. How is it going to secure these resources? Jeremy Lifkin said Korea has enough money, talents, and technology. The problem is that it doesn't have a means to integrate all of this. I think this is a fatal weakness of Korea. Here I wrote down that Korea has a anti-climax type social system. When I did some research in the past, with the new administration, the central government works very, very hard. But when you visit the local government, you will see a new task force. They're trying to work very hard and are eager. But when you go to a smaller local government, there are people, there are organizations that lacked necessary human resources, and in the field it's not implemented. So it's all about slogan rather than execution. So the biggest weakness of Green New Deal is it's ministry-led. It should rather distribute this budget to the local governments. And if the Green New Deal fails, will the government be able to take accountability, and would we be able to withstand the backlash? Korea is quite small in terms of territory. It's like an island in a lake, so it's very easy to heat up. And self-sufficiency rate is very low. So of course the government must work hard, but I think we need to devolve the drive to the local government. So it needs to work on promotion so that public could understand this policy. And secondly, we need a plan. For the success of the policy, first we need to have information. Looking at the natural disasters and COVID, environmental degradation is something that we should not overlook. So everyone is very vigilant nowadays, but no one is taking action to respond to this. So in order to encourage their participation and reach a social consensus, the best way is to provide accurate information. We are talking about the environment. How is it related to me, my family, Jeonju, and my country? For us to exist, water, food, resource, energy is needed, and where we secure these resources and how the pollution destroys our ecosystem and how it goes back to the atmosphere and damages our environment must be understood by the public. Secondly, going beyond COVID, let's say the environment starts to be destroyed gradually. The heat wave and flood, how much backlash will it create in our society if energy and food prices double or a supply chain is disrupted? What will happen to our city? Let's say there are 30 districts in Jeonju City. The government should come up with a risk level map for each district. And lastly, this is the purpose. We're not trying to avoid this crisis. We should transform this crisis into an opportunity. If you have human resources and natural resources in your area, that could be integrated with new technology. Can that raise self-sufficiency, and how much? We need information on such issues. And I did a study on Sanbuk-gu district with Mr. Jung Gon-ha. And policy making is very active, but it doesn't have any data or information that would be the basis of the policy. That would only last as a fad for a short period of time. So if we want to curb the temperature rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050, it's a 30-year plan. So first and foremost, we need data at the district level, not just the city level. So other than the existing statistics, well, we have the wind power map and sunlight map, weather forecast, and particulate matter forecast. So we need to integrate all of these so people wouldn't just stay worried, but take action by understanding the current status. So let's say we provide information and people understand that this is something I should take action about. Then we would need to set a goal. If we face a risk, As people say that the history of civilization is that of making a new challenge. We need to set a goal to create a risk into an opportunity. Korea is weak in setting up a quantitative goal. The IPCC came up with the goal that we should create a carbon neutral society by 2050. And the biggest goal should be prevention. I've mentioned the natural characteristics of the Korean peninsula, which makes it harder for us to curb that temperature rise. So in that case, we need to have a plan not for 30 years, but for 20 years or 15 years. And to achieve this goal, we would need means. I came up with these 5 stages. And the first stage is reducing the amount of carbon emissions. But this is not all. The second stage would be expanding the source of carbon absorption. And thirdly, when you look at the city structure, a distance between the city at your home and workplace is very long. And nowadays, we are working on less contact. People are staying home to work, and you have your kids and parents at home, and everything is bought through delivery service. So this could be an opportunity, even for Jeonju, to distribute the workplaces to local hubs so people could get a job that's far from your home but still work at a close place. And fourthly, because this is a global issue, we need cooperation among cities. Mayor Kim is one of the presidents for the Alliance of Local Governments, is very active in cooperation. But we need to focus more on cooperating with the farming and fishing communities. Food and energy being exchanged or purchased with rural communities is needed. But we took away the people, water, and land from the rural communities. So we need to shift toward cooperation with them. And fifthly, size was the source of power in the 20th century, but with COVID, it could be a weakness. So high density or low density is not favorable. We should focus on a medium level of density. Let me talk about one more thing and wrap up. Then we need to act on this plan. This Green New Deal will be implemented for 30 years. It will change Jeonju, Korea, and the world. It requires a lot of human resources, capital, facilities, and equipment. Because we don't have past experience with the Green New Deal, it's written here, we need to create a virtuous circle to make this continue in the long term. And the administration should provide support while the civil society leads. The demand from the citizens is the primary cause for economic restoration. So we need risk management even with COVID and natural disaster. We need to set up a system so that people could work and live no matter what kind of disaster comes. Maybe we could provide digital devices, and whether it's natural disaster or energy scarcity, we need safer homes or invest in photovoltaic energy. There are devices to raise the level of safety of households, so we need to focus on this. And financial institutions have been making in Green New Deal related areas, and maybe in Jeonju, financial institutions should get together to look for investment destinations and the rate of return, and this should be guaranteed. And moving on to businesses, there are two things that are needed. The industry is the cause of greenhouse gas emissions, so we need to make them eco-friendly and digitize them. Secondly, we need to create new industries. In Jeonju, a city of 650,000, there's demand. As mentioned regarding the Preston model, that should be satisfied in the local area. I will wrap up in 1 minute, sorry. And fourthly, there are three things that the administration should do. Green remodeling and smart government should be led by the administration, also with zero energy. The Green New Deal is a massive project, so administrative expertise is limited in carrying this out. It needs to cooperate with the civil society, the businesses, and financial institutions. So we need private governance, and this also should be incentivized. The government should be a bridge. And regarding procurement, we have the 4 northeast districts in Seoul that have been working hard for procurement. And one district has about 500,000 people. And they can work with only a limited number of companies for public procurement. So the 4 districts got together to work as a team to expand the scope of procurement when they're selecting the tender participants. So the government should realize their limitations and involve various stakeholders in the region for a new model. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chung, for your wonderful presentation. Well, talking about some things that are comprehensive is very difficult, and we have been talking about how to successfully apply Preston model in Korea. Well, I participated in many other projects to that end, but making a comprehensive plan is very tricky. So we need to share information and cooperate, and we need to have a system for execution, and we need to create a governance, and maybe Green New Deal can strengthen those. If it does not do that, it will not be so successful. And the third presenter will talk about how the private sector entities can create a platform for cooperation. She will share examples of Amsterdam, to explain about what are needed to succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jeonju Kyung, a Chief Director of Urban Base Camp. Well, I am very happy to discuss about cooperative platforms such as shared office. Rather than talking about details of certain areas, let me just explain about independence of small-scale organization or businesses, what the problems they have, and how we can overcome such problems. Well, you may find my presentation very rudimentary, but if you are interested in our attempts, maybe you can call me or contact me. So I am not given a lot of time, so I'll be very brief. So let me introduce myself. I came back from Japan in 2014 to Jeonju. I established a research lab on Happy City. I was a solo researcher in my organization, and back then there were many people interested in this area. So there were mushrooming freelancers, nonprofit organizations, small businesses, and etc. So they carried out projects in many areas. So I collaborated with them, and there were a lot of working groups that were formed among those entities. I thought if such cooperation continues, maybe joined by the public sector efforts, we can create great synergy. That was my hope back then. However, when I heard from small businesses, many times they went into bankruptcy within 3 years. I visited some of them and asked them why. They said collaboration opportunities do not come easily. They are very anxious about making money, so they are demoralized to start a business, and they deplored that about the society that doesn't tolerate failure. So I got to think about this question. Well, I didn't have much problem making ends meet, and I got to talk to people who were relatively successful and those who went into bankruptcy. And after the process, I came up with some answers, what it takes to be successful, and etc. So I came to think about how to pursue a long-term cooperative relationship between different entities. So I started from a simple point of view. How can we create a collaborative system? So we need partners and carry out projects and make sure we provide safety net for each entities. And some of the profits should be funded so that they can pursue social values without too much burden. And to identify the achievability, we conducted interview on the intermediary organizations. I won't elaborate on the survey results. And small and medium-sized companies agreed that cooperation is required. They were willing to participate in cooperation, but their concern was that they did not have any mentor. But I believe any of us, all of us can be mentors. And people told me about the need for collaborative and cooperative platform. When choosing a partner, collaborator, their value, growth potential was more important than money itself. So what is required for cooperation between small companies is sharing of social value, community, and the opportunity that tolerates failure. So rather than increasing the number of projects, I try to create a platform to increase the opportunity for the entity. And after that, I did the interview with 4 intermediary organizations who supported them. And small-sized companies value more about growth potential and philosophy of the partners. And many people complain about the lack of people, but when I look around, there are so many people. And why do they complain about no people being around? I believe that is because of lack of networking. There are many people, but we are failing to connect the dots. So that's probably why. And there is a partition between administrative organizations. That is not a new problem, but it is not being addressed. So the partition cannot be tackled in the government sector alone. Maybe the private sector can come in and take part. And maybe the private sector can initiate certain projects. And maybe in collaboration with intermediary organizations, we can create something very great. So intermediary organizations can provide information and platform for the participants, and they need to provide a venue of information sharing, a bulletin board to share information, and etc. And through the interview, we found out the need of small and medium-sized organizations. They need some organization or a platform that is driven by private sector. And intermediary organizations should be able to share information among themselves. So that's why we came up with this online platform. Through collaborative platform, we can cover not only the projects to pay for livelihood, but also we need to create a system where different entities can come up with very brilliant idea, and then other participants can finance the project. And in some case, the administrative organization can join the project to support it. So we are running an urban base camp to be shared by different entities. Well, many people go to cafes, coffee shops, like coffee shop, for the space, for office space. But rather than paying for expensive coffee, I thought it is better to lease an office. That was an attractive alternative. So we're renting our office space to people in need for office space. So some center became interested in our project, so they funded some of our endeavors. I hope that our collaboration will continue in the future in participation of many entities. So my presentation could be a little dull, so I came up with this example of Amsterdam. This is the web page of Smart City of Amsterdam. This is a communication platform run by private sector. And project, event, request, any information can be uploaded by anyone in real time. These are the major categories like platform, projects, visit, and requests. The project category is related to smart city. People can toss in ideas that they want to experiment. And this is the most similar category that we would like to have in our web page or platform. And you can see the picture of the participants. And you can identify issues related to technology and laws and etc. So it can facilitate the project implementation. And the next category is visit. It is for ideas that are already materialized. So this is a PR chance for companies who are already successful. And it becomes an easy and efficient way for people to find a potential collaborator. And the next category is event. If someone is related to Smart City, anyone can upload and promote the meeting that they will have. And this is encouraging discussion on Smart City. The next category is request. It is not just tied to companies. Even students can run simple questionnaires on SNS. For instance, they can run a survey related to Smart City, and anyone can answer those surveys. So currently, there are 6,900 members, including Koreans. Every year, they have 300 projects. Out of that, 100 is done with partners. And partners are financing some of their operations. And this can really be fundamental to the development of small and medium-sized organizations. If you are interested in the success element of those organizations, is online platform based on offline. Before this web page in Amsterdam, there were many organizations having offline meetings, and 3 years later, they became a community and had regular meeting. And in order to record the regular meeting, they needed online platform. And in the process, partners of 6,900 people established a community, and they are partner companies of Amsterdam Smart City. Well, they do not impede the growth of partner companies. They do not actually tell them to hurry and make progress faster. Only then can the platform become more sustainable. And they have regular forums, and they are doing well in terms of securing partners, which I would like to emulate in my webpage. So today I covered a brief overview of the case examples, and we need to go through the same procedure. And if you are interested in participating, please call me. Thank you very much.
공유 공간을 사무실을 공유 공간으로 하는 작은
A small business model of sharing office was introduced by Ms. Sogyang Chung. Thank you for that interesting presentation based on your experience. With these online platforms, I believe they could be great assets. And including Jeonju, how can a local-based cooperation succeed? So we are going to carry out a discussion focused on this topic. Let me now invite the panelists to the stage. Dr. Byung-hun Yoon, the researcher in LH, Land and Housing Corporation, and Professor Ha Moon-kyung, who has been continuously planning this international conference, and We also have President Jung Soo-kyung and Professor Jung Sun-chul, and Mr. Brown, I believe, is connected online. We also have another panelist connecting online, Professor Jung-hoo Kim of University of London. So I believe they are all online. As soon as we confirm, we will begin with the discussion. Dr. Jung Kim, oh, you're there. Okay, could you please start with your discussion? Please make it 5 to 10 minutes because we're running behind.
Many thanks, Mr. Brown, for your fantastic presentation and talk, which will provide Jeonju with several ideas in relation to a more innovative governance system. Having said that, first of all, I would like to ask a fundamental question, which is about possibility of applying the Preston model to other cities, including Jeonju. The reason why I'm asking this question is that when we look at the Preston model, many aspects could be considered quite unique. So I wonder how you think the application of Preston model to other cities nationally and internationally, which face similar issues and problems.
Okay, do you want me to respond?
Yes, please, briefly.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent question, actually. The situation is in Preston, we're quite lucky in the sense we've got lots of public sector institutions. So we're the administrative capital of Lancashire, the county which Preston is at the centre of. But in other areas of the UK, it's very different. So London, for example, has lots of issues with extractive development in the sense that we can't attract inward investment that easily because we don't have the public infrastructure. But in London, they're getting lots of it, and it's seeing property prices increase. And it means that the economy is basically out of reach for many people, especially when it comes to issues like housing costs. So community wealth building has to be applied differently in each different place. And in London, a lot of the focus is around assets because the ownership of the London economy is centralised around quite a few wealthy people. So it's trying to spread ownership of assets a lot more and look at housing initiatives too.
Mr. Brown, yeah, please speak a little bit slowly and yeah, and then let the mic close to your mouth, please. Thank you. 네, 지금 마이크 연결이
The connection seemed to be not appropriate, especially when I chimed in. So I asked him to get closer because the sound of his microphone is not proper for communication. So let us turn back to him when we have this connection. Let's just hand over the microphone to Mr. Hello everyone, this is Yoon Byung-hoon from LH Research Center. I am very honored to be invited in this event. Well, I will talk based on Mr. Chung's remarks. And before entering the discussion, let me say this. The real changes come based on crisis. So before I came here, I researched about the history about pandemics or infectious diseases. There were 4 major pandemics. Well, there were pests in the past that spread it in the world, and that led to Renaissance era. And second of all, there was cholera, which is a waterborne disease. that led to a lot of health issues in the world. And the UK developed this care, and based on that, we developed our medical system. And after that, we had Spanish flu that infected 51 people and led to 51 million deaths in the world. So that led to another development in policy. And 100 years ago, mask-wearing movement was done when there was pandemic. So many people say that COVID-19 is shaping our world today, and it brought about this unique form of conference. And based on smart technology, Big Brother's role is increasing. The government's role is even strengthening. And however, at the same time, the role of local is increasing. So in the countries, many governments are aiming at economic regeneration, and Korea announced Korean New Deal. And I believe that Korean New Deal, in order for it to be realized, needs to be connected to our existing projects. And we need to utilize our existing ways and adjust it to a new reality. Well, urban regeneration in post-COVID era has three aspects. First, Green New Deal is very important. So ecological urban regeneration is required to create a real change. And Green New Deal is not just a policy, it requires paradigm shift. But even before that, we need to manage the forest and idling land, and maybe introduce urban farming and do the green remodeling for low carbon energy society. And in the COVID-19 era, people are concerned about even increased disparity, social disparity, or the gaps of the haves and have-nots. And maybe we can utilize digital technology for smart health or online education and develop edu-technology. And last but not least, I would like to talk about non-contact, non-face-to-face situation. So we're having online academies and video conferences. So we need to think about ways to engage with each other in post-COVID-19 era. And our past model is having failure, but I believe that in current society, shared economy is even more important. Well, very recently, one owner of a kindergarten was infected COVID-19, but her students didn't get infected. So social distancing is very important, but even before that, we need to reduce the distance, functional distance. Well, in the post-COVID-19 era, we're attempting a lot of measures like working at home. But if things go wrong, maybe we can provide shared office as an alternative. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So since we are running out of time, thank you for the short comment. And next, we will listen to Professor Hamun-kyung. We are currently talking about happiness policies for a sustainable city. The most urgent issue is the urban security and survival, as well as job expansion. In 2016, there was a survey on the happiness of Jeonju citizens, which showed greatest dissatisfaction in jobs and the local economy. Due to the health crisis, the economy will exacerbate, so I think discussion is urgently needed ever more. There are two implications we can earn from overseas models and suggestions for Jeonju. I looked at the performance of the Preston model for the past 8 years through a report. The public procurement aspect was very impressive. Before starting with the project, 5% of the public procurement expenditure was only going to the local companies, but after the training of the improvement of practices for 4 years, the rate increased to 18.2% overall, and the city council showed a growth from 14% to 30%. And unemployment fell from 6.5% in 2014 to 3.1% in 2017, lower than the UK average. So how is that possible? Preston suggests the successful cases of food cooperatives and digital foundation. Suppliers for the city trained local SMEs and increased employment, and the administration developed a procurement system reflecting social value supporting the third sector and local society. We can find examples other than Preston. Cooperatives played an important role here, and in France, the CAE worked as a cooperative platform. The CAE in France, 400 experts are collaborating with the 6,000 people preparing for a business startup. So if an entrepreneur is not ready to start up a business, they can stay and get training and be prepared. So what are the suggestions for Jeonju? As people have emphasized several times, we need to have a public data system. Jeonju does not have a valid data, so we can only gain implications from overseas examples to improve. And secondly, we need to come up with a system for a procurement system that reflects social value. In Korea, the lowest bid system is applied. Of course, for small and medium companies and women companies, there are some benefits, which is very small. Starting from 2014, Seoul came up with an ordinance to reflect the issue of social value to procurement. And I hope the National Assembly would pass the relevant law, but I think Jeonju could be an example in leading this procurement system. And we also need to build a platform for SMEs and a governance system. Dr. Soo-kyung-jung has given a presentation that I actively support. In Korea, I looked at the trend of public procurement, and the cooperation or coexistence and cooperation act was being implemented. And this was expanded to include SMEs as well, which will lead to innovation and growth of SMEs and the increase of number of companies participating in tenders for the public government. But micro companies are not subject to this law, so we need to come up with a public procurement system that is favorable toward micro companies. Micro enterprises find difficulty in operating their businesses, and the government support is ended in a temporary manner. So we need to look at the current status of these micro businesses, share information, come up with a training system, and provide mentoring. Currently, to individual companies, there is a temporary support program, but we need a platform mentioned in the presentation by Professor Chung. And if freelancers and micro businesses could participate, it would be very helpful. The International Conference on the Economics Happiness Jeonju is being held for the 6th time in Jeonju and 25th worldwide. There was a Economics of Happiness conference in Japan in 2014 in which Jeonju public servants participated and held a seminar. So what I mentioned is well aware by Jeonju public servants. So we need to take action now. Jeonju will cooperate with the civil society to come up with a procurement system that focuses on social value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ha. I think we had Matthew online. Well, Professor Ha asked a question about Preston, how public procurement can have positive impact on local economy. So it was a very detailed question. And the next one is co-ops. And in the process of building community health, what was co-op doing? So what are the support policy for that? Well, because we're running out of time, please make your answers brief, Mr. Brown. And please try to answer to the question of Mr. Kim and Professor Ha. So could you briefly and slowly answer their question?
Yes, I've had an intermittent connection. Could you just repeat what the question is, please?
Yeah. I mean, my question is, I wonder how you think the application of Preston model to other cities nationally and also internationally, which face similar issues and problems.
Yeah, I think the apologies for the connection. It's been pretty bad for the last 20 minutes. It's a really good question. The policies of building community wealth and economic resilience are going to be different in different parts of the UK, but also different countries. So in America, for example, they've got a much smaller state and much lower levels of trade union membership. So it's very different in the sense it's based around philanthropy and not-for-profit organisation and procurement. In the UK, it's very different, and I think that's the same in South Korea. But the principles about trying to put more democracy in the economy and more public strategy, so whether that's supporting social enterprise, local business, alternative banking arrangements, impact investing from pension funds, municipal ownership, these principles are similar whatever country you're in, really. So it really needs to apply to the country you're in, but the principles are the same. And it's really saying that there's a systemic issue with the way the economy is structured. It tends to benefit the top 1%. There's lots of financial speculation and other things, and trying to find alternatives to that to make sure we're resilient in the event of any economic shocks.
Thank you very much. It's 6 p.m. already. Many people are here with us, and Dr. Helena Hodge is online to share her comments. Ms. Hodge, it's been a year. How have you been? So, from when were you listening to our conference? I don't know about that, but when you heard the discussion, what was your thoughts about our discussion? Please try to wrap up and share your comments and final thoughts. And maybe we will ask the speakers and panelists for their opinion too. Ms. Hodge?
Good. Was I supposed to be hearing a translation of you? Because I'm not hearing that. This morning I did. Did you say something to me that I'm supposed to respond to?
Yes, he did. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes, but I didn't hear any interpretation before. I tried to click on English, but yeah, so I don't know, can you repeat what was said? Hide non-video participants chat. Where do I click on?
Well, I would like to say once again. So, I heard your keynote speech. So, I will ask you a question related to your keynote speech. And what was very impressive about your presentation is not just a blueprint, it should be a roadmap. That was in your presentation. So could you elaborate on that, Ms. Hodge? I can assume what it means, but how can it not just be blueprint, but be a roadmap? Please share that. And one more thing. Well, local is now expanding after COVID-19. It has shed lights on the importance of reliance and how can local movement can be further expanded. So could you please share your thoughts?
Well, I think, as I tried to say in my keynote, I think one of the most important forms of activism is what I'm calling big picture activism. Most people do not understand how undemocratic the economy is. As Matthew was saying, as we try to bring more power down to the local level, it's a process of democratization. And this needs to essentially to be encouraged through massive education efforts. The average citizen is economically illiterate, and I would maintain that the average politician is economically illiterate. And this is why, tragically, too many people are supporting a systemic path towards allocating more and more wealth and power to fewer and fewer people. So we have a form of global extractive capitalism that is taking a shape and a form that the world has never seen before. And it's being strengthened through these technological systems that actually centralize power and control further. And as I say, I think our biggest problem is ignorance, from the grassroots to the high levels of power. There may also be some efforts at the top to concentrate and centralize power and wealth further. There certainly are, but I think also accompanied by a lot of ignorance about the consequences. So how can we actually change things? One of the things we all need to put more money and more effort in, to the extent that we have any funds, because the funds for those who are struggling to decentralize or localize are of course shrinking. But I think, as I said, we should use some of that money and effort to do much more education. And that's both shedding a light on how the globalizing, centralizing, urbanizing path, which will lead to 100% urbanization if it continues, because we're destroying rural livelihoods, among others. So at the same time, shedding light on the numerous localization initiatives that are showing the multiple benefits of localizing, of bringing more power down to the local level. So the roadmap that we're trying to spell out is that we're not looking at some clear ultimate destination, that every place on the planet should have exactly the same local economic framework. It's a recognition that continuing to hand over more power to global players is handing over more power to global monopolies, which can only impose monoculture, human and biological. And so it's an anti-life path that is disastrous, and that, of course, is leading to, not only pandemics, but major social break down into factions out of fear, you know. So the roadmap is, number one, massive education to encourage this process of decentralization or localization, which is about business being shaped by democratic process. So the national state is a very important structure. We are not advocating a complete political decentralization to the local level. We're saying we need to, as much as possible, encourage economic decentralization to the local level, while encouraging that the nation state is empowered to take more. And when I say the nation state is empowered, I see the hope in people's movements that will insist on a seat at the table to figure out how globally we can start putting business in its place. Business needs to belong to a place, needs to belong to a nation state where democratic process sets the rule for business rather than business setting the rules for a so-called democracy. So this is why we call it localizing. Every business needs to belong to a place, be it at a national level, regional or local. But allowing this mobility is the foundation, we believe, of a series of social and environmental crises. I hope that makes sense and I wasn't too long-winded.
네. 블루프린트가 아니라 로드맵.
So you mentioned about roadmap and blueprint. You said that it's not a fixed or final destination in place, and still in the global value chain, too much resource is concentrated in the market. So you mentioned about alternatives, how the alternatives can develop in the future, and you talked about the importance of connection. Well, one more thing for Helena.
You've been to Korea many times, and in Seoul and in Jeonju, Jeonju is holding the 6th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness. So I believe you have a deep understanding on Korea. So about the future of local areas in Korea, what would be our future direction and the possibility of localization in Korea? Could you give your thoughts?
Well, I don't have a deep understanding of Korea. I only know that you are one of the best, well-read countries in the world, that you read more books per capita of, I think, any industrialized or any nation. I know that I have been heartily welcomed there, so I have a great love for you. And I believe that your holistic thinking is deeper and broader than what you find in the Anglo world, for instance. So I have great hope that you will continue with this leadership that you have shown, particularly in Jeonju, but not only Jeonju. Jeonju has really taken the lead, but as you know, there are many other mayors and there's a lot happening in South Korea that's very important. I think the biggest advantage you have is not only that remarkable holistic intelligence and a search for knowledge and a depth of thinking, but I think you have a memory of a more community and ecologically based way of living. You still have a memory of something that predated an unhealthy mass urbanization into high-rise living, crowded together, but broken away from your communities and your families. So you still have a memory of something that is more community-based and more nature-based. This is a huge advantage. Where I think your biggest disadvantage is that there, as in many countries, but perhaps even more in South Korea, there is a vulnerability in terms of seeing these technological systems as neutral or perhaps as beneficial, not recognizing that we need to be careful, as I tried to say in my keynote, of embracing a dependence on internet currencies, on 3D printing, and generally leaping into 5G, which is, where is it coming from? Is there anywhere in society people demanding 5G? No. It's coming from big business that have as their main interest profit for the few at the expense of the many. So I'm hoping that there will be a concerted effort to shed more light on that. And it's not about rejecting technology. It's about pushing a pause button to say, wait a minute, what are we rushing into? Where are we going? Aren't we in danger of eliminating even more people out of the workplace, out of meaningful work? I remember, Gunnar, at another webinar, we were talking about these new shadow workers in the internet world, you know, sitting already as sort of semi-robotic creatures, working for very low pay. This shadow side of the internet is only one of the aspects. We need to look at the energy use and the mineral resources and use the internet as an important tool of communication, but not as an important tool for concentrating wealth and economic power. And I still hope in Korea there'll be more of a discussion of that.
네, 감사합니다. 더 오랜 시간 함께 이야기를 하고 싶습니다.
Thank you very much. I wish we had more time today. We will have to close this session very shortly. So, but please stay with us a little further until we finish the conference. Ms. Hodge. Mr. Kim, you asked about the meaning of Preston case. So, do you have any thoughts about the presentation or Matthew's answer? Maybe I can give you about 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks again.
We kept you waiting.
Just to say one thing, Mr. Brown, for your fantastic presentation and talk. I'm sure the Preston model will inspire Jeonju to move forward with strong confidence. And I'm also hope you will advise policymakers in Jeonju. And today's event will play a key role in collaboration between Jeonju and Preston. Many thanks, Mr. Brown.
I also want to thank you, Matthew, for joining us. I'm so glad you could do it.
Thank you very much. Yes, apologies for the connection. You know, we need publicly owned broadband at the very least. Thank you.
Well, despite the poor connection, thank you for staying with us until the very end. And let us hear from Mr. Chung.
And after that, we will have the 7th International Conference next year. I would like to ask Ms. Hodge to talk about her expectations about the next international conference. Thank you very much once again. These days, the stories that I hear are only dark, and I long for good news. We've been developing from an agricultural focused society to an industrial society, and we're seeing a new transition now. It is a crisis, but from a different perspective, we can have an outlook on what will be dangerous in the future, and we have human resources, capital, and various resources at hand. But the problem is that we need to speed up in a compressed way. So in a way, it can be seen as a crisis, but in this age of transition, we are working on top of a great foundation to open a new future. So it's an opportunity that we're lucky to have. The most important thing is that people get together and gather their wisdoms and power. So if the opportunity allows going forward, I will try to do my part in opening this new future. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Chung?
Well, watching the Preston video, maybe I thought that if we become open-minded, more things can be possible. Well, Professor Ha did a wonderful job in discussing about presentation, so I will also talk about her discussion. Maybe Jeonju City should take active steps so that more small and medium-sized companies can do more. Well, this was the third session. First session was on social finance, how to do the community assetization, and second session was on food, how to create a local food circulation system, and you talked about permaculture. And in the third session, we looked at Preston example, how many attempts and efforts are done together along with co-ops and companies and citizens, how it all became a comprehensive project to give city a resilience and that has strong community. So as a whole, we had 3 sessions in this international conference. So everything boils down to this question, how we can strengthen local. And this was discussed under the umbrella of economics of happiness. Well, we can think about community assetization and other issues. In that light, let me also turn to Ms. Hodge. So is there any word of... actually, you shared your remarks to Korea. You have a lot of readership in Korea. You have went to Korea, Jeonju City. You mentioned a lot about education and training. You said rather than focusing just on technology, maybe we need to think about the limitation of the technology. So you posed a philosophical question to us in your comment. I met you in the United States and in Korea too. I hope to see you next year too. Well, our big title is Economics of Happiness. It is actually the title of Ms. Hodge's book. Well, I think that you would have high expectation on our conference. So let me finally ask you to share your final remarks to our viewers, participants. So could you share a very short remark, closing remark, Ms. Hodge?
Yes, well, I think I've said this many times before, but my understanding from ancient cultures, as well as having lived in Sweden, in America, and many different countries, is that we human beings long for deeper connection to one another and to the living world. We evolved in intergenerational community, connected to the animals, to the plants, to the trees, the water and the soil that supported us. This more human scale interdependence with more human scale institutions, where we actually know something about whom we depend on. We know something about the land we depend on. We don't have to live in tiny villages and have the direct self-reliant experience, but we need those chains of interdependence with those human scale institutions and a human face, a contact. Without that, when we as consumers, as activists, as politicians, as economists are relying on realities on the other side of the world, on people who have a label, on Muslim, Chinese, whatever, when we're dependent on resources and energy systems over which we know nothing, we become ignorant, we become very simplistic in our thinking. We are not aware of the complexities of the life on which we depend. So this shortening of distances is much more fundamental than people think. And it is philosophical in a way what I'm saying, but it's also eminently practical. And we have many examples of the enormous benefits of shortening those distances, of helping people reconnect to each other and to the living world. Prisoners, juvenile delinquents, suicide and prone and depressive people have been healed through those connections. So I'm very much hoping that we will have that bigger picture and that we will have enough people behind us to encourage this multiplication of the many good initiatives that are already happening, and that we will shed a light on them so that most people will not only hear about the destructive and frightening things that are going on, but there is this other path towards nature, towards community. It sounds simplistic, it sounds too general maybe, but that's the basic pattern. And let's all embrace it. Let's collaborate further. And I very much look forward to our next Economics of Happiness conference next year. Thank you, Gunnar, for all your work. And thanks again to Mayor Kim, to the committee who's helped to make this possible. And to Matthew, David, and Michael who joined us at this conference.
Thank you so much for staying with us until the very end. Thank you for your patience. Well, this is time to wrap up the conference, and we will arrange the stage for a minute and then proceed with a closing ceremony. Thank you.
예. 아침 9시부터 6시 24분.
Well, it has been a very long day. It's 6:23 in the afternoon. Thank you so much for your sharing today.
해마다 이렇게
So I am very honored to be the MC of the International Conference of Economics of Happiness every year. Well, as a local spokesperson, I am very proud of being Jeonju citizen. In the morning, I actually shared a lot of things that are in my mind, and finding one clear answer is very difficult. Well, Korea used to be the most impoverished country in the 20th century, and it rose to prosperity. We were very fast, however, in terms of adopting information, but we are not the number one in terms of creating information. But that's okay, we can maybe address that in the future. Well, I've seen a very interesting video. Well, there is a concept called public ownership of land. Well, in Africa, there is severe water scarcity, and for the children who are in need of water, if we can give water to them, can they drink it? Can they benefit from it? And people say no. If we provide more water, it will attract more capital, and it will move them further away from the water source. That's called gentrification. So in the word we need to find the answer to really achieve economics of happiness. So it is time to go ahead with closing ceremony. The Deputy Mayor will deliver closing remarks. Thank you very much. It was a very short one-day event, but the 6th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, Jeonju, was successful thanks to your participation. Today we were here to listen to the stories from other cities and overseas countries and create a venue for mutual cooperation to enable localization for a safer society and future. We carried out various discussions today. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our guest speakers and those who have joined us to share the value of economics happiness. Various topics were covered today: social financing, food policy, urban regeneration, and a new deal for jobs. There are various discussions that we could reflect to derive policies for the local area, which will greatly help our future localization efforts. And issues discussed today about the easing of polarization, job creation, and facilitating the local economy would prove to be very beneficial to our citizens, and we will reflect this in the city government to come up with good policies. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, we had an online conference today. I hope we could overcome this crisis as soon as possible so we could meet face-to-face together to talk about our way forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
잘 들었습니다. 최명규 부시장님으로부터 폐막사를 들었습니다.
Closing remarks from Vice Mayor Choi Myung-kyu. So we had 3 different sessions talking about social financing, food system, and happiness policies for a sustainable city. It was very meaningful. Now we will invite Mr. Oh, the chairman of the organizing committee, for his final remarks. Maybe YouTube allowed us to invite more participants to join in this conference. Please.
예, 좀 아쉬웠지만 전주의 그 행복의 경제 국제대회가 전 세계에 중계되는.
So it was unfortunate that we couldn't meet face to face, but it was a historical event where this international conference could be live streamed all over the world. I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers, the speakers, and the participants online and offline.
지금 현재 우리는 코로나로
Currently, due to COVID-19, we are suffering great deals of pain.
무조건적으로 추진되는 세계화를 포함한
Globalization
잘못된 방향으로
and undesirable pursuit of growth of the human civilization may be the cause.
모두 사라집니다.
By 2037, all of the icebergs in the Arctic will disappear. Then we may see a greater crisis than COVID-19, and we will face enormous challenge.
시간이 그리 많이 남지 않았습니다.
We don't have a lot of time ahead of us. We need an emergency plan.
오늘 우리는 행복의 경제학
Today,
전주를 통해
through the International Conference on the Economics of Happiness, we realize that we need to be the owners of this emergency plan to succeed in localization. A successful localization is a desirable way to fight against climate change, reduce income inequality, revitalize the local economy, create new jobs, and raise the level of happiness of our citizens. The painful situation under this COVID-19 could become an opportunity for us to create a better future for our children. We have seen with our eyes today the change that we desire can be realized only when we think and act as owners of this change.
확실히 확인했습니다. 이번 대회가 우리에게 필요한 변화의 기폭제가 되어
I believe this conference could trigger the change that we need to create a hopeful and happy future for our children. And with this, I announce the closing of this 6th International Conference on the Economics of Happiness Jeonju. Thank you very much.
내년 이맘때 7회째는 코로나로부터 좀 자유로운 상황에서
I hope next year we will overcome COVID so we could have this conference online and offline at the same time. With this, I will wrap up. Stay healthy and see you again next year. Thank you very much.